akka argattanii obbo
Samuel
obbo Samuel jirtu
jira.
Okay, in dhageessee jira. Okay. Abbaan keenya kan biraas kan hafanni jiru kana naffeere as keessa jirtu. Okay. Isaan itti fufnee sirriitti eebba gaarii nu gootanii achi gara piroograamatti dachaana. Isin gaa wal filadha eenyu akka dura dursu kan obbo Lubeen wanna qophaa'an jiru natti fakkaatu. Obbo Lubee egaa kabaja guddaa wajjin mee eebba gaarii nu godha galatooma.
Egaa akkam bultan jedhana baga waaqni nagaan nu bulchee barii kana warra nuuf barii ta'e as bakka biraatti immoo warra halkan ta'e jira yeroo kana sitti argamne baga waaqni bakka kanaan nu ga'e biiftuu guyyaa arguudhaaf galanni kan waaqaan badini halkan dukkana keessa waanee biiftuu guyyaa arguudhaaf har'a ka walitti qabamneef dubbiin dubbii Oromooti yaa waaqatu beektaa kan jalqabne kana calqabaa qabee hamma dhumiititti ati nu wajjin hin jiraattee hojjaa keenya nu himeti kan humna qabu si ati akka nu ooftu yaa waaqa si kadhanna hayyee yaa waaqa keenya yaa waaqa dhugaa waaqa yaa waaqa hundumaa yaa waaqa dhugumaa yaa waaqa si kadhanna kadhaa keenya nu dhaga'i si kadhanna barum baraani yaa waaqa atis garaa nu laafi waan barbaannu nuu kenni ummata keenyaaf nagaa bakka jiranitti nagaa kenniif ummata keenya kan nagaan carraaqaa jiran halkanii guyyaa kan rakkataa jiran rakkoo kana keessa isaan baasi biyya keenyarraa beela fi hongee jirtu beela nam tolchee fi kan waaq tolchee yaa waaq kana jalaa nu baasi ummata keenya waldhabbii nam tolchee fi waldhabbii biraa yaa waaq san jalaas nu baasi Oromoo keenya tokko nu godhi afaan tokko godhi garaa tokko godhi yaada tokko godhi yaada bilisummaa nu yaachisi dhugaa qabnu barbaadu fi dhugaa keenyaa akka jabaannu nu qarqaari kan amma har'a walitti qabamnu kuni waa'ee dhuma keenya barachuu fi akkatti nu uumte barannaa akkatti jiraannu barannaa kan namaatii miti keenyuma siin galateeffannaa kan sirraa arganneen siin galateeffannaa kan hawwinu kadhannaa kan nuu kennu si yaa waaq waan nagaa afaan keenya kaaye waan nama dallansiisu hin ta'in waan firoonni keenya hiriyoonni keenya obboleewwan keenya nutti dallanan odoon ta'in yaa waaq waan hunduma keenyaa tokko godhu kanaan hojjaa keenya waldaa keenya akka oofnu nu godhi hunduma keenya kan wal hin beekne wal barsiisi kan wal bare wal baruma isaanii wal jaalachiisi yaa waaqarraa calqabnee irra hamma guyyaa finnuutitti nu biraan hafin barum baraanis nu biraan hafin ummata keenya kan biyya jiru kan beela'e beela isaanii keessaa baasi yaa waaq kan lolaan ganama galgala bakka qubatu dhabee olii gadi deemu yaa waaq dhugaa isaaniitii fi sumatu beekaa deebisi bakka ati qabbana godhiif dhugaa keenya nuu kenni bilisummaa keenya nuu kenni yaa waaq nagaa nuu kenni calqabnee hamma dhumnutti waldaa keenya kana ati nu wajjin hin ta'e nu oofi warra walitti qabamanii bakkanatti argaman hundumaa firoota jaalala obboleewwan akkasitti akka wal jaalannu ati nu walakkaatti argameeti nu qarqaari ulfaadhu yaa waaqa koo dhabnee sirraan dhabnuu ammaartee namaa kennitaa ati nama qabu malee nama dhabe jedhuu miti waan garaa keenya keessa jiru waan ati jaalattu hundumaa nu godhi kanuma irrattan dhaaba. Fite?
Tole maqaa Abbaa, kan Ilmaa, kan Hafuura Qulqulluu, sadan Waaqa tokkoo. Ameen. Yaa Waaqayyo Abbaa keenyaa, galanni siif haa ta'u. Kallattiidhuma jiruun sammuu namaa bilisa gootee uumtee bakka fagoollee walirraa yoo jiraanne sammuun namaa immoo isa fagoo walitti akka fidu taasistee karaa zuumii kanaan walitti nu fiddeetta. Galanni siif haa ta'u yaa Waaqayyo. Sagantaa kana kan nu qopheessani hunda nu eebbisi. Yaada irratti mari'annu kan ummata keetiif ta'u, kan biyyaaf ta'u, kan addunyaa kanaaf ta'u. Biyya ijaaru nu taasisi. Hayyoota keenya umurii isaanii nu dheeressa. Sus jirta gara fuulduraattis nu goota yaa Waaqayyo. Kanaafuu si galateeffanna. Ummata yaa Waaqi jedhee maqaa kee waammatee bulu. Amaatti dabarsiteen kennin yaa Waaqayyo. Ala waraanaa irree ta'iif, injifannoo ta'iif, ala nagaa immoo nagaasaa ta'iif Waaqayyo. Kan ijoolleen itti dhalattee burraaqxeetti guddattu, kan maanguddoon itti kabajamee jiraatu, kan maqaan kee ulfaatee ummata kana irratti jiraatu haa ta'u yaa Waaqayyo. Ati nu eegi jara ummata isaanii tissuudhaaf, waraanarraa eeguudhaaf lubbuu isaanii sanyii gaarii akka kennu nu taasisi. Lafa keenya eebbisi, qilleensa keenya eebbisi. Ummata kee eebbisi, ummata kee eebbistee baay'iste. Alagaan diin akkasumatti baay'atee jira yaa Waaqayyo. Si duwwaa qaba, si abdata. Ati adda ta'iif, ati duukaa ta'i. Ummata kee kana yaa Waaqayyo nu gargaari, nu gargaari. Waan addunyaan argaa jiru. Isa iji namaa ilaaluu hin dandeenye, isa gurri namaa dhaga'uu hin dandeenye, isatti uumte jiraatti gubachaa jiru kana seenaa kana jijjiire yaa Waaqayyo. Amma nu gidduu buqqisiiti. Ummata kee kan waan gaarummaa keetii maakkanni tokko. Ameen. Galatooma.
Baay'ee galatooma. Obbo Muhammad Baabiyyaa jirtu as keessa. Isaanis akka nu eebbisaniif ture. Inni akka melaataa yoo har'a hin dandeenye borurree isaan affeerra. Hedduu galatooma isiniin jechuu fi eebbi keessan nu haadha qabu wanna yaadnes itti nu haguutu baay'ee galatoomaa isiniin jenna.
Hello, Muhammad Ninjira.
Oh, jirtanii, okay.
Yeroo hedduu harka koo kaasee unmute ta'uu hin dandeenye. Ammaree na agarsiisanii.
Dhugaadha, wanna tan itti babbaraa jirra galatooma baga nu dhuftan.
Ayyaayee baga nagaan jiraatan. Salaamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Hundi keenyaayyuu baga rabbii asitti nagaadhaan walitti nu qabe. Osaanii jaarmaa beektotaati riisarchii gurguddaa hojjetaa kanarratti argamnee dhaggeeffachuuf chaansii isaa argachuu kootiif hedduun gammada. Ammallee rabbii waan kadhanne hundumaa nuuf dhagahu wanni obbola abbootiin kadhatan hundumti isaatu waan khayrii qabu rabbii nuuf qeebalu. Akkasumas waan research itti goonuuf wanna hojjannu hundumaahu waan firee qabu, waan biyya keenya fayyadu, waan addunyaa fayyadu, waan nama keenya fayyadu rabbi nuuf taasisu. Beekumsa faayidaa qabu rabbi isiniif kennu. Biyya keenya rabbi nagaa nuuf taasisu. Namoota miidhamaa jiran miidhaa addunyaa kana keessatti biyya keenya irratti haqa ala miidhaa namarra gahaa jiru hundumaa rabbi irraa laaffisu, rabbi irraa kaasu. Biyya keenyas rabbi nagaa nuuf godhu. Walgahii keenya kanallee walgahii eebbifamaa waan keessaa faayidaa qabu argannee kaanu rabbi nu haa taasisu. Hunduma keenyaa jaalala walii rabbi nuuf kennu. waan hanqatee rabbitti nuuf guutu rahmatika ya arhamar rahimin bihaq subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin galatooma dadhee jira.
Baay'ee galatooma isin galateeffannaa eebbi keessanis nu haa ga'u. Waaqnis nu haa dhaga'u. Wanni yaadnes nu haa guutu baay'ee itti gammadee jira. Isin nu dhuftanii nu jajjabeessuun keessanis hamilee guddaa nu kennaa baay'ee isin galateeffadhaa jechuufi. Amma gara piroograama jirutti ceenaa. In afaan Ingiliffaatiin jira. We will begin our 2022 mid-year OSA mid-year conference. In this conference, we have great programs, but the following is I'll be making a short remark why, and we chose today's this conference's theme, and we'll also have a representative from the board to speak, and then the next panelist will follow. Thank you. We have put a lot of thought into this mid-year's program in attempting to give Oromo issue an international focus, and that's why this year's mid-year conference is intentionally focused on presenting Oromo as a viable alternative and partner for democracy and peace and stability in Ethiopia. It's for this reason that we have gathered different experts, scholars, highly respected scholars to come and speak in our platform to discuss Oromo issue, to present Oromo at the international level as a viable partner. In this respect, OSA have done a tremendous job in countering the empire's propaganda from eons ago, all the false narrative that has been created, all the mischaracterization that our people in our history, in our culture have faced. OSA have been tackling these issues, and today has brought it to the world stage. OSA is now has preserved the Oromo indigenous democratic system, the Gada system, at the scholarly level, and today the global community is well aware of the Oromo people's democratic tradition. This is a monumental achievement. The next achievement that OSA have done at the grander scale with the contribution of many who have come before us, who have led us, who have dreamed of a state that is led through democracy and peace and stability. Those that have gone before us also have made today's possible. And with this tradition, OSA have engaged and will continue to engage in preserving Oromo civilization in attempting to bring the Oromo cause and to the final destination. It's with this respect that during my presidency, I would like to focus on the specifics on how pragmatic approach OSA could take to resolve or to focus on specific Oromo issues. During my stay with OSA as a leader, I will attempt to do my best to focus on the critical issue that Oromos face. At this mid-year conference, we are broaching some of the big topics, what had happened, what will happen tomorrow, or in our attempt. And the mid-year conference would focus on predominantly how Oromos would empower themselves through different means by bringing different scholars, by engaging credible and serious scholars to the stage to discuss all avenues that is possible to the Oromo people and the next generation to empower themselves and to see themselves to live under a democratic Gada system in the future. And with this respect, I would like to thank all who have helped us in organizing this conference, those who are not behind the scene, who have worked day and night, those who speakers who have accepted our invitation at short notice. We highly appreciate, given the current urgent crisis in Ethiopia. We appreciate your prompt response in joining us in attempting to bring peace and stability to the region. With that being said, we have our conference goes from today and tomorrow. We hope you'll stay with us. We have exciting and engaging discussions on variety of topics. And I would like to conclude now by bringing the board representative, this year's board representative, Bonnie Halcombe, to give a brief remark. Bonnie, if you're.
Thank you, Ebisa. Thank you very much. And thank you for your leadership this year of OSA. On behalf of Ayantu Tibeso, who is the current chair of the board of the Oromo Studies Association, I'm delighted to welcome you to the mid-year conference. Ayantu has family obligations which prevent her from joining us, but she is with us in spirit and has asked me to offer her greetings and to welcome everyone in attendance. As a longtime member, I can share that OSA was founded in 1986 and has held an annual conference every year since that time. It's not always held a mid-year, however. These began in 2007 and were intended to be a smaller scale than the annual events. Annual conferences had been set up as a managed way for the diaspora community to gather at least once a year for the purpose of encouraging knowledge production, expanding new areas of research, providing new analysis, sharing research findings and analysis with the general public. The mid-year originally was a group of scholars around a single conference table, seriously discussing some new research, discussing.
Bonnie, I'm sorry, are you able to turn your video on if you can?
I thought it was on. Do you see me? Do you see me now?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Very well. I'm sorry that you're not seeing Ayantu, but I'm standing in for her. So my description of the first mid-year is that it was around a conference table with a discussion of some in-depth research that had been done by a couple of scholars. And as it turns out, the mid-year is largely shaped by at the discretion of the president that is holding the office at that time. So some of them have been large, almost a duplicate annual conference. Some have been more political in nature. Some have been, focused on a particular theme. This year's president is committed to an agenda of building pragmatically on the knowledge that's been created through OSA over the years, determined to find ways to act on what has been revealed. So this focus includes advocacy, strategic media development, messaging, focus on the arts, engaging with international scholars and experts to push the boundaries through the course of his term in terms of engagement and using the fund that has been developed. The Oromo case, as we know, is tough for the international community to grasp because it doesn't fit the established mold. But the global conversations need to change, and there are starting to be cracks in the mold. Some may be beginning to grasp the need to rethink what's going on in the Horn and how this configuration came to be and what the implications of that are. There is progress, some headway, some breakthroughs. And as we've learned together over the years, the breakthroughs are always supported by substantive evidence, and our scholars have supported us, have supported the community in that. Arga Dageti is at the core of Oromo values. That is the search for verifiable truth, the provision of sight and sound, tangible evidence accessible to everyone, not a secret formula shared by a few or tested by the number of people who you can get to agree with you. Oromo are not into or enamored of fake news and have high expectations of the scholars who they have invested so much familial and social capital in. So OSA has served as a platform for producing and sharing the fruit of research and interpretation. So as I said, welcome to the 2022 Mid-Year Conference. Day one focuses on telling the story of Oromo and other peoples who together constitute the majority of the population in the Horn region. We celebrate the public artists and private activists who signal their creative expressions in attire, symbol, body art, and And then we end the day with a focus on strategic communication in a context of disinformation in the public discourse. Now, we this morning we had a bit of experience with those who would disrupt this process, but this is not new. Disrupting the Oromo discourse is something that's been part of the tradition that we confront. But what this morning does is put in context those who have made contributions through literature, through music, composition, and performance, and have created what we're focusing on this year, pathways to understanding the predicament of peoples that have too long been hidden from the public eye. And appreciating how artists have interpreted and communicated the conditions of Oromo and neighboring peoples in Ethiopia is an important step in uncovering the truth and finding ways to communicate that condition to the world. The strategic communication is another step, and the final panel today addresses the critical issue of confronting disinformation through strategic communication. Fortunately, a colonel in the US Army who advises another population long hidden from public view and maligned, the Kurds of the Middle East, East Asia, will be with us to engage some activists and provide observation and feedback on the Oromo dilemma of messaging on the public stage in the face of disinformation. Tomorrow, then, we'll delve deeper into the formal theme of avenues from crisis towards stability in Ethiopia and the Horn of Africa. The first panel asserts that Oromo youth rising from the rural areas of Ethiopia, from the grassroots, have already created an avenue from crisis towards stability from 2014 to 18, when its movement met the forces of reaction that have moved it to silence and demean and push the youth out of the public space, treating them as a liability rather than the asset that they are. A discussion then reveals that, after that reveals Oromo perspective and addresses what the Oromo want, from some of our most prominent voices, followed by feedback from international scholars who have large followings in the public and policy spaces. And then we're happy to say that tomorrow we close with a presentation by Susan Stigant of the U.S. Institute of Peace, who is a specialist on the issue of national dialogue, has written and summarized reports of different experiences of national dialogue across particularly Middle East and Africa, across the globe, and we will present her findings and set up a discussion which I think is going to be very specifically the most, probably the avenue from crisis to stability that has the most support in the country, among Oromo, among international policy and diplomatic community. So this is a very good, logical lineup. We thank the president for putting this together. And thank you for all of you who, through goodwill and hard work, support the platform that is the Oromo Studies Association, that continues and struggles to be relevant for bringing Oromo together with the international community and changing the international conversation. So with that, we welcome everyone and look forward to both days of presentation.
Thank you very much, Bonnie. Now we'll get ready for the next, I hope they're ready, our next panelist. I'd like Maro to step in and guide us through this maze of technology and how we can have a smooth transition here. But in the meantime, while Maro is getting ready, the next panelists, please get ready. Either raise your hand so you can be co-hosted. That way
they're already made co-hosts. So
okay.
You can introduce them and they can speak.
I can, okay. That's wonderful. Okay. So this next panel is brought together with the idea of the role of literature and the role it plays in shaping societies and bringing hidden stories complex interaction within society. In this respect, we also wanted to keep in mind the work Gada Gabrab has done, the volume of works that he has written. So to speak on this critical issue is the moderator for this one is Yeshi Tolesa, and she would introduce the panelists. And if Yeshi's ready, she could step in, introduce her discussants for this round table discussion. Yeshi, are you available?
Yeah, I'm available. I don't know if you hear me or not.
Would you like to share a screen?
I like to share the screen if somebody assists me. I have a little bit hard time on my laptop with it.
Okay.
Or I can just, I sent tomorrow sharing my slides. I don't know if
Slides.
or not.
Would it be easier to do it on your end? If you're using a laptop, there is a button on the bottom where it says share. You open up your PowerPoint, and when you hit share, you'll be able to see.
Yeah, my laptop is not capable of that. I think I
Okay.
will just if it's my slide reached here, she can do it, or I'm just gonna speak on my side.
Okay.
I did not receive it.
It's on Google Share.
Okay.
All right. Let me see. In the meantime, go ahead and introduce your panel. We'll try to get that ready for you while you do that. Okay.
Just give me 1 second. Sorry, I should open this. Then I'll go from there. I'm sorry. Okay. I don't know if you guys see me. I can't see you, but do you?
We can see you.
We
can see you.
Okay. Do you see my slide?
No.
Okay, that's fine. As far as you see me, that's fine. Okay. Akkam jirtu nagaa keessanii. Good morning, everybody. So the panel we are about to launch is redefining society through literature and the role of writers. That includes the relevance of Gada Gabrab's writing. I just want to say a few things about Gada Gabrab before we get into our main topic. Gada is an author of 13 books, a writer of many articles, including 3 novels. Those novels are Yaltamellese Babur in 1996, Yeburq Azimita in 2000, Yebishoftu Qorit in 2001. Gada is also a man with a planned project of launching books every 3 months, but unfortunately, he couldn't make it to that. So I took some quotes from the life and the works of the Tasfaye Gabrab celebration, streamed live on January 23rd, 2022. Those are a quote taken from his book. They are in Amharic. I am going to read it to you. It reads like this, but I leave the definition for the presenters to explain what those quotes are. Let me read it. እርግጥ ነው ሰው በተፈጥሮ ከሚመር እውነት ይልቅ የሚያስደስት ውሸት መስማት ይመርጣል። እኔ ብዙ ጠላት ለማፍራት የበቃሁት የሚመር እውነት ለመጻፍ በመምረጤ ነው። አንዳንድ ሰዎች አማራን የሚጠላ ይመስላቸዋል። ለመጥላት ምን ምክንያት ይኖረኛል? እንዲህ የሚያስቡ አንዱ ተንኮለኛ የጻፈውን ሳያኝኩ የዋጡ የዋድላድላንታ በጎች ናቸው። እኔ ስጽፍ በጨዋ ደንብ ከመሟገት በስተቀር ተሳድቤ እንኳን አላቅም። እኔም ቢሆን በጠባይ ደረጃ እንደ አዳ ጥቁር አፈር ገር መሆኔን ገልጫለሁ። እኔን በሐሰት በመሰዋት በአማራና በኦሮሞ ፖለቲከኞች መካከል ያለውን የፖለቲካ ሽኩቻ መፍታት ከተቻለ በደስታ አሰዋለሁ። አንድ ግልጽ ነገር ልናገር። እኔ ለኦሮሞ ህዝብ ታሪኩን ነግሬው አላቅም። የኦሮሞ ህዝብ ነው ታሪኩን የነገረኝ። These are things he was writing in his books because of the controversy about his writing. So when we talk about Gada Gabrab, Gada was recognized by Oromos in many events. To mention few of them, on OSA annual conference 2014, Gada was invited from Eritrea to come to America as a keynote speaker. In the same year, there was a Guddifecha ceremony in Washington, D.C., where Gada earned his name. The same year in Minnesota, there was a book signing ceremony, and the Gada came to Minnesota, where I am residing, and I am one of the organizers. And I'm so fortunate to have time to spend with Gada and host him to learn more about his writing and what he has done to write the book Azimita. Gada attended OSA annual conference 2017 to reconnect with his Oromo friends and the families in Washington, D.C. Gada departed early. We all saddened about that, but OSA was able to send a sympathy flower to Asmara after his passing away. So now let me introduce my presenters. I have 3 presenters on this panel. My first presenter is an Eritrean by birth and a US citizen, a graduate of Harar Military Academy and served for 4 years as an officer in Ethiopian Army. He attended Haile Selassie University and a graduate study on Afghard scholarship in USA. He is gone back home and served as a department head in different organizations. He also served as a Secretary General of Ethiopian Chamber of Commerce as his last assignment. After that, he left the country in 1980 for USA. He studied doctoral degree and started academic career and retired after teaching for 30 years. Please let us welcome Professor Bere Hapte Georgis, the first presenter. My second presenter is a well-known Oromo individual or Oromo person, a respected Oromo person of 30 years in Oromo struggle, served as an executive committee for 18 years in Oromo political organization. He is an author. He wrote several articles on Oromo causes, translated the book Azimita to Afan Oromo, and his new book soon to be published. Please welcome Abba Gada Chala. Abba Chala, sorry, Abba Chala's name is, okay, now it's on, okay. So I think Marartu, are you, it came up? I don't know what is pops it up. Okay, so my second presenter is Abba Chala Lata. The last and the third presenter is another Oromo scholar. He has got his PhD from Addis Ababa University in literature. He was a lecturer at Addis Ababa University and Ambo University. Currently, he is an assistant professor at University of Northwestern Minnesota. He was an instrumental for the formation of Gada Council in 2014 and the inscription of Gada Intangible Human Heritage by UNESCO in 2016. His research interests range from social identity, indigenous studies, nationalism, literature, and film studies. His background led him to discuss literature and the role of writers in defining societies, including Gada Gabrab's contribution. Please welcome Dr. Tafari Nuguse. So I think you're launching for me. So those are my 3 presenters. I am a little bit interrupted with with this slide. So Professor Bare is the first presenter, and then Abba Chala Leta is the second, and Dr. Tafari is the third. But my presenters can discuss, share, or they can take turn and they come back to discussion. And at the end, we are going to have a question and answer time. Thank you. I leave the podium for Professor Bare.
Before Professor Bare starts, I would like to ask all the panelists, please, as you enter, turn your camera on. So, because this is being broadcasted on the media as well, we would love to see you all on one platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for the honor to do a little presentation on my part, this honorable group of people. My connection with the Oromo people in general goes back to my days in Harar when I was a student there. And we used to go out everywhere around Harar, starting from Garamulata to Bisidimo and all those places. And the people we meet there, the peasants, were our friends. They will give us water when you're running out of water and everything. And we used to pick up a few words here and there in Oromo. So that was my first exposure to the Oromo people, the niceties of the Oromo people. And it continues up to now. But the reason why I decided to translate Sfaiga Ab's book into English was that it goes beyond this. When I was an officer after graduation from the Harar Military Academy, I was assigned in the Imperial Bodyguard Division at that time. And the ballet movement, we used to call it the ballet movement. We never knew there was an organization called the OLF at that time, but the ballet movement led by Wako Gotos around 1965. And my unit was transferred to Negele, and from Negele to Guinea. From there, all over Ballet, fighting against the OLF. And during this period, I came to understand a little bit about the demands or the issues involved in the fight. I used to read intelligence reports coming from the Ministry of Interior and the Army Intelligence, and I got a little exposure. So I was educated a little bit in a way, which is unusual, to many people at that time because of my access to this information. But what changed my life completely was what happened in a little village, not village, a little town called Jarrah, about 30-some kilometers north of Guinea. We got word that, there was an attack on that village, on that town, and we had to send reinforcements. So I was the operations officer of my unit, and my commander, a colonel, we went with the unit, with the company, went there, and what we saw was shocking. We were driving in this little town, and it was evening, it was nighttime. There were dead bodies all over. In the morning, it was worse. We went to some places, there were houses where children were killed with grenades, women, elderly. I saw an attendant of the mosque killed inside the mosque premise with Quran books, shredded all over. We didn't know where we were or what was happening. All in all, about a little over 30 people, if I recollect correctly, more than 30 people were killed. Many homes were destroyed. And the reason was that somebody reported to the police that there were shiftas from outside in that village. And they went to a store where these people were supposed to have gone in, and they wanted to take these people out, and the people were not there. As a result of that, some kind of scuffle started, and the whole massacre. That was the only incident, that triggered the whole thing. And in the end, when we went back anyway, we sent our report to Addis Ababa because our intelligence officer in my unit was himself an Oromo. And so we sent a very good report. And my commander was an Eritrean. But everybody, what I like to say is, in that unit, there was no difference between any ethnicities and ethnic groups. We were just one military unit. We were not involved in this whole affair. It was not done by the army in that area. But the reason it happened was because the people there are so divided. And the movement has scared, the local people there and turned them against each other. So when we went back, I took that as I was totally discouraged. I couldn't function. So I asked a friend, a graduate from my course, together, there were two of us in that unit. And he tells me, you go back and get transferred to Addis and then I'll follow. He had, relatives in high positions. And he said, he wouldn't leave me there because I don't have a relative, but he wanted me to go ahead. And I went ahead and went to Addis. And then by some sheer luck, I got medical discharge because the doctor over there helped me. He saw my situation. And he sympathized with me and he allowed me to get out of the army through medical discharge. We were all at that time in the army. We were all drafted into the army to go to the military academy because there were no students, to fill the vacancies there, the demand of the academy. The emperor allowed the academy to take any graduate, top notch, they take off the top. Medically, they were fit, they would put them in the army. And that's how we were selected. But this way, at the cost of so many poor Oromo people, my life changed. So that's why it's very important to me. It's part of my history. I have told this story in a meeting of the OLF in Afabad, I think it was 2017. I attended that meeting and I told them that story. I tell it again and again and again. So when the book by Tesfaye Gabrab came, it was a heaven-sent opportunity for me. I saw the same story being repeated, in some form. And part of the story also takes place in Eritrea. And that also made me pay attention to the need for this book to be read by Eritreans. And most of the Eritreans that I know, the young generation especially, don't speak Amharic, don't read Amharic. So I said, why don't I translate this into English? So these people can read it. And at the same time, the rest of the world can also read it. So I translated it into English. But before we could have it printed, Tesfaye passed away, and we're going to have it printed now. So that's the story of the book and my interest in having it translated into English. The other point I like to address is why authorities, or not authorities, but why people see books in from different angles and interpret them to have different impacts. Some of them like them, some of them detest them. And it happens that if they are political books, if the story is political, if it involves some people, some segments of the population, then people may be divided on the issues that are presented in the book. If the story supports or glorifies the people, then the certain group of people, then this group of people are going to uphold it and they're going to use it as a symbol of their bravery, glory, nobility, and what have you, all the good things in life. If it is negative in connotation or in the way it presents a certain group of people, then those groups of people are going to oppose it. This is exactly what has been happening in Ethiopia. But is this due to culture or government policy? Both. Government policy, governments usually want the media to support them. They want to have a good image. They want to create myths. And Ethiopia Unfortunately, the old history, the old part, is full of myths, starting from the Queen of Sheba and many other stories we hear of. And people who write glorifying, the king, the emperor, the church, and everybody are actually awarded. They are given material rewards. They are given positions in government, and wherever they stand, if it's in the church, they will be given hierarchical positions in the church. And if they oppose, if what they wrote was negative, then they will pay for it. You remember the story of Tedros condemning certain Asmari to be beaten to death for having said, Shibret Kahala Shibret Kafitu Hensa Kaimote Kusashachanatu. And when Tedros asked this guy why he made those statements, then the Asmari said humbly, Wadaja Yamalalu Las Rasiat Shumeli Gabal Asmari Kalata. And then Tedros ordered that he be beaten to death. That was how he was executed, according to what we have read, for simply having said those words. And we have seen also recently during the Derg era how Baalu Germa was killed for writing the book Oromo on the war in Eritrea, fictionalized story. Nevertheless, it cost him his life. Because in that story, the intelligence people somehow concocted the idea that he was promoting defeatism in the society, and they had him killed. So it's a combination of the government not only not tolerating, but also going to the extent of killing people, eliminating people, imprisoning people. And the people that want to curry favor with the government, they will use it. They will use it by saying favorable things to the government and then promoting whatever. Even they could promote even the devil to look like an angel, and they will get rewards for it, material rewards, position, and so on and so forth. So Tesfaye Gebrab, his books in general, in my opinion, express the situations realistically. In some cases, I'm amazed at how realistic the stories are. When he explains, for example, the way people travel or react to certain situations, and if you look at the facts of the history of it, then you will see some similarity with the reality. It's not fiction anymore. Sometimes I wonder how he gets all the information that he gets in his books. I read all his books, but unfortunately I could translate only one. And thank you very much for giving this opportunity. I could have gone on talking about Tesfaye and his books and his achievements, but for the sake of brevity, I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Beret. It's really nice to have you on this panel because you have a rich knowledge about what was happened then and what's happening right now. So we thank you so much, and we will proceed with our next presenter, Abba Jalalata. I mixed this name earlier. I apologize about that. Abba Jala is on mute. Okay, now he's unmuted.
warri osaa kun hojii seenaa qabu hojjetaa jirtu baay'ee isiniin duwwanna har'a guyyaa har'aa kana baay'ee Tesfaayee Gebrab waanan isaa wajjin hojii isaa irratti waan tokko akkan jedhuu fi karaanaa akkamii kan ulfaataas nan jedhe. Tesfaayee wajjin bara 2000 fi jaha wal argine. Isa dura kitaaba isaa waan dubbisee kaa qabuu fi waan lama natti dhagahame gaafan kitaaba isaa kana dubbisu. Kan duraa ittiin hinaaf, kan lammataa ittiin dhaare. Gaafa wal arginee jennuuni tasfaayetti yaada kana lamaanii baay'ee dhaare. Akkamitti kitaaba kana barreessite jedhanii. Gaafa kaan immoo baay'een sitti hinaafeen jedheen. Maalii jedhee na gaafate waan sana. Kitaabi kuni waan Oromoon keessa jiru, waan Oromoon ta'e walitti qabe bifa barreeffamaatiin bifa fakkeenya laga tokkootiin baay'ee imagination guddaa kan of keessaa qabu. Ani dhaaba adda bilisummaa Oromoo keessatti barbaadaa fi hojii siyaasaatiin hojjetaa ture. Dabballoota leenjisaa ittiin dhimma baha fakkeenyota akkasitti. Maal inni Oromoon ummata guddaa ta'e akkamittitu ummata xiqqaan miidhama kan jedhu bifa akkamiitiin ibsaa turre yeroo jalqabaa. Akkamitti qurxummii guddaa qurxummiin xiqqoon liqimsuu yaaltii kan jedhu haasofu. Akkasiin barsiisuu yaala. Qurxummii guddaadhatu qurxummii xiqqaa liqimsuu. Ummata jabaa guddaa ummata waggaa 100 tun guutiin lafa isaa kunnoo daangaa Keeniyaarraa kaasee hamma Raayyaatti hamma Gondar jalatti deemee ummata dachee sochoose ture Oromoo jaarraa 16ffaa. Bara inni akkas socho'aa ture sana warri Amaaraa sodaachuu irraati sodaa isaa irraati kan ka'e waan jedhaa turantu ture. Mee fakkeenyuma isinii himu. Naannoo Manzi keessatti warra kanatu mana ijaarratu walii bahanii. Kana booddee lallabanii isa tokkoon baallaa aamxaa jedhanii itti dhaamu. Yeroo kana maal dhaga'u warri kaan gaallaa maxxaa itti geeddaru. Amma sadarkaa sanaatti baqannaatti seenan jechuudha. Kana biraa dubartittiitu ashaaroo akooftii ashaaroo abiddarra keessee waa fudhachuudhaaf baate mana. Isheen ollaa dhuftee yeroo ol seentu mana seentu wanni ishee kun gubataa jirti. Ashaaroo arrere jirti. Gaallaa warrereetti jedhaniitu baqatanii jirti. Kun waan seenaatti galmaa'ee jiru. Ummata guddaa akkasiitu cabee jechuudha. Ummata guddaa akkasitti cabe kanatu ummata akkas sodaatamaa ture. Masfin Waldamaariyaam this human flood jedhe yeroo waa'ee Oromoo ibsu. Human flood humna isaa ibsuu isaatiif innillee jaarmaan qabutti barbaadeeti. Ummata guddaa akkasiitu cabe. Ummata kanatu tasfaa jarra'aa bifa laga tokkootiin ibsa jechuudha. Laga guddaa tokkotti ture jedhe. Mee waan manni barreesse irraan isinii dubbisa. Afaan Oromootti akkamittiin akka hin dubbisne isinii dhufa. Laga burqaa jedhamutu jira jedheetu. Lagni kun dur bara abbootii keenya burqaa jedhamee beekama ture. ta'umsi isaas dacheedhuma lalistuu labbaa ganda burqaa tanarraati yeroo ta'u lafa Oromoo bishaan obaasaa deema. Lagni burqaa daangaa lafa Oromoo hundumaarra naanna'aa ture. Burqaan humna guddaa daatu bishaanaa isaa baay'ee qulqulluu. Dur Oromoonni laga kana bishaan waraabanii dhuguu turani, nyaatatti bilcheeffatu turani, uffata isaaniitti miiccatu. Yeroo dhukkubsatan illee laga kanarraati yoo unatan ni fayyu ture. Burqaan daangaa biyya Oromoo naanna'ee yeroo yaa'u dhugaatii bu'aa dhagaatti bu'ee sagalee dhageessisaa akka ture onnee laphee namaa raasa. Yoo sodaa malee hallayyaatti utaatu qeerroo Oromoo jagnummaa barsiisa. Diinota Oromoo immoo mogolee sodaa itti naqabe. Lagni burqaa lafa diriiraarra yeroo yaa'u ijoolleetu borca'e. Burqaa mee oduu durii nuu himi ittiin jennu. Akka kanaan waa'ee hallayyaarra utaalu, waa'ee lafa diriiraarra yaa'u, waa'ee bosonaaf sulula keessaa kutee darbee waa'ee Oromoo ganda fagoo keessa jiraatanii isaan odeessani. Nafyaan lafa qabee Oromoo durii humnaan erga fudhate baay'ee kanaare lagni burqaa akka jawwee marame qaama isaa hunda dachaafatee lafa jala dhokate. Oromoon bilisummaa isaatiif qabsa'anii ulfina isaanii yoo bitaten hallayyaa seena keessaa hin bahu. Na hin argitan jedhee gadameessa keessa of ruuqee namooti bishaan isaa yoo dhugani summii itti ta'e balaa mar'umaanii itti ta'e kanarraa kan ta'e bishaan seexanaati jedhan. Waaqoo abbaa duulaa garuu bishaan gabrummaa Oromootti qaana'ee dhokateedha jedha. Kun immigireeshinii guddaadha yoo laaltaneeti. Waan miidhamee Oromoon qabee naftanyaan qabamee fi battee jala galee hin dhokate. Gabrummaa uummati guddaan attamititu gabrummaadhatu bishaan kun lafa jala seenee. Imaajineeshinii guddaa kanan baay'ee itti hinaafee. Ati siin turre kan kana barreessuu irratti beekte. Naaffaan kun maaliif barreessee kun? Inni miti Oromootu barreessuu irratti ture. Nama Oromoo barreessuu irratti ture malee wanti kana bartee baay'ee si jaalladhee baay'ee sitti gammade garuu si miti kan kana barreessuu. Lammata immoo kanan sitti aare as keessatti ijoollee lama wanni godhee taa'a. Taatota beekamu. Aannolee fi hawwanii kana fuudheeti ijoollee kana lamaan tokko hojjettuu wayyaanee godhee hawwanii aannolee immoo kan shaabiyaan. Oromoon ofiisiin ergamu namaaf ergama jechuu isaatti fudheetani attamti kana gootee. Oromootu kana barreesse ta'e akkasuma jedhee haa ta'u malee wal hubanne imaajineeshinii isaatu guddaadha. Ilaa mee bakka tokko ni sirrii dubbisu. Jaarolii sadantuu aannolee dhaqanii waamuu dhaqaniiti. Jaarolii sadan keessaa tokkotu aannolee wajjin haasa'a. Ilma koo jedha aannoleedhaan. Oo abbaa koo samii sana ni ergitaa isa kam jedhee foddaa makiinaadhaan ala ilaala. Haga Gibaaraatti kan diriiree jiru Gibaara jechuun lafa samiinii fi lafti wal tuqe fakkaatu. Eeyyee abbaa koo jedha. lafa isaa miti bantii waaqaa lafichaa iyyuu kan Oromooti jedhu. Kana ilaala. Hammam lafti Oromoo guddaa ta'e. Kana waa'ee Tasfaayee waan baay'ee jechuu nan danda'a. Dhugaadha nama alagaa ta'e kanuu Eertiraa ta'ee waa'ee Oromoo akkasitti hubatee barreessuu isaa baay'ee onnee koo keessas jireenya. Kanarraa kan ka'e kitaabni kun afaan Oromootti hiikamu nama Oromoo bira gahuu qaba jedhee kan jalqabe. Bara 2013 jalqabee hiikeen akka keessumni kiyyaa wanni itti geeddarame Ameerikaatti geeddarame jireenya Ameerikaanaa geessuu didee boqonnaa 4 irraa kaasee immoo hiriyaa kiyyaa waliin kan ittiin qajeelaa wajjin gargaarree kitaaba kana xumurre jechuudha. Kitaabni kun har'a bahee jira. Dhalooti waan Oromoo kanarraa baruu danda'a. Keenya inni ittiin barsiise kanatu ulfaataadha. Eegasiis yeroo baay'ee Tasfaayee wajjin wal argina. Waan inni jedhee ibsu tokko Oromoodha jedhee ibsu ibsu. Oromoon uummata qulqulluudha. Uummata nama yoo dhahee uleedhaan mataa dhahee mul'isee yeroo galullee ulee isaa isa dhiigitti jiru irraa dhiqee hin dhessineedha jedha. Akkuma jirutti dhaqee ol kaa'aa yoo qabuu dhaqanii ulee masalatti argii ragaa kan biraan barbaadu. Warri Amaaraa immoo uummata dhoksaadhaan waan qaban illee dhoksaniidha jedha. Yoo ammati warra Amaaraatiin sima maannamu ittiin jette maa inni jedha malee maqaa isaa sitti himu. Oromoon garuu maqaan kee eenyu yoo jetteen yeroo masalatti maqaan koo badhaasaadha Tolasaadha. Uummata banaa uummata qulqulluudha jedha. Tasfaayee yeroo maleedha. Yeroota gurguddaa uummatii Oromoo qabsoon Oromoo horate keessaa lama Eertiraa lamaan isaanii. Oromoo leggese. Hojjetan bara OLF gad dhaabbatu waa'ee gadaa barreessanii baasuun isaanii ilaalchaa fi gara viizinii warra OLF gadi dhaabu. Adeemsa waan guddaa hojjetanii Tasfaayee Gabraa immoo bifa kanaan Oromoo bifa kana ibsuudhaaf seenaa guddaa qaba. Bara baraan yaadatama. Gadaan bakka yeroodha haala maloonni duraati godaane seenaan isaa garuu nu wajjin jiraata. Fayyaa taa'aa ulfaataa kan nuti
Galatoma Abba Chala. So I don't want to distort the information Abba Chala shared in Oromo by interpreting into English, but generally the discussion was focused on the translation of Burqa into Oromo language, and it contained how Abba Chala and the Tasfaye met in 2006, and they discussed, and there was a 2-point Abba Chala presented to Tasfaye. Tasfaye also put on one of his book review on his book what Abba Chala just presented today. So Abba Chala admired or a kind of nicely jealous how Tasfaye deeply knows the Oromo problem. More than that, he found a way to use a river which was nourishing Oromo land is getting mad or protested, gone deep down. That is a, oh, what happened?
It's me, sorry.
Okay, you will continue. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, so I just want to summarize for those not heard. So it's about that. So there is 2 points that Tesfaye was so smart, and Tesfaye known and wrote this book totally about Oromo, which should have written by Oromo. The second one is the character in there, Anole Wako. Tesfaye talked about this, and if you guys go back to OSA 2014 and watch Tesfaye's keynote speaker video on YouTube, you would laugh. All the attendee was laughing. So he said he squeezed. He created Anole from Galasa Dilbo and the Lench Olata. So what Abba Chala was upset is he used the 2 characters, Haweni, who was serving the TPLF, and Anole, who was served the Shabia, whatever, government or whatever. So Anole was created from Obolench Olata and Obogalasa Dilbo. So he put them on Shabia side. Haweni is totally one person who is Marara Gudina. Today he's not at that point. Professor Marara, he is the one who worked with Ethiopian government. So that is what's mentioned in Abba Chala's discussion. So now I give time, or I pass it to Dr. Tafari. Dr. Tafari is not only focusing on Tesfaye Gabraab or Gada Gabraab, but generally he's going to discuss with us about how the literature is defining a society. I was not able to present or to tell the audience all background of all those 3 presenters, and I asked Dr. Tafari to share whatever I have not included in your biography. I presented to the audience, and please take the podium. I will let you have it, and I mute myself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Adeyashi. Akkam jirtu nagaa keessanii? All right. All right. Okay. Thank you. Really, it is very interesting to listen to different views from Oromo, from Eritrean about Tesfaye Gabraab, and I'm really very impressed. And I promise, especially, I would like to use the English version of Yeburka Zimeta in my world literature, because when we teach world literature, African literature, we don't actually have narratives, stories about Oromo, about other people, but we have many books in different part of the different part of Africa, but still we have a problem with Horn of Africa. Okay, my presentation is about a burden of divided self, double consciousness, and otherness in selected Oromo novels. And apologize me, this paper I presented this paper at University of California, Los Angeles back in 2018. And so I am just presenting it here again. So here, what I would like to talk about is I want to introduce to you the development of Oromo literature, and then I am going to speak about 3 writers, Balu Girma, Tesfaye Gabraab, and Isaias Ordofa, from double consciousness point of view, how they dealt with double consciousness, or what double consciousness looks like in their work. To introduce Oromo literature.
Dr. Tafari, would you put your PowerPoint in presentation mode, please?
How can I do that?
Slideshow up at the top.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay, let me try.
Yeah, you were almost there. Right there. Yep. And then play from start. Thank
All
you.
right. Okay. So I believe that as far as I have done research on this area, Oromo literature is started by writing Arabic, because I believe that literature is actually it's a writing system, writing something in your area. And the Oromo first studied Arabic and then start to write Arabic, and they start to write Arabic not today, but long ago, like 800 years ago. And the Oromo wrote, for example, the person called Ali Umar wrote Nazuhat al-Asirir and Nasibu as Shiri, but we don't find this book because they are already lost. But Ali Omar wrote another interesting book called this is the one he wrote, and he wrote this book in 13th century, and the name of the book is called Rabbi al-Qulub. And you can find this book in print now, and you can find the handwritten or the one copied from the other version in Harar. Maybe that book is like 300 years ago, written 300 years ago. And so again, there was translation or copying from other part of the world into Oromo, or sometimes just reproduction. For example, Sheikh Muhammad Ali, he got a book from Egypt. No, this is from Saudi Arabia. Bafadil is he copied it, and Sheikh Muhammad Jamal al-Din, again, he is very famous. We consider this man as one of the Oromo literary pillar, like Onosmos Nasib, and he is from Raya. He wrote more than 15 books, and his writing is actually in 19th century, early 19th century, between 1820 to 1817. So saying this, let me go, but look at this book. This is really written in 40 or 30th century, and it is considered to be the first Oromo written, the first Oromo or the first Oromo literature. Then let me talk a little bit about Catholic literature, because most of us do not know what the Catholic did to Oromo literature. In Oromo literature, the Catholic also played a great role. As you remember, or maybe read, the Catholic had a missionary in western part of Oromia, nowadays Horoguduru, and Abba Masaya, a person called Abba Masaya, he established a school in Kombolcha, in Horoguduru, Kombolcha, in 1852. And then the Oromo were happy, and the Oromo started to go to school, and then he didn't have teachers. And so he said, okay, if they are interested in education, then let me go back to France, and then maybe educated some Oromo there, and make them teachers, and then bring them back. And so he went to French, and in 1866, he established the Afan Oromo Academy, the Marseille Afan Oromo Academy, and he started to educate like 13 Oromos. And in his college, he had like 13 Oromos. And so he was educating them, but he also, as I told you, he established the Afan Oromo Language Academy, but the climate was not good. The students were not healthy, and many of them died because of they didn't adapt to the environment. And then he said, okay, if this is the problem, then let me take them back. Let me take them back to Oromia, and let me establish a school, a college, and a church in Oromia, and take them. And then with his 6 student, he came back to Oromia and he established the first school and church and a college in Finfinne in 1869, I think. Yeah, 1869, he established. And just die to us, they said, she saw a new flower and then she said Addis Ababa. That's false. She saw his flower. He trimmed them well, and he had a farm, and he had a school, he had a church, and with Joseph Galan, they made it. With Joseph Galan, they established a village called Finfinne. And so it is not Aitu, but the Abba Masaya and Joseph Galan established Finfinne together. Anyhow, this is their contribution. And they wrote many books, and they translated also many books, and they contributed much to the development of Oromo literature. When we come to the Protestant, again, the Protestant missionary contributed much. I think you know this well. You know Nosmos Nasib, you know Aster Ganno, and again, maybe if you don't know Christian Rufo is the first Afan Oromo Bible translator. Actually, he was not the first. Cramp translated into Oromo language. By the way, here, what I'm sorry, what I forget to tell you is Afan Oromo is written in Kobe in 1682, not in 1991. Kobe is not new to Oromo. The first pieces of Oromo literature we find in Latin is in 1682 by Ludwig Hugo, and it was glossary. Of course, it's a kind of dictionary in 6 language, and one is Oromo. And so after that, again, we do have some works by Cramp in 1814, 42. And finally, Christian Rufo and Cramp translated the Bible, the first New Testament in 1876. And again, this book was, because they didn't like the Latin script, they said it should be written in Sabian language, and so they influenced them. And finally, the Bible by Christian Rufo was again written in Sabian or Giz alphabet. Otherwise, the first book appeared in Latin. Again, the Oromo slaves contributed much. You know this. Probably if you know, Ganameya is the pointer in this sense, because she wrote the Oromo Girl, a book called The Oromo Girl, and she introduced Oromo to the European, and her book was translated into 13 languages. And so really that was successful. And with Onosmos, I don't want to talk much about Onosmos, because I believe that everybody know he wrote more than 7 books. Astergano is again a great writer. Then let me go to 1990 to 1991. The Oromo language, the Oromo was under oppression. Oromo was under the imperial rule, maybe we could say under colony, and because of that, we can say there was no development at all. Before 1900, the Oromo had, or in Oromo literature, we could find like 100 books, but from 1990 to 1991, we find like more than like 20 books. You know, you can compare. Before 19th century, we have 100 books, but between 1900 to 1991, we don't have much books because it is forbidden to write in Oromo language. And after that, to the present, we have now plenty works. Of course, it is not enough, but now the average data show us that every week one Oromo book is published. And so now is developing. And saying this, let me go to my topic. The burden of divided self, what is double consciousness, what I am going to talk about. I'm sorry, just give me, let me read you what this double consciousness mean. Oh. Well, okay, let me talk. I want to read you, but I couldn't write. Okay, here. So what I'm talking about is double consciousness is not new theory. Double consciousness is a theory stated the internal conflict experienced by subordinated groups in an oppressed society. It was developed by Du Bois, H.E.B. Du Bois, with reference to African American experience in a famous work, in his famous work, The Soul of Black Folks in 1903. The concept originally referred to the psychological challenge of always looking at oneself through the eyes of others, mean racist white society and the measuring oneself by the means of others. They invented for themselves as well as separate others. Okay, saying this, let me go to what double consciousness mean in Oromo, in terms of Oromo literature.
Okay, Dr. Tafari, we
Yes.
have to finalize. I think you are given a very good amount of time. We need the rest of time for question and answer. So I beg you to just shorten and finalize your point.
Yeah, all right. I am just adding to that. Okay, so one of the concept of Oromo double consciousness in relation to Oromo is first, when we look at Ethiopian literature or Amharic literature, they have this bias called invisible majority. They can't see the Oromo there. You don't find the Oromo literature or in the Oromo in their literature, the Oromo in cinema, the Oromo in media, the Oromo even in history. You don't find that. And so the Oromo is invisible majority. It's majority, but they are blind to this majority. And what Baalu Girma, Tasfai Gabrab, and Isaiah Sordofa did is making this invisible majority visible, making the Oromo just to the writing about Oromo, telling the story about Oromo, whatever it is, telling the Oromo story, sometimes from Oromo point of view. Let's say for Balu Germa, I can't say it is from Oromo point of view, but at least there is visibility, a little bit. The character itself, the name of the character itself, it appears there and it shows us. But when we come to Tasfai Gabrab, he used Oromo names. Hawani, it's Oromo. Anole, it's Oromo. It is telling us about Oromo geography, Oromo history, Oromo story. And so they were fighting against this assumption of erasing the Oromo from all literary sun and media and the film sun. So because of this, they become actually homeless, but that's okay. I will talk about homelessness another time. The other is double identity. they were dealing with this double identity. So what I call double identity is inability to decide on who we are. Still, we are haunted with this idea. For example, am I Ethiopian? Am I Oromo? Do they agree? Because they are, in conflict. Du Bois said that the African American have this experience because the African American has different source, different root, different history, different idea. And so the same is true with Oromo. The Oromo, we have different root, different idea. For example, even if we look at the government or style of government, we prefer the democratic Geda system, while the northern part of Ethiopia prefer or cherish the kingship, the monarchical ship. So how we really reconcile this? How it is a battle every Oromo is facing now, I guess. And so they clearly show this. They clearly show the Eritrean problem, this double consciousness in case of Balu Girma in Oromia, in Oromai, for example, if you look at Fiametta, her love with a guy, and again her, she looks like Ethiopian. At the same time, she don't want to miss her Eritrean identity. And again, the battle with Haweni. Haweni want to be faithful. Anule is her lover, and she want to be a good Oromo. Even sometimes she cried, but she couldn't. And finally, she defected, and she became Oilem, who is an embodiment of actually true Oromo identity. And so double consciousness is really, double identity is common everywhere in this work. Whether you look at Yomilata again, you could find this in Yomilata. All the characters exhibit this. By the way, Yomilata in the Yeburkazim Mita, if you look at it from intertextual point of view, almost they talk about the same thing. Even if, the symbolism like using river and mountain and something is different, you don't find that in Yomilata. Otherwise, it tells you the same story. And let me say the last one and finish this. Looking oneself through the eyes of others. Again, this is common even in our life. You are, especially the old generation, you are measured by how much or how much beautiful Amharic you speak. If you speak good Amharic, then you are a good citizen, a good Ethiopian. You have to measure yourself in the eyes of the Amhara. Your citizenship, your being, Ethiopian is always related to how far or how much you really exhibit the Amhara identity. You speak a good Amharic, you have Amhara name, you have maybe you should be Orthodox, and again, you have to celebrate their holidays and so on. And so you have to see yourself in the eyes of others all the time. And so if you are below that, then you are not a good citizen. You are not even an Ethiopian. Okay? And so that is, they clearly show this in their books. For example, let me say Burkazim Meta. In Burkazim Meta, when he joined the rebel group TPLF she made Walaita young woman to present a flower to a district administrator. Doing this, she did not know that men are not equal. The administrator considered this as an insult. Before that, she measured herself through the eyes, the ability of speaking good Amharic, which is considered as modernity, measure of intelligence, and so on. She outsmarted them, but that is not enough. since she is Oromo and the young girl is Walaita, they are not equal to the district administrator. In many places, Hawani argue about expectation and measuring oneself by others set a standard. According to the conflict between TPLF and Oromo, the Oromo cannot and should not expect to meet the TPLF standard. She tried to speak good Amharic, absorb the Northern Christian culture, but not good enough to be considered as good loyal citizen. Thus, she revolted against the region, but only replaced with another dictator. She was telling her colleague, for example, for we speak good Amharic, for we become ministers, for we become rich, and lead happy life. Our people is free. Let me quote one in the finish here. Here, let me show you from Burka Zimita and Anule how Awani is depicted. Let me read it in Amharic. አጼ ምኒልክ ያ ነገር ሲያቀኑት ከኦሮሞዎች ጋር ከፍተኛ ውጊያ ያካሄዱት በዚህ አካባቢ መሆኑ ይነገራል። አሁን ድረስ የቡርቃዎች ልብ አልገበረም፣ መሳሪያም አላወረዱም። የቀበሌ አስተዳደር መዋቅር ተሞክሮ አሳፈረኝ ብሎ በራሳቸው ባህላዊ ስርዓት መተዳደር ላይ ያሉ ኦሮሞዎች ናቸው። Okay, the same is true in Yomilata. You can have this in Yomilata. Fikr was measuring herself with her stepmother and the father. In the beginning, she felt good and happy. She doesn't feel any oppression or even criticized her lover for her lover is Sandaba for his oppression to Ethiopian government. For his opposition to Ethiopian government. When she discovered that her Oromoness, that was U-turn in her life. Let me stop it here. Thank you so much for listening, and I hope I will answer questions.
Thank you, Dr. Tafari. So all the presenters presented. I like to thank all of you. We've learned a lot. But before I give the chance to the audience, if the presenter has something to ask each other or to discuss with each other, I'll give you 1 or 2 minutes. If that's not the case, then we have to move on to take question from the audience, and I hope they will assist us doing that.
Thank you. I don't know who's in line. If somebody else want to ask a question.
Yeah, I will take it.
Somebody else.
If anyone has a question to ask, you can raise your hand.
In the meantime, could I raise my hand?
Sure.
Thank you, Allah. Thank you all. I mean, this is a very fascinating to me. I'd like to thank all the presenters. Because of time, I would have liked to ask all of the presenters a question, but let me direct this to Obo Tafari's presentation on his double consciousness theory or approach. Does this double consciousness explain the current political confusion in Ethiopia, the lack of vision, the lack of uncertainty in their ability to assert their identity, and the fact that this leadership is causing problem? Do you tie this to double consciousness approach? Because you can see it in the decision making and the direction the country is going. There's no clear vision. Would this be tied to that fundamental philosophy that you have raised? Thank you.
Can I answer, Adeshi?
Yeah, I think let's get answer for this one and see if more questions. You can proceed.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ebbisa. There is a proverb in Oromo, Muchabo Utau Jabin Milar Avatere. That is what I want to say. And yeah, exactly true. Let me answer this question from Yeburkazim Meta. In Yeburkazim Meta, you know these two, you know two characters, Adole and Hawani, but Hawan in one place, Hawani and Salamon Gidada. Is it Salamon Gidada? I think, yeah, his name is Salamon. They were arguing. And while they were arguing, then she said to him, if you are really a good Oromo, why do you tell me that your grandmother is Amara? Okay? Yeah, that's their question. And if Abi is Oromo, why he care to tell us his mother is Amara? Why really in the beginning, even in his commitment, when he, he became a prime minister and when on the inauguration, this is really show you inability to decide and the inability to say that you are really Amhara or Oromo. He is always, you can see from the politics now, you can see always, sometimes when he is with Oromo, then he say that I am Oromo, I am nationalist, I am blah blah. When he go there again, he says I am not Oromo, against Oromo, I am with you. Yeah, that's true, and that's very common, and it is a major problem. It's a major problem unless we solve it. How we solve it? Making like Tasfaiga Brab, like Balu Girma to some extent, and other Oromo writers, making the majority visible, making the majority. For example, nowadays, holiday, if you take holiday, how many Ethiopian media reported about the Recha? We have only one holiday, that's a Recha, but they don't report it. If they really report it, if it become really national holiday, then yeah, we can solve this problem because we become visible. We become really present there. We don't fear erasure. Here in African American, for example, when we celebrate a month, a Black or Black History Month, that's how you fight this invisibility. They are minority, the Black are minority here. Of course, they have this visibility problem, but they are tackling with it. They are celebrating Martin Luther King Day. But what if we celebrate Gada Day in Ethiopia? You can fight in this way. So, yes, it is a major problem.
Thank you so much. That's beautifully said.
Okay. If there is any more question, we're open for it.
Yeah, I'm trying to raise my hand, but I don't see myself on the screen.
From Professor Makuria. Professor Makuria is from far away from Europe. Baga nu giddu jiraatanii dubbadhaa gaafadhaa. We see you.
You see me. Okay, I don't see myself. I want to make comment on what is raised in this panel. It's a very interesting panel. Thank you very much for, I thank the presenters. The issues they raised are issues which we have not dealt with yet. It's good that people are now raising the issue in some way. The issue is, let me put it like this. Dr. Barhe talked about misinformation. It is disinformation which is totally the core. It is a core of the Ethiopianist narrative. Disinformation about the Oromo, starting in history, hiding the existence of Oromo, visibility,
When they make you invisible, you don't exist. And that is what they have done for a long time in literature, in religion, in many ways. That is why the Westerners do not know about the Oromo. Recently, I think his name is Dr. Or Professor Mohammed Ismaili, who lives in Belgium and back at home and talking, is present on the media. He was in fact a diplomat before. So he had so many African diplomats as friends who work in Addis Ababa, in Finfinne. When the Oromo youth revolted in 2014, he met some friends, he knew these diplomats, and they didn't know who these Oromos are. They have been in Finfinne for a long time, but they have not heard about the Oromos. That is how the Oromo have been concealed, made non-existent. Let me put a few things in here. You know, the political activists, the politicians, the scholars, Amharic-speaking scholars particularly, they tell us that we got the name Oromo from the Germans. The Germans gave us. They are talking about, you know, the German missionaries. They tell us that the TPLF created OLF. They tell us that Oromo history doesn't exist. The Oromo do not have any history or a country to struggle for. That is how this misinformation, disinformation, and making the Oromo invisible has been, at work for such a long time. Still, we have very difficult, and we have problems to come out and make us visible. So this is where we have to work. I think OSA has done a lot, but the Amara scholars, Ethiopian scholars, do not know even the existence of all this literature we have produced, or they lie that they just don't know about it. They lie, they will hide, they will conceal it. So this is where we have to somehow come in and try to make ourselves visible. Sorry, I've taken much time, but this is an interesting panel, and it has brought out something we have to deal with, from now on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Makuya. Any more question? I think our time is already up. If there is no more question, maybe we can conclude. But I like to ask the host to give access to some people I invited to attend, and they were specifically one person was removed, and when she tried to enter, you are unable to rejoin this meeting because you were previously removed by the host. So her name is Masai. My daughter was she was in it, but she was removed. Please, the host, can you give her access to attend at least the next panel, which is on women? Thank you. Is there any more question, or should we finish up this?
Yeah, Dr. Hussein is raising his hand.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. You can ask.
Yeah, thanks so much, and I appreciate the presentations, and this is a very great occasion. But I'd like to see the link between these works and the current situation of Ethiopia in general, and Oromia in particular. Is there any possibility in which we can link these works or attempts or contributions toward the current situation of Ethiopia, and particularly the Oromia and Oromo people. Thanks so much.
So who the question is going to, Dr. Tafari?
For all.
Okay, okay. So so anybody want to Dr. Tafari, you go ahead, and if there is any additional answer, Bachala and the Professor Bare can add into it too.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Hussein. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and actually, Professor Makuria said it. Yes, it has really deep or maybe huge implication to what's going on in Ethiopia now. I again repeatedly say this double consciousness is really dangerous unless we solve it. For example, the current prime minister called himself Ilma Bagada. Ilma Bagada built a monument for imperials. This is really this is incompatible. Gada system is democratic, and the imperial king were against Gada. They were those who eliminated Gada system. And then even from concept point of view, they cherish one person or one ruling family, while Gada is egalitarian. And so how you really reconcile this? It's impossible. But what we have to make it is, first, we have to teach. I'm not bothered about the Amhara or Ethiopian scholars. If maybe here, I would like to say, or I would like to say a few points about what Professor Makuria raised, because I believe that in social psychology there is what he called inward favor and outward devaluation. I don't want to explain what inward favor means, but I want to explain outward devaluation. Outward devaluation is if especially competing nationalism is there, one nationalism always devaluates the other group. And so the Amharas elites, they haven't seen or they don't know our history, they don't read, they don't make research, even they don't willing to include our name in their literature or cinema or media. We don't worry about them. We should not worry about them. If they like it, if we want to, or if they want to build a good country, let them bring that. Let them make us visible. But as Oromo scholars, our struggle should be to make the Oromo history visible to the world, not to convince the Amhara elites, not to show them that, to show the Amhara elites, we have good culture, democratic culture, we are beautiful and just equal to you. We don't have to measure ourselves with them. We should compete with the world. And so, as to me, let's write in English. Let's show our history to the world. Let's compete to the world, and then we become visible. If they like to see it or not, we become visible. So here the struggle is the Oromo scholars should do more on this area. Let's show who we are to the world, and then we can solve this problem. And that's what I want to say.
Thank you. So there was hand raised from before. A person with the profile name Wabo. I'll give you the mic to ask a question. Your hand is up. The profile name is Webo. Okay, so Dr. Ebisa, can we take more questions, or how are we doing with time? Is there any more question? Is there the other two presenter to add something from the question raised? Do you want to add on to Dr. Tafari's answer? Professor Bare, Abba Chala, if you have anything you want to add on to the so far asked question, we'll give you a chance to do that.
I go?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, my point of view is not particularly to address the statements made, but something in general, that applies to everything we have been saying now.
Your video is off.
Oh.
So people like to see. Or that's fine, maybe.
Oh.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
We hear you, but we don't see you. Your video is on.
Okay.
Your Just
no, I lost everything.
The,
Only the voice.
Okay, but we hear you. That's fine.
Okay, so I can continue.
Yeah.
Okay. What I want to say is, the way I see Ethiopia now, it's. I don't want to use the cliche. Okay, I'm coming back.
Yes, thank you. Okay. We hear you.
Okay. I don't want to say everything that has been discussed. I don't want to go over them, but I want to generalize about the whole picture. And I want to say one thing. The way I see the situation evolving in Ethiopia is that there's too much, I don't want to call it fragmentation again, but there are narrow alleys, being cut out. But I want somebody to see the bigger picture. I'm not a politician and I'm not advocating, for any political line. But I want to say that it's about time that now we see a bigger avenue where everything can be accommodated. And I think it can be done. Because we forget, we get carried away with the mythology about Ethiopia that has been propagated for so long. And we think, this is a civilization 3,000 years old and what have you. What I like to say is that this is a country, a nation state that has evolved through historical events during the last 120, 140 years at the max, now transformed itself into a nation state that has contradictions inside it, people-related contradictions, so they shouldn't be viewed lightly. But the order that used to keep this together in that form, where one group was exploiting the rest, the monarchical feudal state has collapsed, has gone away. That was one of the achievements of the Derg. But after that, the Derg didn't establish the new state, the new nation state. What should be the format? And they created it in some format following the Stalinist, right of nationalities concept. They didn't give all the rights, to all the people the way they deserve it. They wanted to gain power and control everybody. And so that also collapsed. Now the question is, how do we make this camp now, this whole group, egalitarian in a way that everybody will be satisfied and has a stake in it and will be willing to go and to live in it and sacrifice if necessary. Spirit of nationhood. I don't know what you call that nation, I don't care, but people have to look at the possibility of having a unified way of doing things. What format? I don't know, but that is what the question is now. The burning question of the day now is, how do you organize Ethiopia? If the people succeed, if something to the satisfaction of everybody is done, then we will see the emergence of a mighty, mighty nation in this part of the world. Failure would be anything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. We just run a little bit behind. I'd like to thank Umuri.
Yeah. Okay. I would like to thank all of you. Professor Barahe, we lost our brother Gada Gavrab, but fortunately we found you. We had Professor Asmaron from before. Thanks for joining us, and I hope Dr. Abisa could say more because he's the president. We would love to see you on other OSA annual and the media conference and all Oromo events. We appreciate your presentation and taking us back for the, even before the new Kube generation know how Oromia was, or people of Oromo has been going through that time, and nothing changed. It's continued today too. I also like to thank Abaj Alalata, and we're willing to see your new book soon. Keep up the hard work, and Dr. Tafari, I really impressed. It's so great, and we expect you, the Kube generation, we expect more literature written in Oromo and literature to redefine about a society, and not only in us, but we have to present our case to our opponents. That is what I want to see in the future. If we are only talking between us, then it's not going to go anywhere. So thank you. I will give back. I appreciate the chance given to me to moderate. Thank you so much again. And I am done. I will mute myself, Dr. Ragasa.
Thank you. We are very grateful. Let me pass it on to a young, vibrant Maratu Kitila to take over the next panel. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you all for that panel. And Dr. Ebisa, thank you for passing it over to me. So I'm really looking forward to moderating this panel. Could you please make all of the panelists co-hosts? So that's Perry Clem. If you search for Perry Clem, Martha Kumsa, Muhammad Ali, and Daniel Ayana, those are their Zoom names. So if you can make them co-hosts, that would be great. So my name is Maratu Kitila. I'm really excited to moderate this next panel, which is titled Oromo Women, Preserving and Resisting via Cultural Assets. This will be a book discussion on Perry Clem's newly published book, Dressing Modern Like Our Mothers, Dress, Identity, and Cultural Praxis in Oromia, which, by the way, I just recently received and ordered, which I'm really excited about. And I'll also put the link to purchase this book in the chat in just a moment. So you can do that via the publisher's website or Amazon. And on this book discussion panel, along with the author, Professor Perry Clem, will be Professors Martha Kuwe-Kumsa, Mohammed Hassan, and Daniel Ayana. So I'm going to introduce them one by one, and they'll each have about 15 minutes to present. And then afterwards, it'll be more of a discussion format. So first of all, I'll welcome up Professor Perry Clem, who is a professor of African art history. Her published materials focus on identity, dress, and body in Oromia. Perry has received a Fulbright Award and an Andrew W. Mellon grant to conduct research in Oromia. She has co-curated Baredina, Women of Oromia, which traveled throughout the US and Europe. Perry is currently UCLA Consortium Editor of Africa Arts Journal, editor for the Arts of Africa for Smart History at Khan Academy, and past president of the Arts Council of the African Studies Association. Her book, Dressing Modern Like Our Mothers, Dress, Identity, and Cultural Praxis in Oromia, with Africa World Press, came out this year. Perry, welcome.
Thank you, Mauro. Thank you so much for that introduction. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so we can look at some images. First, let me just thank OSA for allowing me this opportunity to share some of my research. I'm particularly grateful to the panelists who agreed to come and speak as well. And also to Bakalcha Yaya, who is in the audience, who is my research associate, and largely his voice is just as strong as mine in this book. So because there are two historians on the panel, I decided that I would look a little bit more historically than my most recent research, and look at the way that dress, particularly women's dress in Oromia, is used at times of instability. I realize our conference is about avenues towards stability, but I think that dress plays a unique role in that it is both able to do both. Okay. So the book has the cover art by Adesa on it, which is just fantastic. And he painted an image of Aisha, a singer from Oromia, on your left. And some of you may recall that this photograph of mine on the left, which I took in 1999, so quite a long time ago, ended up being used by the Ethiopian government to advertise Nations and Nationalities Day in 2016. So they took my photograph without permission. I was both shocked, mortified, and honored, right, to advertise this. And what ended up happening is that within a short time, social media erupted. The fact that Aisha was wearing the colors red, green, and red on her forehead, this is just yarn that she placed on her forehead, was extremely problematic. And so at the time in 2016, when the OLF was considered a terrorist organization, wearing those colors was considered quite problematic. And so within a day of the poster being up, the billboard being up, someone had gone up with a ladder and painted directly onto the poster with white paint to conceal, in fact, the colors that she was originally wearing. So I begin this presentation with that example to suggest that dress is charged, it's important, and it needs to be addressed and looked at, because oftentimes it's extremely meaningful. So I'll begin with a quote. This is a quote by an elder, a man that I interviewed in Fedis. So it was a group of men. We were there in the afternoon, and I was asking lots of questions about dress. And this is what he said to me. We used to say that we hide our identity in the gadi, the leather strap that ties the cow's back legs when milking. This kept our identity hidden to the foreigners that came and tried to destroy it. Nowadays, our traditions are privately articulated through women's songs, dressing, and dancing. Since many of our young men and male elders were killed by the Turks and later the Abyssinians, it is up to the women to carry along our culture. So this provided a foundation for me in terms of my research, that really it was in women's dress and dress within performative contexts, like rituals and dancing, that meaning was in fact hidden. And so in the previous panel, the discussion about the Oromo identity being hidden is certainly captured in this particular quote. So my research is really informed by the Barantuma Oromo, the Afrin Kello. You see two images down here on the bottom, but then subsequent research trips to Wollo, to RC, and also now most recently in the diaspora, I'm looking at the way in which women, Oromo women, make sense of their experience and are carriers of culture through the arts of the body. Do you all see that blue all of a sudden? Sorry, let me stop sharing.
Yeah, I think when you share your screen on the right hand, you might have to, over the annotation, you might have to prevent, like,
I think it's
unselect the option for other people to.
Okay. So Mara, are you able to see it again?
Yes.
Okay. So my research in the eastern part of Oromia, for the most part, I was working with women who, even by Ethiopian and Oromo standards, were very poor. So of a household of 8 to 10 people, that family would see often less than $100 a year. So my initial question was why? Why would women spend so much time and energy and resources on arts of the body in such an impoverished state? And when I started talking to women, the woman on your left, for example, or on your right, for example, she's a chot seller in the market. I don't know what's happening, but I've never seen this before. I'm seeing blue now again. Are you guys also seeing blue?
Yeah, I think so. You might have to use the setting that prevents other people from annotating.
Okay, so when I hit share screen and how will I do that?
There should be some settings on the right side once you share your screen under annotation and uncheck.
Okay.
The right side of the sharing options up at the top.
Annotation. And I'm not sure how to keep others from annotating. So what's happening is someone's writing directly onto my screen. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Disable
annotation for others.
Yes.
Got it.
Sorry,
Okay.
I wasn't sure how it exactly looks.
Okay, so let me see if I can get out of this mode now. Okay, I'm going to start one more time just because it was frozen. Okay, there we go. So when I talked to this woman on the right about her dress, notice she's wearing nail polish decoration, a nose ring, a beaded headband, butterfly hair clips, a variety of beads around her neck, and a key. And actually, she has nothing that she can lock. She lives in a thatched home, but that key becomes a symbol of power, of being able to have something that's contained and valuable that is secret, right? And so when I asked her about her dress, she said, well, I'm modern. I'm trying to be attractive. I'm an individual. I'm trying to express myself. But at the same time, she identified the ways in which she was connecting to her heritage. She did things the way her mother had done them, albeit with contemporary buttons and beads. And so I titled the book Dressing Modern Like Our Mothers, because I think Oromo women are both looking forward and looking back when they think about this kind of expression. So I just want to introduce one type of body art, one type of dress in these historical periods. So in the book, I'm looking historically, beginning from about the 1870s up until the present. And then I'm looking at dress in various performative contexts. And so I'll just be talking a little bit about the historical dress today. So when the Egyptians took over the eastern part of present-day Ethiopia, and the Oromo, the Barantuma or Afankalo Oromo were incorporated into the Egyptian empire or Egyptian kingdom, they essentially were wearing, Oromo women were wearing leather. And in order to be able to come into Harar, in order to be able to trade, they were forced to assimilate and begin wearing cotton. So in the upper left, you see a woman wearing leather here. What ends up happening is women begin adopting textiles or cotton on the upper half, but continuing to wear leather. Men, by and large, had already adopted cotton textiles way before women did. And by the mid period of the Egyptian occupation, all women were wearing cloth. So this is the sadeta, made of 8 yards of sheeting that is wrapped around the waist and tied over the shoulder. The market here in Babile, you can see women still wear sadeta today, but they are now covering with a t-shirt, imported t-shirt made from polyester coming from Taiwan. And so it's another thing to note that as women innovate and begin taking on new types of dress, it's the upper body where there's room for innovation, often first. And so these women profess Islam as their religious identity. They will cover their shoulders when they're out in public, and sometimes a cloth, but they're still wearing that sadeta. So in and around the city of, in and around Harar is where I focused my research initially, beginning in the late 1990s. And I was interested in the way in which Oromo women differentiated themselves and also were influenced by their neighbors, the Harari, the Somali, and the Argoba. Here's a Harari home. We see baskets. Many Oromo, of course, also are making baskets, but by and large today, as many Oromo from this area are displaced, baskets are not made very much, but the patterns we find on Oromo baskets are now being incorporated into beadwork. So an Oromo woman on your left, a Harari woman on your right, you can notice they're both wearing karma. They're both wearing a beaded mesh piece on their foreheads. The Harari woman, who is much wealthier, is wearing one that is gold. The Oromo woman on your left is wearing one that is made of silver. And so during the Egyptian occupation, there was a plethora of silver available through the Maria Theresa thaler, which came in with the Egyptians as the currency. And many smiths were melting that down and creating a whole host of amulets, bracelets, necklaces, and so on. When the Egyptians left, they took all of the thalers that they could find with them. So there was very little silver at that time. In addition, Oromo by and large grew poorer. And so today the karma is made out of tin or a low-grade metal. It's no longer made out of silver because women just couldn't afford that. So the smiths that are making them today are also making tools. They're also making farming equipment, things like knives. And the progression then is from silver to the tin to now a very low-grade metal spooling, the kind of thing that is available for, that we might find today in Home Depot. This kind of thing has become popular, as has beads. So chale karma, the beaded headband, is now being worn. So we find this progression in materials, but what's important, I think, is that you still mark the forehead. And so that's an important place for ethnic expression, identity expression. The Argoba, another neighboring group, this is their dress, spend a lot of, their dress incorporates a lot of amulets. So these are leather cases that are sewn shut. She's wearing this along with cowrie shells and metal pieces. So the Oromo also wearing amulets, kartasa. In the Oromo case, they are leather pouches that can contain a whole host of things. Usually it's herbs, medicinal herbs, or it's pieces of paper where Quranic verses have been written. So going to a sheikha, having a verse from the Quran, and then inserting that. For many children, it's the first item of dress. So this girl has one, but it's just a paper with a string around it. So with the introduction of the Abyssinians, the idea of Buddha, or those with the evil eye, became prevalent and became part of the belief system. And so a kartasa, an amulet, can both protect the wearer and repel those that potentially could harm. So hopefully one's getting a sense that the Oromo aesthetic system is quite complex, right? And I'm going to suggest, these are of course RC women, that there are several tensions in the Oromo aesthetic system, and that young women have this paradoxical responsibility both to reveal and conceal. In other words, to reveal who they are as young women. They want to be attractive, they want suitors, right? But also to have to protect themselves. So there's this revealing and concealing, things that are hidden, things about her dress that I didn't even learn about because I couldn't see it initially till we began having discussions. Wanting to be attractive, right? But also repelling the gaze of those that are considered harmful, beautifying in some cases, and disfiguring in others. So at certain historical periods, disfiguring was actually practiced, and I'll mention that a little bit later. So what is dress and what does it do? It does a lot of things. I've defined dress pretty broadly as the ensemble of things with which women are decorating their bodies, including hairstyle, tattooing, scarification, dress, jewelry, the ensemble of things with which they're decorating themselves. And for what it does here really is, it's a tactile means of asserting a political identity, empowering subjugated people, and challenging the power of the regime. This is a woman in a kerosene seller who's coming to market in Babile. You can see she's also wearing that key, and she's wearing the necklace Ambarka. So the Ambarka is a beaded necklace. It's made of seed beads that are imported. And one strand of these seed beads can cost upwards of 50 cents. So it's quite an expensive investment for this woman. The patterns you see on it are also patterns that we used to find in basket work. And when I ask about it, I didn't think really that I thought it was just a diamond that was segmented. I learned that in fact, it is called Afrankalo. So this particular pattern, Afrankalo, refers to the 4 sons of Kalo, and more specifically to the land that those 4 sons were allocated by Haromaitu, the great Oromo mother. So when the Oromo mother sat at Herna and wrapped the sabata around her waist, wrapped her belt, she prophesied and designated lands to her 8 grandchildren. So the identity of Afrankalo is living here, right? The land, she may or may not have access to that anymore, but symbolically, the connection to those 4 sons and the land that they belong to is in that beadwork. If we think about Harar and the Oromo living in that region during the Ethiopian Empire, when King and then Emperor Menelik took control, we also see quite a number of interesting things in relation to dress. So this is my photograph on the left, and this is on the right. You can see that there's still the same market, same Oromo presence in this space. So I've recorded well-known occasions from about the 1890s onward when male warriors would take off their headpieces and put down their weapons in order to wear the central component of a married woman's costume, her sadeta, the white sheeting, and her gufta, the black hairnet. The wearing of sadeta and gufta was intended to communicate submission, humility, and concurrence after a period of aggression and the loss of life. Oromo elders state that when council leaders went to Luluba each year to see the Aba Muda, the Rabadori ritual leader who guarded Oromo law, those who carried the spoken law dressed in a woman's traditional dress, sadeta. These men would wrap 8 yards of sheeting around their torso and tie the ends over their right shoulder, intending to show that while they were frail and could no longer fight, they nevertheless carried with them their broad knowledge of the Oromo constitution. In this sense, Oromo women's dress suggested that these men were to be respected, not for their physical prowess, but for the wisdom that they came with their old age. So the wearing of the gufta in particular could be a plea for leniency, for patience, for peace. And there are many examples of this that I've recorded that are in the book. Despite this, though, as men wore gufta and approached the Shoan army, their attempts to placate the invaders was futile. The conflict with Menelik's forces is mentioned by elders as the most barbaric encounter in the collective consciousness of the Oromo people. Women, who were customarily restricted from battle, fought with men. Their participation in the rebellion against Menelik's troops and the large loss of life sustained by the Barantuma Oromo became the impetus for a change in women's dress. In this case, women began to wear specific articles of dress associated with war during and after the infiltration of the Abyssinian soldiers. So women, when they would wear their sadeta, would wrap it with sabata, with this particular belt. And this has a lot of significance, which I won't have time to go into. But by taking this off, they replace it with hari. Now, there were no examples of hari that I could find during my field work, but this is a Somali woman who was married to an Oromo who is beginning to braid a hari to show me what it might have looked like. The hari is essentially a belt that would hold weapons, particularly during the time of Rabadori. Now, Rabadori or Gada was outlawed during the Egyptian occupation, and so the practice of wearing hari had really died out. Oromo female elders I spoke with in 2000 remember stories of their foremothers participating as soldiers and spies in the struggle against the invading Abyssinian army. In 2014, the Anneli Martyrs Memorial Monument was unveiled, a severed hand holding a severed breast to commemorate fallen mothers and their brutal treatment on the battlefront. So what's interesting is that women were replacing their sabata with hari at this time. And this alerted the broader Oromo community that women, who traditionally served as agents for harmonious relations, were now actively engaged in combat with men. While this act was short-lived, it signaled the significant role dress played during this experience. This is from a song that was recounted. This is just one line. And it's, in the springtime, the bali leaves bloom. So how's the Sonara faring, having replaced the hari? So this is now the Sonara. This is a leather belt that is constructed to hold bullets. And one symbolizes, right, the Sonara symbolizes modern war. It's an icon for foreign weapons that were introduced in the use of bullets, versus the hari, which is the reed belt that held weapons during the time of Rabadori. The tying of leather at this time also becomes very important. So the Afan Kello in particular would tie leather, both men and women for various reasons. Women could tie leather on certain places on their body and indicate whether they were married, engaged, or single. If a man was a hero, he might use it to tie in a certain place. But during Menelik's rule and invasion, the Medicha became important as a protective device. In fact, it could function as, being, the leather could come from a whole host of different animals, but during the rule of Menelik, informants state that the Medicha was worn by both men and women for its talismanic qualities in the face of much anxiety. The most potent leather from which to make Medicha during the reign of Menelik came from the dried skin of the horses used by his Amhara soldiers. In this sense, the destructive ability of the horse and rider is harnessed in that particular leather. Women describe this historical period in which their foremothers became warriors as a time of great violence and chaos. With the influx of social, political, religious, and economic changes brought about during first the Egyptian presence and then the Abyssinian invasion of Oromo land, a women's dress and what women wore was just strategically used to signal hostile relationships. The use of fiber and leather bindings by Oromo women became markers of war and proper action during the conquest and colonization of their homeland near the city-state of Harar under Menelik in the late 1880s. Harari and Medicha became symbols of the crisis brought about by the Abyssinian invasion, and when tied around the body today, these objects activate collective memories of these experiences. I'm going to show you just briefly another object that became, or another body art practice that shifted a bit during Haile Selassie's first reign. And by the way, there are a lot of stories about Lulu, Haile Selassie's Chihuahua, among the Oromo communities I visited. And that is is the practice of hatita. So the scarring of the face is done for medicinal reasons. It's done to beautify, and it's also intended to harness the gaze. But during Haile Selassie's time, that first reign, I learned that families would heavily scar their children because as soldiers came and took young people by force, those that had the most scars were left alone. And so during that time, children's faces were actually disfigured intentionally so that they would not be taken by Haile Selassie's troops. The practice of tumtu, so that is the application of scars as well as pigment, something that's done here on the face. It's very subtle, right? Was also something that was done more heavily during that first reign in order because they noticed that the soldiers were not interested in children whose faces were tattooed. Today, the practice of hatita and tumtu is rarely done. Again, most of the mosques prescribe not scarring the face, not marring permanently the skin. And so women are now using nail polish. Women are not applying it to their nails, they're applying it to their faces in the culturally appropriate places for marks. While nail polish is an imported item, it's expensive for these women. Each woman likes to have her own color, her own pattern. So this is the way in which she will individualize that. And just to reiterate that, the different patterns, different colors. During the Italian occupation, I'll just show one more example. The Italian occupation in the eastern part of Oromia was actually seen as a very positive experience, as the Oromo were allowed to speak their language and they were encouraged to practice their traditional ceremonies. They were told they could bring back Rabadori, for example. This is a mantia. This is a woman who is a spiritual expert. She is helps clients with spiritual matters and often uses spirit possession in order to heal. And she uses a whole host of different kinds of dress, including an ostrich feather, which harkens back to the time of Rabadori. An ostrich feather would have been something that warriors would wear. And here you can see the different objects that she has. In the upper right, Pakalcha, my research associate, holding some of the materials that are desired by certain spirits. She has sticks and whips in which to bring forth those spirits. And then what I wanted to show you, though, is this Italian coin. So there are many songs that were sung about the Italians. The Italians came and brought shoes. The Italians built roads, and the Italians allowed them to practice the way that they had wanted to practice, but had gone underground. So she still uses that Italian coin to call the presence of those Italian supporters, the energy of that support, bringing that forth in her practice. Now, Jari ceremonies are really done in seclusion. They're private. They are a way in which to work things out and make sense of one's experience, but it is not something that is, it is frowned upon in large part because of Islam. And so I'll just end with this photo. I'm honored that Dr. Kue Kumsa is here, and I'm hoping she will speak to something that she's an expert in, which is Sike and Sinke, the stick that is being held here. And I also want to thank the Sinke Institute, of which I am now part, and some of our members are here today for showing me and introducing me to this institution. I think this institution, among all of the many that we know about, is really a valuable one to look at in this, how do we move forward and how do we use this tool of reconciliation and empowerment. So let me stop sharing and stop there, and I thank you so much for your time. Maro, you're muted.
Oh, thank you. And thank you so much for that presentation. That was really wonderful. Next, I'm going to invite up Professor Martha Kue Kumsa, who is an Oromo woman with a passionate interest in women's issues. Currently, she is the chair of the Sinke Institute and a professor emerita at Wilfrid Laurier University. Her decolonial activist scholarship explores strategies of decolonial struggles for justice and liberation, with a particular focus on Oromo women's Sinke strategies. Within the broader emancipatory projects, she positions herself as a decolonial Sinke feminist, exploring the emancipatory potentials of Sinke principles. Adekue?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. And I want to greet you with green, lush grass. Nagaan sin gaafadha, margaanin nagaa sin fuudha, margaanin harka sin fuudha. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. And thank you, Perry. This is a wonderfully rich presentation. And going through the book, I just thought this is like a marvelous, marvelous piece of, it's a masterpiece, I think. I really found it so rich, and the way it is, it combines and weaves together artistry, ethnography, stories, very small stories, and intense struggles that women go through. It was seamlessly woven together, and I just wanted to say thank you, thank you, thank you. This is what I would have loved to write. So that, yeah, thank you for bringing this up. And I really appreciate 25 years of labor of love to bring this book out to us and to the world. So I really, really appreciate that very much. The book itself is, to me, it really shows the intensity of the struggle, the incredible agency of women in everyday life, in everyday practice. So it really forces us, it kind of, maybe not force, but invites us to take our head out of the cloud up there, come down to the ground, to the real ground, and see the real people, the real life experiences of the change makers, the real change makers. Women are the real change makers. They are in the intense struggle to preserve their cultures, to pass it on to the next generation and the next. And that doesn't get named or even get praised or acknowledged for the struggle for liberation. And this book, I think, brings it out in such force that women are the change makers. Though they don't get the credit, they don't get acknowledged, they do preserve the culture. And I'm really happy that OSA this year made this theme of culture and literature and arts. And these are where the real changes are made, in my view, through culture, through literature. And all these struggles come out through all these means of and strategies of struggle, arts. And what you did, what Perry did in this book is just an amazing, fascinating combination of artistry and women's struggles, women's agency, like the tensions that Perry mentioned earlier. Women use dresses or body art to hide, and at the same time to show, to conceal and to reveal, to protect themselves by hiding, to protect themselves and their identities and the things that they share, that they cherish so closely, to protect that, but at the same time to show it to the world. This is who I am. This is my identity. When things are a little bit, when the context is a little bit inviting, a little bit less dangerous, women go through this struggle every single day. Dress is a simple everyday object. You just grab it, put it on every single day. But who actually digs it up in this wonderful way and sees how dress itself is a site of struggle, historical, political, cultural struggles actually happen around the dress, on the body of the dress, meaning on the body of the woman who wears the dress. So that really, really is a very rich exposition of what women's struggles are in everyday life. Because when we talk about heroes and when we talk about the struggle for liberation, what we look for is the ones who are big names and the ones who are big, who made big stories, and the ones who make names are not these ones. These small stories are the stories that make the liberation struggle go. They are the ones that that really actually make the changes in liberation movements, not just the ones who go out and with the guns or get elected or in the high offices of high political offices or anything. It's these small stories, not to discount these other forms of struggle, but the real changes happen on the ground, and we can only see them when we actually look at everyday resistance that women are engaged in. So, but the book itself is beyond, if we go beyond the book itself into the implications, into the broader implications that the book calls for, it is a historical, cultural, political struggle that's happening. And it is against injustice. Women are struggling against injustice in all of these cases, in all of these small stories. They are struggling against injustice. And Perry really passionately follows them. You can see her passion for justice just exude throughout the book from cover to cover. And I really, really appreciate that. And it's amazing. If we go beyond that, these struggles for justice are not just struggle for justice by Oromo women. It transcends the concept of the context of the Oromo women. It speaks to the experiences of other women in other contexts, in other locations, in other cultures. It is really transcendent in that sense, because women struggle against injustice, against gender oppression, is everywhere. And it speaks to all of those, and how Perry really delved deep into the ethnographic stories after stories after stories, and brings it out in such richness, really makes it transcendent, more transcendent, and not just to the experiences of other women in other cultures, in other countries, but also to the experiences of all oppressed women, because all oppressed peoples, particularly Oromos, in Ethiopia, in the context of Ethiopian nationalism and Oromo nationalism, there is this struggle, as the previous panel actually mentioned about how the othering process happens between nationalisms, how Ethiopian nationalism really others and ridicules and defames others, let us say. The Oromo nationalism, for example, that also happens because of this struggle against oppression. So the piece that comes out in this struggle of women's struggle against injustice is the piece that also comes out against Oromo people's struggle and other colonized people's struggle in Ethiopia against injustice, against Ethiopian colonialism, against Ethiopian nationalism, whatever nationalism that wears the face of Ethiopian nationalism. And if we look at the women's struggle, and women are we're talking about stability and peace, avenues from crisis to stability. Who is making those pieces traditionally and currently, more contemporarily? The women are the ones who hold people together. The women are the ones who hold their communities, their families together, their societies together. Like the struggles that they're going through is to hold them together, to make peace. And they are the ones who make peace traditionally. If you discount and if you ridicule the people who make peace, people who hold people, societies together, who hold communities together, who hold their clans together. How do you make peace? Where would peace come from if you discount the peacemakers? How could you hold people together and create stability if you ridicule the people who hold societies, hold communities together? If we take this experience, look at how women are ridiculed. Like Akomanoye, for example, very much ridiculed because of their talents, because of their brilliance. They are brilliant, they are wonderful leaders, they are courageous, but they are discounted and they are ridiculed. How do you make leaders out of people if you ridicule these brilliant kind of leaders? So this book brings out all of these forms of injustice. It's the Oromos that really hold this entire society together, this entire country together. They are the ones they are the ones who have the resources. They are centrally located. They are, but they are ridiculed. They are the ones who actually are the courageous ones, the fighters for this nation, whatever it is called, but they are the ones that are ridiculed. If you ridicule, if you discount the experiences of Oromo nationalism and other it, Ethiopian nationalism is not going to work at all. And the same way that Oromo and Ethiopian nationalism discounts and ridicules Oromo nationalism, within the Oromo nationalism, we discount the women. We discount the women who are the support systems, the ones who hold the societies together, the pillars of their society. If you discount that, Oromo nationalism is not going to get anywhere. And Oromo nationalism is not going to create the stability or peace that we want, that we so desperately need, with this kind of discounting of women's experiences and the ridiculing the peacemakers and ridiculing the glues that hold us together. And I just want to leave it there for now. And thank you so much for listening to my blabbers.
Thank you so much for your insights, Adekwe. Next, I am going to invite Professor Mohammed Hassan. Mohammed Hassan received his PhD in African history from the University of London. From 1985 to 1991, he taught at Atlanta University in Atlanta, Georgia, and at Hunter College in the city of New York. He was a faculty member at Georgia State University from 1992 until recently. He has authored and edited several books and published numerous articles and book chapters in the field of Oromo studies. His most recent books being The Oromo and the Christian Kingdom of Ethiopia, 1300 to 1700, and The Oromo of Ethiopia, A History, 1570 to 1860, which are groundbreaking works on the history of Oromo people. Professor Mohammed, thank you.
Thank you, Marartu, and I don't know where you got my bio from. I don't remember sharing it with. Anyway, thank you so very much. I would also like to thank OSA leaders, Dr. Ebesa and others in Leadership Foundation, really for organizing a very promising, a very interesting and promising mid-year conference. I hope the annual conference will be just like this one, hopefully. I am going to make a few remarks about the book by Professor Perry Clem. And I would like to start by only two short articles written by art historian on the city of Harar. And thank you for opening a new universe, really, for my understanding. Secondly, also for establishing the link between history and the art history. As a lay person, I thought art history is different from history, and you clearly show that how the two disciplines are so much interlinked in that regard. And certainly, thank you so very much. I agree with Professor Kwe Kumsa on writing really a wonderful book. Thank you, thank you. And what I would like to add to is the book is really based on extensive research conducted over several years in Eastern Oromia, in Oromia Special Zone in Southern Wallo, in the RC region, and among the Karayu Oromo. The people who are destined to lose all the land over which they lived for years, centuries actually, several centuries. And most people may not see the connection between the December 1st massacre of Karayu Abagada and the war for taking their land, there. And I am really so worried about the future of the Karayu. They depend on their animals. Once they are removed from the land, their culture, their way of life, every aspect will really disappear, which is really a sad story. What amazed me, what still amazes me is that when Perry was challenged for doing research in Ethiopia, she traveled to Kenya for completing her impressive research among Oromo refugees in Nairobi. What shines through the pages of this beautifully written book is the author's impeccable objectivity, commitment to the canon of her discipline, and her profound knowledge about Oromo women's contribution to the preservation of Oromo cultural heritage. As I said, this is a beautifully written book, which captivated me from the beginning to the end. I believe this book will serve as a model for other scholars to write on other Oromo women in different regions of Oromia and other Ethiopian women in different regions of the country. In fact, before this book, I didn't read a single article on Oromo women dress. And this is the beginning, the first book actually in that regard. I have two, first let me make one minor correction. earlier while Perry was talking about women dress, before the 19th century, Oromo women were using leather dress. Actually, we have an example, an evidence written in 1576 about Oromo people protesting about the price of cotton clothes in the city of Harar, which clearly indicates that they know about not only about cotton clothes, but about the prices. That was why they were protesting against it, actually. And cotton cloth is, of course, very fragile, and leather cloth is durable, and it is cultural, and people persisted using it. Is still not leather dress, the most expensive in the West. If I'm wrong, please correct me about that. Finally, I have two short questions for Perry. First, I know what you really, the challenge you went through, what sustained you through all the challenges to complete this book. I ask this question because almost 40 years ago in Khartoum, Sudan, I met a Sudanese scholar who was interested in doing work on Jimma, among the Oromo in Jimma, and he told me that he spent 6 months in Addis Ababa. They could not give him permission to do any research among the Oromo, on anything that is related on the Oromo. You have to get permission from the government, and they did not openly deny him. They just dragged it on, and ultimately he gave up that and then focused on writing on the Sudan. And in the process, we lost the brain of a brilliant scholar who should have really written something very interesting about the Oromo in the Jimma area. My second question is, Perry, you are still a young scholar. Could you share with us about next scholarly project? Thank you, and I am done.
Thank you very much. So next, I would like to invite Daniel Ayana, who is a professor and director of graduate studies at Youngstown State University in Ohio. He has interests in environmental and intellectual history. Some of his publications include on environment aspect of Oromo leading to 16th century population movement, African cultural institutions for democratization, and on Oromo sectional names in Arabic and Middle Nile sources. Professor Daniel.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Maratu. First, I would like to thank Professor Perry for writing this very fine book, not just only fine, but also pioneering book. So what I would like to do is to sort of introduce the broad outlines where I comment and then eventually link it to a concept that Dr. Tafari raised earlier. By mere chance, we have a common concept to describe, to analyze, to conceptualize what is going on in Oromia. So the book, although it is focused on dress and hairstyles, has a deep historical and chronological link conceptually and in terms of identifying some of the symbols. So these chronological links go backwards in time. The second, the book has fine details, and these fine details eventually link to the Gada system. The third, the book outlines the innovations of the Oromo, Barantuma Oromo, about ideas, technology, in both preserving and then also modifying, but still essentially reflecting the and expressing the identity of the Oromo. For instance, there are new fashions, new technology, and all these are domesticated in order to express Oromo identity. When we look at Barentuma Oromo, there is a historical geographic issue here. To the east, there is a vast desert. This vast desert was not crossed until the introduction of camel to Northeast Africa. And so for a very long time, we have this historical continuity for the preservation of the Oromo culture and identity. Second, there is a north-south population movement.
Professor Daniel?
Yes?
Can you move your camera a little bit down? A little bit. Okay, perfect. That is perfect right there. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Okay. There has been a north-south population movement, and also there has been trade route connecting from north to south and also south to north. And these route is dated back to medieval times and also to deep antiquity. And along these coastal routes from the Gulf of Aden and then north-south, there has been external contacts. And these external contacts were kept at arm's length. And then some of the ideas were taken and then they were domesticated in order to preserve, enhance Oromo identity down to the present time. Despite the external influences, ideas, what we find in clothing and hairstyle is a layer of cultural, Oromo cultural aspects. And so earlier, by mere coincidence, Dr. Safari was talking about double consciousness. Du Bois used the concept of double consciousness to express the issue of African American history. In our case, it differs because we have a different language of an Oromo, and there was no democracy within the Ethiopian Empire State. And so from looking at this book, what I see is not just a double consciousness, but also the beginning of merging of double consciousness around indices of language and culture, or around language and indices of culture, which is hair, and dress. So that's my idea. So I'll go through the book and highlight some of the concepts that Professor Perry used. In chapter 4, it is about the concept of Sike, and everybody knows that. So I'll move on to chapter 5 about tattooing, which is essentially body art. And body art goes back to prehistory in human history. It is about expressing. It's also about withholding information. That is, she clearly states this. And then there is one very interesting aspect. There is the shape of ankh, which is used for body art. And this is very, very interesting because the shape of ankh is not just simply out of the blue. It has a very deep root because it is a practice in the Middle Nile Valley or ancient Nubia. The other was the relationship with the water. Here, there is also another aspect that is very important. Today, if we follow the phylogenetic research, the Cosanoid group are the ones or the first who moved out of Africa and then inhabited this world. So everybody descended from the Cosanoid group. And then below that, there is another aspect. The Khoisan group that moved out of Africa shares 65% of gene or genetic identity with the Oromo. And so this is very important. The other aspect is about fixing bones or healing, which is also part of the body art, and which is again very interesting because the technology, the knowledge, the skill is very deep and also very widespread. Then the reference to Jimny, a very important concept here. The bigger concept is syncretism. Whenever there is a religious conversion, there is going to be syncretism. What existed before continues in a different fashion. And so I identify 2 points. The first is the concept of 44, and then the mention of Gondar, which is very interesting because the only place that you have the 44 tablets or art is only in Gondar, and it has a deeper historical roots to the post-16th century Oromo population movement. The second aspect is the use of incense for women to beautify their body. On the one hand, we have incense being used to ward off the Jimny, but incense was also being used before the rise of Abrahamic religions, both to smoke the house, to prevent snakes from coming in, and also to prevent mosquitoes from setting in the home for not to cause malaria. So the use of incense goes very much deep in time. And for instance, Queen Hatshepsut was boasting how her body is exuding the aroma of incense from the Horn of Africa. The other was the use of saliva, which is again very old. The practice is very old for blessing, and the attached to it is the use of slaughtered animal for painting body and again to ward off evil power. This again is something that was already existing, which is now domesticated and then continuing. Then we come to the ritual expert Mantia, and the Mantia lady is wearing Gucci, Bali. One of the recent archaeological discovery in eastern desert of Egypt is the wearing of ostrich feathers. This was the prehistoric time. So some scholars have been attributing Egyptian civilization to immigrants from the Middle East. the discovery of the use of feathers inscribed, ostrich feathers inscribed on rock art by Africans, especially by the Hosanoid or the Khoisan population, basically laid to rest the argument that Egyptian civilization belonged to the Middle Eastern people. It now, by Egyptologists, is now basically argued that this is an ancient civilization by Africans. And then on the one hand, you also see the link, the continuity of this symbol down to the present. When it comes to hairstyle, the hairstyle is basically reflective of the age grade in the Gada system, expressing the status. Interestingly enough, Professor Muhammad asked you a question, what will be your next agenda? And you raised also about Medica and then about the Wallo Oromo women partly having some sharing some hairstyle with Tigrayans. But one of the most forgotten aspects in Ethiopian history, the hairstyle Johannes IV, and before him, Theodros, were wearing. This is braided hair called kondala. And regarding Medica, Haile Melekot sent a letter to England, and then he sent them a gift of Medica to the British government. Of course, the British government responded to this letter later on during the time of later they established with Menelik. One Ethiopian scholar writes about this letter and said he doesn't know what Medica is. And people were already saying that they don't know about our history. And so Haile Selassie, before Haile Melekot, was sporting Oromo hairstyle. I saw this in one of the books recently published. And so here we find what anthropologists called embodiment appropriation. The Medica and the hairstyle being appropriated by others, but yet ignoring and downplaying Oromo history and the Oromo aspects. The other aspect is the childbirth and then the use of incense, again, which is very old. But what attracted me to Perry's book is the naming, how naming is recycled from generation to generation. And I discovered one of the names which goes back to a very, very ancient sources. And I was very much amazed. And so once again, we find how naming is tied to cultural aspects, not just simply the day the person was born, as Gammachu and Anissa write elsewhere. So the hairstyle, it is a concept, and the concept is tied to life cycle of the individual. There are innovations, and these innovations basically are done to meet the economic need, the income of the person, but yet they still include the identity of the individual. And so the individual, while being individual at the same time, expressing his individuality, her individuality, also identify with the group. So this is very important aspect, an aspect that was forgotten by or missed by some anthropologists who say the Oromo do not show in their history about individuality, but they sort of fall for the big collective Ethiopian culture, and which has been false. Finally, in the end, in the final chapter, Professor Clem uses Hobsbawm's and Gellner's concepts and identify how Oromo identity and nationalism is different. What we know historically, theoretically, is that nationalism being protected from above. In this case, the awareness of Oromuma is from below, and it is linked to assembly government that is self-organized and is very long. And so it's not Hobsbawm's model or Gellner's model, it is Anthony Smith's model. And so what the book, what Perry Clem's book shows us is the merging of the double consciousness back onto language and culture. And so I invite our audience to buy this book and have on their shelf to use it as a reference, and also to enjoy the book. Also, Professor Perry, thank you for this book. I'm finished.
Thank you very much. I think we can go ahead, and I'm going to pull everyone up here. So before we open up for a little bit of discussion, I thought, Harry, if you'd be willing to first just share with us a little bit about your experience in terms of doing this research and putting this, and basically writing this book and putting this all together, and maybe touch on the question that was raised about how you, or basically what sustained you through all the challenges that you inevitably faced during the process.
Thank you, Maro. I'd be happy to. Yes. So while I'm humbled by the comments that were raised, this is a book that really should have been finished a long time ago. And partly it was that I kept wanting to go back and get more information, and partly it was that doing research was really challenging. So when I first was there on the Fulbright, I had letters of support. I had connections at Addis Ababa University, and despite that, I was denied permission to do my research for about 5.5 months. And I think that I was granted permission because I couched it as women and art, and I just kept talking about it as women and art, and then in fact it was allowed. When I got to Harar area, I was told I needed to work with the local Oromo Bureau of Culture and Information. And if I was going to travel, I had to travel with someone from that bureau. And so there were a lot of rules and regulations in place. I didn't follow all of them, but I think it only was granted because it wasn't seen as problematic or political in a way that it might have been if I was looking at Oromo men or at an Oromo institution or something like that. Wherever I went, whoever I talked to, people were so incredibly grateful that I was interested, that someone actually wanted to hear their stories, someone wanted to know about what life had been like for their mothers and their fathers. And so even every afternoon people would come to the house, and we would have lunch, and they would shoot shot, and there would be a shisha, and there would be conversation, and people would stay until it was dark. They just wanted to have a chance to express, and that was so rewarding for me that I realized that this research is important. And it's important for the people that communicated these things who really don't have access or the ability to publish. In some ways, I was conflicted. So there were many years where I actually didn't work on it because in an academic institution, you're very much limited to how you write and what you write. And so if I wanted to move more toward human rights issues or social activism, right, that I didn't know quite how to put all that together. And so it's been a struggle. I wrote it finally with the realization that it's not ever going to be complete, and there's going to be mistakes, and there are, it's never going to be what I want it to be, but at least it's a beginning. And so following on what the discussants have said, this needs to be the first book, but not the last. There needs to be a lot more studies done. And then to go to Dr. Mohammed's question about what's next, being a part now of this Sinke Institute, we actually wrote a letter about the massacred Karayu Gada leaders that was slated for a number of groups, including UNESCO, and then Addis Standard recently published an article about us writing that letter. So the human rights advocacy piece is interesting and appealing, but also I have a lot of video. And so I'm hoping to create some short films on things like Wadaja ceremony and other things that I recorded over the time that I was in Oromia with Badri Kabir Mohammed in Edmonton. So we're working together on creating those videos. So those are just some small things that I'm thinking about.
Great, thank you. So I think we can take a few minutes to have panelists ask other questions and have more of an open dialogue with each other about some of the things that you all brought up. So you're all welcome to go ahead and speak. Yes, Professor Mohammed.
Okay, thank you. I was intrigued with with what Professor Daniel said, not intrigued actually, about appropriation of body art. In that connection, there is something I would like to bring, but ostrich feather is feather was used universally by the Cushitic language speaking population from southern Egypt all the way to what is today Ethiopia, to Kenya, even to Zanzibar, and it was a common feature. It's just to mention for that. In terms of appropriation, there is even something much bigger that was really appropriated in Ethiopian history. Let me just give one single example. Some of you historians may have heard about Wallace Badge. In 1929, he wrote 2-volume books. The first volume is History of Ethiopia, which entirely focused on the on Nubia, historical Nubia, because historical Nubia historically had 3 different interchangeable names. One was Ethiopia, the other one was Nubia, the third one was Kush. The first part of the book, book 1, 100% focused on Nubia. Why do I emphasize this? All the reference in the Bible to Ethiopia was a reference to Nubia, which is part of southern Egypt and the northern Sudan. All the reference, all 52 references in the Bible were a reference to this area. Why do I mention this? As Margaret Pravham says, the Ethiopian historians appropriated Nubian history as if it is part of theirs. And it has now become a fact. Everyone refers in the church, in those who write, they simply use the appropriated history as if it is history of what is today Ethiopia. And that is really the area where young scholars will have to focus, because the material is there. And essentially, appropriation is, I don't want to use any nasty word. Anyway, I just wanted to throw in one unrelated, if Martha, if you give me a second, I wanted to mention one extremely important point that will have huge impact on Oromia, on the Oromo population for years to come. And this is about, do I have a minute or even 30 seconds?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. You know, it is estimated, this is only estimate, between 1991 to 2017, it is estimated that 3 million people moved to Oromia, settled in Oromia. The movement mostly was from the north and also from the south. Essentially, Oromia is Ethiopia. And it is again said, since 2018 up to now, there are probably about 2 million people who have moved to Oromia. And to my clear understanding, part of the war which is conducted in Wallaga, in Shawa, in many areas, and the plot for taking over Karayu land is really nothing but to take over the land. And most of the people who move to Oromia settle in urban areas. Just look at this. There is not a single town or city in Oromia where the Oromo population who surround those towns or cities are the majority, not a single place. Essentially, the Oromos have to be transformed into scattered farmers, and it will have huge implication for our future. I just throw in as a food for thought for the Oromo intellectuals, and I am done. Thank you very, very much, Marartu.
Thank you. I do see a couple of hands raised, so perhaps we can take a couple of questions from the audience members, but I actually had a question that I wanted to raise. Dr. Clem, could you speak a little bit, or really anyone, any of the panelists who might have their own opinions on this, but I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to something that's in the title, which is dressing modern like our mothers. And I was wondering if you could elaborate on the meaning of dressing modern in this context.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. The title was actually something that was said to me when I was asking questions. You know, how much do you innovate? How much do you adopt? How much do you assimilate? And how much do you say true? And inevitably, women were making choices constantly, right? There's all this influx. We were near the Taiwan market of materials. If they could afford it, you know, they're interested, of course. They want to be fashionable. They want to connect to the broader Oromo diaspora too. They want to connect to others. And so there is this desire to innovate, be fashionable, be modern, but only within culturally prescribed parameters. So for example, the color on the face, right? If a woman had access to nail polish, she would put it on her face, not on her nails, because this is not a culturally appropriate place to apply color. And so there are really, as women are, as women grow and have access to new materials as they enter different age grades, which we didn't talk about at all, but sort of in the life cycle as a young girl matures into a girl and then a woman and then a wife and so on, even as she enters menopause, she'll be wearing different things that will communicate. So the idea of body art and nonverbal communication is a really important point. You can look at a woman and you can ascertain about how old she is, whether she's married, how many kids she has, what her political and religious affiliations are, without her having to say anything. In order to do that, in order for that language to work, right, there are many rules and regulations that you have to abide by. And that traces back to one's one's identity, one's Oromo, one's sense of Oromo-ness. And so that needs to stay intact, and that comes from your ancestry, that comes from your mothers. And so one of the things I'm arguing is that the body becomes more and more important as a vehicle for that expression, because so many women, so many Oromo have lost access to their land, and they aren't able to make things like baskets anymore when they're displaced. And so the body becomes more and more central. So the dressing modern like our mothers was a hope of, the idea that you're both looking back in order to navigate the future.
May I say a word or two on this, Marartu?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I also thank you, Perry, for giving us that rich description of what it means to be dressing modern like our mothers. I wanted to throw in a word or two because it's also really the innovation that comes out through that title, dressing modern, but like our mothers and grandmothers. So it's kind of weaving together the past and the future and the present in a very innovative way that they are wearing, or because when you wear a dress, how you wear it, where you wear it, when you wear it, is a very intense struggle. Really, like I said before, it's political, it's cultural, it's social. It's an agency of women that really plays out in choosing where and when and how to wear what they wear. And when they say, okay, I'm dressing modern, which is, it is modern. I'm not a backward woman. I'm here, and I'm future looking and forward looking. And in that sense, they are creating a new form out of an old form. So there is the old and the new together. So I just wanted to put that in, the creativity and the innovation and the agency of women to create and to innovate. Thank you.
Thank you both for speaking to that. And the reason I brought that up is because I think a lot of the time, especially when discussing things related to Oromo culture or Sinke or Gada, or really in general indigenous cultures and practices, it's never really something that is seen as modern or potentially modern, or in general the concept of something modern is interpreted or tied into a Western concept or ideal or standard. And so I appreciate your the context you provided to that, and hopefully it's something that we can all learn from, and trying to look at the different forms of innovation that are already there from Oromo women, and just more broadly from the Oromo culture. So thank you for that. So we have a few people that have raised their hands. I believe first was Professor Guluma. So you are free to ask your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Meral. I was I was hesitating actually to talk, but I just wanted to raise my hand just to thank Perry and to congratulate her on an excellent book, and also thank the panelists. Actually, the discussion prompted me to talk. Just to take advantage of this, I just would like to offer some comments, if I'm allowed. I think, Perry, you really did an excellent job ever since you presented your research material some 2 decades ago at the OSA conference when you returned from your research field work in 2000 or 2001. I'm not quite sure. We have been looking forward to hear more from you, and we have been in fact sharing excellent information ever since. And now in a book, actually, we are thankful for what you did. Just to say a few things about your presentation, you actually referred to the use of silver, metal, and beads in decoration and body art by Oromo women. You limited the time period for your analysis from the late 19th century to the present, and starting with silver, imported and more expensive, precious, and to downgrade it into metal and beads. In fact, that reflects the economic conditions that the Oromo had experienced since in the late 19th century reconquest. The poverty, but at the same time, I think there are some continuities, as Daniel has really explained very well. If you go back into the previous centuries, like for example, the use of beads, it goes back to several centuries, as we see now from some of the recent archaeological excavations, some of them in Harar, around Harar, and also in southern Wollo, for example, where the researchers came up, as you know, very old items, trade items like expensive imported beads, coming from Southeast Asia, maybe as far as Indonesia, India, and the Persian Gulf, all these places, which clearly indicate, in fact, early or an old trade connections to the East, and people are importing from there. So far, the archaeologists who have done this research are actually still explaining it from the point of view of the northern connections, and also, in fact, not bringing in the Oromo. But I think the materials that they have discovered clearly bring in the Oromo, from the I think the beads and the pottery, locally produced and imported materials. So we have a lot to do, and I hope you will probably extend your research further back in history to explain and interpret this newly emerging material culture. And the point of, maybe if I have the time to say in 1 minute, maybe, I think a few terms came up repeatedly in the discussion so far, like innovation, appropriation, and this has been going on actually, in terms of innovation, how the Oromo women have been innovating and using new material or maybe old material with a changed meaning, like the Medicha, for example, which is very old and it's all over Oromia and it's used for different terms in religious context, for example, in political or social context. But maybe I see some kind of innovation from what you have described of an old material. But appropriation, which Professor Mohammed mentioned, if we talk of appropriation actually of Ethiopian in Ethiopian history, maybe many people may not know, but the name itself, Ethiopia, is appropriated. If you see at the ancient sources, the name Ethiopia, when the Greeks used it, they used it in two terms. One is in a broader context for Black people, south of Egypt. They knew Egypt very well, but the areas that they didn't know much, and they said they used Ethiopia. But more specifically, they used it for Nubia, which is modern Sudan, not the current Ethiopia, the modern Ethiopia that we know. The name is used. In fact, until after the 10th century, we don't even have a clear information whether the modern Ethiopians actually, or the ancestors of modern Ethiopians used the name Ethiopia itself. In ancient times, it was for Nubia or for Black people in general. It was, so the name itself is appropriated, no doubt about that. And the other thing is in terms of appropriation, maybe one last point I would like to add is the appropriation of the body art in Ethiopian history. One we know very clearly is actually, you see on many people, many Christians, the Christian sign on their head, forehead, or maybe even different parts of their body. We know clearly when this started, because this is written in Ethiopian history. In the 15th century, a king called Dera Yacob actually ordered the Christians to use this symbol, to put it on their body part as kind of a reaction to the challenge that he was facing at the time. Well, the source that we know, the source from where we learn this, doesn't talk about the Oromo, because maybe that was suppressed, but the reaction to which this was instituted very clearly shows that maybe this was to prompt the Christians to use a body art to show their Christianity, their religion against the other people. So against other people. So anyhow, appropriation has been always going on, even in body art in this case. So thank you very much for the book, excellent book, and for the discussion, or the panelists also for adding more information to discussion. Thank you. I'm sorry for taking more time.
Thank you. So the next person who had their hand raised, Mohammed Ademo.
Thank you, Marartu, for giving me the opportunity to ask a question. Let me also thank OSA for a very successful mid-year conference so far. Greetings to all the panelists, and congratulations to Dr. Clem on publishing your long-awaited book, which I think provides the language and vocabulary for others who are trying to make sense of the various ways in which the Oromo historically, but also in contemporary times, clothes the body. I have personally benefited greatly from your insights in this book and rich and substantive research over many years on Oromo clothing. And I realize that I have a two-part question, but I realize that you are looking at this as as an art historian and I'm a journalist, and so I'll be asking from a different lens. But I did want to ask you in the other panels to reflect on the various ways in which the Oromo dress the body as an act of subversion to communicate resistance. I'm particularly curious about the use of dress beyond fashion and the performance of Oromo identity in the gendered dimension of beauty. So a two-part question, which one is whether or not it is possible to look beyond fashion and gender to study the performative and communicative role of clothing among the Oromo. And the second one, whether or not you have come across examples of clothing as storytelling, particularly in light of the fact that all avenues of political expression have and continue to be restricted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Perhaps we can also take the next question from Professor Asfau and then open it up for a little bit of discussion. There are a couple of others with their hand raised. I'm not sure if we will have time for more, but we'll see. Professor Asfau, can you ask your question, please?
I'll speak 10 seconds so that you can take Asaf's question. I give him a favor, which he is obligated to return. Perry's book will be, we will have a book signing ceremony on April 8th here in San Diego. And if anybody happens to be nearby, or those of you who reside in Southern California, we strongly encourage you to come and be part of that ceremony. I'm done. Thank you.
Professor Asafa? Oh, you're muted.
Unmute of good.
Wanni dhagayama? Ni dhagaysu?
Eeyyee.
Baay'ee galatoomii. Dhugaadha. Buukni kun baay'ee hedduu waan nama gammachiisaati. Keessattii fi harka. Buukni kun hedduu nama rara. Hedduu maalifii fi gadda kiyya dheeqxe. Professor Perry, thank you very much for publishing this book. It touches me. Culture amata 40 irraa hidhame aadaa teenya. Culture biyya teenya waan biyya teenya keessaa dhufnee ittillee deebi'uu hin dandeenye amata meeqa asitti hafne buukni kun qabaa. Dura isaan galatoonfachuu barbaada. Wanni immoo guddaan na kakaasee bakkattoota na fudhadhee ka'ee isinitti ida'amuu barbaadee taa'eetumaan dhaggeeffachaa ture oosaa. Duraan dursee hedduun galatoonfadha. Paanaalistiin kun hedduu waan gaarii hojjete. Immoo waa'ee jeneraalii waa'ee oosaa irratti irra waan deemaa jiruu fi waan immoo uummata keenya irratti deemaa jiruun wal bira qabee laalee naa ta'uu dide. Na hudhe. Wanni na hudhee fi ilmaan Oromoodhaa arra bareedduun akkanaa tuni asirra baatee alaabaa isii ta'e hidhatterraa haqanii waan biraarra kaayanii guureef Peeriin dubbattu gun dhagayu. Identitii isiituu dhooysaa jiran jettu kanuma bahellee piikcharii immoo yuus godhatu. Akkasumatti arra uummata Oromoodhaa dhooysanii hanqa danda'ametti kaan manarra gubaa mana keessatti manarra gubaa kaan ajjeesaa waa meeqa habashni godhaa jiru. Kana hunda laaluun hafee nuti immoo akka oosaadhaatti arra belbeltuu lafaa fudhachuu dadhabnee waan silaa arraan tana qoma keenya nu tuqaa dhugaa dubbachuudhaaf dhugaa walitti himna ani oggoyyuu dhugaa dubbadheetiin hin du'aa waan qoma keenya maa haasawame kun jechaa hin jiru immoo waan qoma keenya nu tuqa ilmaan Oromoodhaa kan harca'aa jiru ajjeesaa ka jiru du'aa ka jiru ilmaan Oromoodhaa kan yuunivarsiitii keessaa yaa'ee bakkayyuu yaa'ee arraan tana woboo tahee gaara keessa galee qawwee fudhatee bilisummaa isaatiin lolaa jiru waan silaa arra belbeltuu taate irratti oosaan haasawu irratti haasawitan if duraaf irratti haasawitan ajandaan silaa duratti qabuu qaba yoo qabaattan illee dhugaan isinitti himuu barbaadeen wanni garaa kadama gubaa jiru bara hedduudhaan waan dhufaa hundattuu waan jijjiirama dhufaa hundattuu akka danda'amutti yoo woboon jiraate yoo qawwee harkaa qabaate uummata Oromoodhaa cuqqaalanii akkanatti haasasanii waan inni qabu dhabamsiisaa minilikirraa ka'ee ilaa arraatti itti jiru diinni san haa godhu akkamitti ilmaan Oromoo uummanni Oromoodhaa kana godhu ama soddomis osaa keessa taa'e numa haasoyne waraqaa irratti numa baati immoo kasossoohuu danda'u humna namni humna hin qabne bilisummaa hin qabu arra humna teenya tagaara keessa jirtu woboo keenya tagaara keessa jiru rakkoo nuti irratti jirru bilisummaadhaaf ummata manaa bahee ala jiru ol ka'ee namni tokkolleen maal haa goonu injuu waanuma history waanuma duratti dur ama 35 osaa keessa taa'e ummato ifa manaa godha maraadheetii miti arrammoo guulaallu dura guulaallu arra waan ummanni keenya keessa jiru yoo laaltan teessanii kan haasoitan akkam haa taanu maal haa taanu Oromoon arra maalit jira ilmaan xixiqqaan arraan tana qawwee fudhatee bahee gaara keessa jiru maalit jira eessa seennu jeetiin silaa onnee teessan keessaa kaatanii iyyitan osoo uummata garuma teessaniituma caluma jettaniituma waanuma histirii biraa histirii amata 35 histirii amata 100 histiriin gaarii mitiin jo'ee wallaaltuu na godha ammoo ta'ammatti jirru belbeltuun uummanni bahee ijoolleen dubraa intalti dubraa bareedduudha kana argitan tun kitaaba rabba isinii baate tuni irraa haqeette reefuun tan Profeesar Peeriin irraa haqan arra uummata Oromoodhaa histirii isiitii miti isaan haqaa jiran jenosaayidii turre deemaa jiru ajjeefamaa qalamaa jira kana kanarratti silaa haasa'uu qabdanii ani dhiifa manaa godhaa wanni isin hojjettan waan gaarii yoo ta'e kammoo dura aanuu qabuutu jira waan dura aansitanii haasa'uu qabdaniitu jira dhukkubaan nu keessa jira dhukkubsannee ilmaan Oromoodhaa du'anii dhumanii takkammoo isiniif hin hima dhokatus macarrashaan isiinuma baati laalaa kakaleessa yuunivarsiitii keessa jiru irra qawwee qabatee diina isaa laala akkanatti shirgodhaa jira ilmaan Oromoo ganaadha isin garsiisa isin hundaa'u isin garsiisa biyya lafaarra warri jirtan warri kanatti waan Oromoodhaa cuqqaaltan hundinuu isin garsiisuu ta'a nima uummanni Oromoodhaa nima woboon nimo an kanaan isinitti hima kanumaan beeka biraa hin beeku nagaadhaa jiraadha.
Thank you, Adde Zaytuna. So it looks like we actually do have time for a couple more questions. So it looks like the next person is Samuel, but first, Perry, if you would like to go ahead and answer some of the questions that were posed earlier. I believe Mohammed Ademo's question about looking beyond fashion and gender to study the performative and communicative role of clothing in Oromo society.
Thank you for the question, Mohammed. It's good to hear from you. And I found myself recently looking at focusing more like a journalist on what's happening now. And so I just want to show one image to answer your question very quickly. What is performative? What is going on that is communicative and performative and beyond fashion? Oda, right here, right? The Oda tree, the sycamore tree, I have an article coming out about this. Here it is. I think this image says it all. So the use of Oda on clothing, embroidered, beaded, it's an incredible phenomenon. So I think that speaks quite loudly. So I'll just stop with that.
Thank you. The next person who has their hand raised is Samuel.
Tole, egaa viidiyoolee jedheen ture hin kaasu. Sagaleen kun dhaga'amaa?
And Agama.
Really, I would like to thank you, all of you, especially women's. This indicates that the Oromo culture is really rich in all sides, inequalities. Ammallee dhumarratti kanaa sa'anii dubartoonni goota akkamitti baasuu akka danda'an illee kan ibsu mirga isaatii fi uummanni dhiirri illee ka'e akka inni falmatu dubartoonni akkam cimaa akka taatan seenaa akkasin eegdan kaalchariin akka karaa keessaniin eegamee ture sila akkuma jettan immoo isa kaleessa darbe aadaa akaakilee abaabilee kana qabatanii dhaloonni amma jiru itti fayyadamee isa kaleessaa duwwaa keessa taa'utuun ta'in immoo isa gara fuuldureetti immoo ilaalanii addunyaan karaa inni deemaa jirus ofitti boonanii of baranii deemuun akka danda'amu kan isin ibsitan waan baay'ee namatti toludha. Kanaaf galata guddaa qabdu. Akka kanaan qophii kana kan qopheessitanii kan irratti illee hirmaattanii kan akkanallee nuunis akka irratti hirmaannu nu gootan. Kanaafuu keessumaa haadholiin keenyaa dubartoonni keenyaa wanti isin hojjechaa jirtan waan guddaadha. Akkuma jedhame fuulduree dhumti keenya ammamillee haa ta'u akka kaleessa ba'aan keessa turetti gara fuulduraa hin ta'u jennee abdanna. Isinni kun immoo addunyaatti amma sila literature review yookaan books review irratti akka haasa'aa turtanii ala ofii baanee himannu akka kana ala wal hubannu aadaan Oromoo eenyummaan Oromoo saba akkamii akka ta'e saba jaalalaa saba haqaa qabu saba dhugaa qabu akka ta'e addunyaatti agarsiisaa ala deemu isa jaalalaan dhufus jaalalaan isa immoo nu cabsuuf dhufu immoo akkuma Waaqayyo nu kenne ofirraa ittisaa deemuun akka danda'amu addunyaatti agarsiisamaa deemuun haala kanaan baay'ee bareedaadha. Jabaadhaa itti fufaa baay'een gammadee keessumaa haadholiin seenaa isa durii isa ammaa isa gara fuulduraatti kan isin ibsitan baay'ee nama gammachiisaa itti fufaa isiniin jedhuufanii galatooma.
The next person who has their hand raised is Girma Shumi. You can unmute yourself now.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for giving me this chance. And I really appreciate Perry and her colleagues for bringing up such really very nice cultural aspect to the international communities. And saying that, I do have two questions. The first one is during your study, during your research work for this cultural assessment, did you connect or relate your such cultural aspects with natural resource use and management? This is my first question. The second one is, what is your next plan to advocate or to use such a unique identity or Oromuma for transformative change toward the sustainability to alleviate global social and ecological crisis that now global faces. These are my questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Perry, would you like to answer that now or take another question?
We could take another question.
Okay. Next on the list is Workina. All right, you may unmute yourself.
Thank you so much for giving. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Perry, the Zaytuna, all leaders of OSA. There is something that has been so puzzling to me. The true Oromo issues, history, culture questions are deliberately downplayed, ignored, or twisted. The media does not like about the Oromos, and big journals do not like about Oromos. How can OSA help us to penetrate that issue? Because I don't know, I personally, I'm not a social scientist. I write scientific natural science. Journals never reject my papers, but these journals reject whenever I write about Oromos. I never write fictions. I never write insulting somebody, but just I specifically write about the Oromos. That includes the issues, the history, the culture, the questions that we have, but they never accept about Oromos. So why OSA does not focus on that kind of issue by using the intellectual community, the Oromo scholars who are good in this area, to penetrate at least the journals, which can be seen by all international community. The mainstream media can ignore us, but we can write the question of the Oromos on good journals where the media can be forced to talk about Oromos. So I just want to suggest if OSA can work more on that area. Thank you.
Thank you. So perhaps before taking more questions, the last couple of comments and questions can be responded to.
If we could just take one more from if2, that would be
okay. Great. Let's see. All right, if2, you're next.
Yes.
You can speak.
Yeah. Hello. Thank you for giving me this chance. Hello, everybody. Hello, Perry. How are you? I'm so delightful for this day today, for this meeting, and to see the work what Perry did on Oromo culture and on women. I know Perry for almost since 2000, but I used to help her sometimes, like when to translate Oromo in Afan Oromo when we go to the remote area to ask the woman about the clothing, the cultural stuff they wearing. Very dedicate her life. She really worked hard to see this day, and I'm so happy, and it's really, I don't have words to explain how I'm happy for her and how she worked hard, and even in very hard time, even a very remote area to do this job. I never seen anybody even within from our people or anybody in Ethiopia to do this kind of job. So she leave everything, the happiness, all the stuff behind. And now I came to Canada. I was in Canada, but I know the life we live in Ethiopia and the life we live in Canada is so different. But she didn't I don't know, but she really worked hard. And Perry was it's not just any kind of person. She's a kind of person, like she looked like Oromo. When she saw them on the road, she cried. She say, how come they walk without barefoot? Sometimes a lot of Oromo people, when we go to remote area or even in the city, they don't most of them, they don't have shoes. One day she saw and she cried. I say, yeah, I saw her so many times. She cried. She say, why they walk without a shoes? And some people have shoes, and it's really when it touched my heart, and I really don't forget what she did for Oromo people and how she.
So if I can interrupt for a second too, I want to make one comment that if Iftu and her family were a tremendous support system for me, and Iftu was an amazing translator. She's also an incredibly knowledgeable person about Oromo culture. We tried with so much effort to get her to come to the United States as a cultural expert. So my university actually sponsored her as a cultural expert. We tried to bring her, and every time she was denied a visa. And they told us that because she didn't have a bachelor's degree, there was no way she could be a cultural expert. So it was so frustrating because she had so much to offer and would have been an amazing guest lecturer at my university, and that didn't work out. So again, it was very, very challenging. So thank you, Iftu. I just wanted to go quickly to say to Workanu that the JOS, the Journal of Oromo Studies, will absolutely publish what you have. So please send it to OSA, and then also to make the comment that all of the people on the panel here have published widely. And so because we're in academia, no, we're not reaching the popular journals would, but they're all very well published. And so I would suggest keep trying. And then to Gurma, I'm not quite sure what you meant in terms of dress and natural management, so I don't know how to answer that. But in terms of a model, again, I would go back to what I hoped Professor Kue might talk about, and that is Sike or Sinke, right? The Sinke, the entire institution of Sinke is a perfect model for conflict resolution. It's exactly what is needed. It's built in, it's tried and true. Several generations have used it successfully, and there's no reason why that can't become the new and modern expression for women's empowerment and conflict resolution.
Can I add to that a little bit? Yeah, I think if we value it enough, not just give it lip service, that we respect women, that we have this huge institution that respects the rights of women called Sinke. If we go a little bit beyond that and make it practical, really respect it, really make it work, support the women, that I think would really lead us somewhere. And I really wanted to also really acknowledge Zaytuna's passion for justice. She made me cry. I really wanted to cry. But yeah, it's true. That is resistance at its core. That's resistance against injustice. What are we doing when people are going through this? That's That's the kind of resistance. And the performative we talk about, it's not dress, but this is the spirit of resistance that also shows on the dresses, on the performative aspect. I just wanted to connect what Mo Ademo said about the communicative and performative aspects of dress as resistance, as forms of resistance. It is a form of resistance for sure. And women use their dresses and their body arts and anything they grab to show their resistance to injustice, to show who they are, and to construct and reconstruct their identities and their meanings throughout the centuries. And that really connects to what Zaytuna is doing right now in this moment. This is missing what's going on. That's a passion for justice, more than the dress, the being, the person who is talking about resistance. This is resistance par excellence, is what I just wanted to say, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Before we wrap up,
I didn't know how to raise my hand, but I did have a question. Is it too late? Do we have time?
Oh, no, you can go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. I just wanted to get an idea if the speaker, especially Perry, if you see the Oromo, the CK institution or the Oromo women's culture intersecting with the women's movement or the feminist movement, do you see that intersecting or diverging, or if there's some value that the Oromo, the CK institution could offer, you know, the feminist movement here, vice versa, though they can strengthen, share some wisdom with each other?
That is an entire seminar, that question, and it's one we've actually talked about in the Sinke Institute, and I really would defer to Dr. Kumsa to address that, because she's thought about it and also written about it.
Okay, thank you so much. But you could also say a few words about it, because we did talk. Okay, but the Sinke institution, I think, of Oromo women, I think it's a perfect model for conflict resolution, for justice, for struggles against injustice, and all of that. I think within the broader feminist movement, the more emancipatory project of the feminist movement, I think it could be a real model. And our younger generations of women have also picked up on that. I think Marartu would know about that as well. So I think it could be a platform where other, not just feminist movements for social justice, but also other oppressed people's movement for social justice can share ideas and share thoughts and experiences. We at the Sinke Institute, we're trying to bring together indigenous peoples of the various parts of the world. I don't know if any of them were able to join us today, but a couple of them wanted to join us, but because of that hostile disruption at the beginning, they may have been turned away. But we're trying to create a space where not just indigenous, but all oppressed peoples of the world could share strategies of resistance, strategies of a movement, a struggle for justice. So I think it could be, for sure, a model. And actually, Perry continues to remind us, this is a model. We have a model to share with the world. Just like Gada, you know, we share it with the world. We have something to contribute to the world movements and struggles for justice. So this is a huge contribution. And maybe we will continue on that path at the Sinke Institute. Thank you, Perry.
Thank you so much. This has really been very interesting and insightful discussion. Before we wrap up, do any of the panelists have any final remarks they wanted to make? Okay.
I'm saying.
Earlier,
I would like to say one more thing, please.
Okay, please.
Yeah, it's about the next generation taking it from us. I shouldn't have been a panelist on this forum today if the younger generation could have taken on. And I'm done. I'm retired, and I don't know what I did wrong, but people haven't picked up the gender issue, the Sinke issue. I really would have liked a younger one like Amaro and Mararo to sit here on this panel today instead of me. So I would really invite younger people. This is a very important issue that needs to be addressed. It's an issue that has never been addressed adequately. I think, yeah, I just wanted to invite everybody, like the younger generation of women, to pick up the Sinke, join the Sinke Institute, and let's move forward. Take it on. It's the old people can't come to every panel every single time. So yeah, take it on before I drop and die right now. Take it on, okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. And again, I just wanted to encourage everyone to check out this book, and I'll put the links again in the chat here for those of you who are in the Zoom, and for anyone who's not here in the Zoom room and is watching it live streamed on Facebook or YouTube. This is the book. You can find it on Amazon, and it's definitely worth your time. Thank you, Dr. Perry Clem, for authoring it, and to all of our panelists for a really wonderful discussion. Okay, Ebisa.
So much. All right. Thank you. That was really exciting. I have to go back and listen to it myself to digest some of the wisdom that you guys have dispensed. And Dr. Kwekumsa also made a call to the next generation. So I hope they will listen to her and take up the Sinke institution. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure listening to being engaged in this panel. Just a quick update. The panel that was supposed to follow the role of Oromo revolutionary singers from Noah Governor to that panel is moved to the 3:30 mark because of some schedule, and they're running, one of the panelists is running behind. So I would ask the panelists in that group to remain after this session, and we'll take it up then. Thank you so much. And so we'll move to the next panelist. I'm trying to figure out the technology here. But in short term, the next panel is component of effective advocacy, utilizing strategic communication to fight disinformation. And that is going to be an interesting panel. I look forward to it. Lami will be leading this, and I think the panelists are ready. If you guys give me a minute, I'll make them co-host. In the meantime, if the speakers get ready, that would be great. Thank you. with me, I have made the panelist co-host, and we are ready to begin the next session. If Lammi is in, all right, great. I see everyone's video looks great, and I'll leave it up to Lammi. Thank you so much for joining us. I look forward to it.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My pleasure to welcome you. For those of you who've tuned in from around the world, we have a very insightful discussion prepared for you and are looking forward to engaging in discourse. The aim of this panel is to explore particularly how strategic communications can be used to as an effective tool for advocacy, and particularly in fighting disinformation and countering narratives. Often you may hear saying that perception is reality, and this is where we deal with how perception and how people engage and interact with information, and disinformation influences their decision on various issues. And I don't need to remind anyone or emphasize, especially over the last 2 years with so much happening around our world, just the current state of affairs, how much of that is really been true. And so during these challenging times, really grateful to have advocates who work tirelessly and thanklessly to lead by example and deliver results for their communities, for their cause. And advocacy is so multidimensional, and there are many aspects to it. And throughout this panel discussion, we will hear from experts, activists, and organizers who play a role in evolving and innovating advocacy. And it's my pleasure with that to introduce to you our panelists and special guests. Our special guest, we have Colonel Miles Caggins III of the U.S. Army. Currently, he serves as a military fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations, specializing in public information warfare and also U.S. Kurdish relations. And prior to that, Colonel Caggins has served as the Director of Public Affairs and spokesman at Fort Hood in Texas. He was the spokesman for the Global Coalition to defeat ISIS in Iraq and Iran, or in Syria, excuse me. He's also served as at the White House as National Security Council spokesman for Asia, Defense Affairs, Guantanamo, Human Rights, and Non-Proliferation, and also served as various roles as spokesman at the Pentagon, and has earned a bachelor's degree in history from Hampton University, and has also earned his master's in public relations from Georgetown University, and has also completed the Harvard Kennedy School's National Security Fellows Program. And amongst many distinguished accomplishments in his service, it is also rumored that Colonel Caggins is also an Airbnb superhost. I've yet to experience that, but hopefully one day we will all have that pleasure to do so. So I introduce Colonel Caggins III as our special guest. And then joining us on the panel are Marartu Kitila, who has been greatly convening our conference. And maybe she needs no introduction, but just in case, Marartu is an Oromo American raised and living in Washington, D.C. area. By profession, she's a speech pathologist, but also extremely involved in various efforts for advocacy, and is passionate about using messaging and communications to advance the Oromo struggle in the country and abroad. And I have a great experience working alongside Maro on various advocacy efforts, and can attest to her great civic engagement, and looking forward to getting her powerful voice and insights on this panel. And as well, joining us is Fatima Badasso, who is a community organizer and an activist, and her role and her advocacy has really been around finding voices in the sphere of the public sphere, particularly social media and other mediums, where contributing to discourse positively. She's currently a law student at Regents University, and her advocacy has shaped around changing narratives and fighting disinformation. And so from our panelists and special guests, we get to hear their particular experiences in this arena, but also what the expert analysis is, and what strategies that we can use to not only be effective advocates, but be able to use these tools to push forward. So without further ado, we can get started. I'll give the floor over to Colonel Taggins to kick us off.
Thank you, Lemmy. I look forward to addressing you as doctor soon. I appreciate the invite here to spend time with you all on a Saturday afternoon to address the important topics at hand. And by a little way of introduction, some years ago when I was at the White House, I bumped into Lemmy in a hallway, and he was making such a difference there as a young man. And we've stayed in touch over the years, and life has brought me to New York, where I'm posted at the Council on Foreign Relations. And over the arc of my life and the arc of my career, I've understood the power of communication. So I am an Army colonel, as mentioned, and what I do in the Army and the teams I'm been privileged to lead, we are public information warriors. We are words warriors. And the war of words, the war of ideas, is essential for the success of any organization, be it large governments or nation states like the United States. We can also see Ukraine and Russia involved in significant information warfare, corporations, or even things as simple as a lot of you all are involved in universities, and you made a choice of where to go to school based on receiving some sort of information or marketing. So none of this is new. And today I would like to spend a little bit of time talking to you about strategic communication and a couple of examples that I've seen of successful advocacy from non-American groups. And finally, I want to encourage all of the guests here who care to do what you can in your own way, be it reach out on social media, help build stakeholder relationships, and think about different ways to ensure that this discussion that has 100 or so guests expands out to tens of thousands or millions of people. And we want to make sure that the right people know about the plight of the Oromo people. So strategic communications is essentially talking and communicating the the objective of your group, of your organization, through stakeholders in a way that is intentional to achieve desired goals and outcomes. More narrowly defined, or layperson's ways, you want to say things that people listen to, and based on them listening, they take action to what you say. I've had an opportunity in recent years, as when I was posted in Iraq as the spokesman for the Global Coalition to Defeat ISIS, to work cross-culture in a region that I'm not native to. I'm an American. I'm a Black American is my identity, and a Black American soldier. And there I was in Baghdad, having to connect with Arab and Kurdish audiences in Iraq and Syria, and even the broader region. I was working on behalf of a coalition that included 78 nations and 5 international organizations, and in multiple languages. During my time in Iraq, I tweeted in, I think, 14 or 15 different languages. I don't speak 14 or 15 languages, but I had plenty of help and understood that messages needed to be heard by as many stakeholders as possible. Drilling down a little bit, the people of that region include Kurds. Kurdish people live, about 40 million Kurdish people are split between 4 nations, going from east to west: Iran, Iraqi Kurdistan, which is in northern Iraq, southeastern Turkey, and north and west Syria. And so Kurds are a group of people who currently and at various times in history have been oppressed by the nation states or the larger, more powerful groups around them. This oppression includes things that you all are familiar with: the inability to speak their native language, inability to seek restrictions on seeking political office, lack of access to opportunities for education and employment, sometimes direct violence, wrongful imprisonment, harsh imprisonment, subject to racism, hateful talk, rhetoric, efforts to split up families and depopulate areas to move in other groups. So all of the types of state-sanctioned oppression, the worst kind of it, other than maybe chattel slavery that we have seen in the United States, across the continent of Africa, Europe, and everywhere else that humans exist. This happens to Kurdish people today. Kurdish people, though, leveraged, in particular, the war against ISIS as a way to gain more credibility and prominence with the United States and the West. How was this done? Some of it was just by happenstance, by geography, where ISIS was fighting. And there was a town called Kobani, which is in north central Syria, just borders with Turkey. And the United States was looking for a partner against ISIS, as ISIS had swept across Iraq and Syria in 2013 and 14 and 15, and taken over 110,000 square kilometers of land. Kurdish forces were fighting to defend their homeland in Kobani. The US and Global Coalition had an interest in defeating ISIS, and through some key stakeholder meetings, the Kurds were able to have access through political partnerships to reach US Special Operations leaders to forge a relationship. This relationship was forged in spite of public and diplomatic opposition and pressure from Turkey, the nation state of Turkey, who's a NATO ally of the United States, and against the politics of the United States, where President Obama at the time in 2014 was assuring Americans that we would not put troops on the ground in large numbers in Syria or Iraq. But out of their advocacy of the Kurds, and including effective public relations, effective stakeholder engagement, effective storytelling and branding, they've become a continued partner of the United States today, where we have bases in North and East Syria, and also in Iraqi Kurdistan and northern parts of Iraq, cities like Erbil and Soleimani. There are more than 200 million American tax dollars pumped in for military aid to Kurdish-led security forces in Syria, and over the past 6 or 7 or so years, there's been more than $1 billion in military aid pumped into the Peshmerga, including stipends in Iraqi Kurdistan. I'm speaking a lot about the military, but there are common threads here for all groups that are oppressed, minority groups, that are lessons that can be learned. You've got to have friends. You've got to have friends. So how do you make those friends from people who may not have any interest in the region? How do you make friends across language and across culture? And what I have seen is that effective storytelling and getting people to buy in on shared values is a way to create those friendships. But you still need to have the effective ambassadors and liaisons to get inside the door, make those handshakes, and get around the table to build that advocacy. And when that's done, things can flow from it, but it takes time. Sometimes it's in extremis. Civil wars create a situation of extremis where people are dying, bombs are dropping, and actions need to be taken quickly. And even with that, there are teams that will pick sides. Let's shift over to Ukraine. We all see, a lot of us who will be on this Zoom session, see with an eyebrow raised of how much the Western world, Europe, the United States, Australia, Japan, South Korea, has rallied around Ukraine. It seems that no amount of money can be spared to aid to Ukraine. I've seen more sunflowers and blue and yellow flags on Facebook and Twitter feeds than I could ever imagine for the people of Ukraine. We wonder, why is it that we don't see this type of response in East Africa and the Horn of Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa, in the Middle East, when people are experiencing the same type of violence put against civilians, of forced famine put against civilians, of water used as a weapon against civilians? Why is there not the same response? I think we kind of know the answer. A lot of this is straight up based on who controls the media, the Western media, and the identity of race. And there still, though, can be a way to overcome that by sharing the identity of common values and human rights. And this just has to be worked over and over and over and over again. I'd like to go through one more example of a successful minority group that used information to build public awareness and create a difference for their outcomes, at least in the short term. In the early 90s in Mexico, there's a group called the Zapatistas who were oppressed and neglected by the central Mexican government. And over the years, this was you could call them almost an insurgent group, a rebel group. And there became a point where there was resistance with the police. And from this, there was an opportunity that came about to bring the plight of the Zapatistas to the broader world. And that opportunity came about through media. So there's an interesting figure in history, and he calls himself a self-dubbed Subcomandante Marcos. You should Google him sometime. And this guy became the spokesman for this revolution in southern Mexico. And he was so effective as a spokesman that he ended up, and this is back in 1994, this is before TikTok, before YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. He ended up being able to really rally the world's attention on the plight of indigenous and impoverished people in Mexico. Did this by relentless engagement with media, by connecting the plight of the Zapatistas with other groups that were involved in struggles, sometimes communist-based struggles around the world. And the group, no kidding, would make newsletters and send out dispatches by fax machine all across the world to similar groups, but also to all the news editors around the world. Good old-fashioned fax machine. So in a world where there's not much information coming in, if you get these tales of the plight and the struggle and the resistance, it started to get interest. And Sub-Commandante Marcos eventually ended up with a big profile in Vanity Fair and interviews with Ed Bradley on 60 Minutes, and the world paid attention. What did the state do? The state of Mexico wants to squash these voices. So when they squashed the voices, and when they went directly after this charismatic and mysterious spokesman, it ended up proving the point that the Zapatistas were making, that the state was oppressing them and they didn't stand a chance, and there were massive human rights violations. So there was blowback on the state from clamping down on the opposition in such a violent and unfair way. And there are lessons that we can all learn from the Zapatistas. I'll take through them. One is that if you connect with like-minded groups and use the synergy and the energy of all, you can raise greater awareness. I recall some years ago, I was here in New York and passed by the Occupy Wall Street movement in Zuccotti Park. And there were people there who were railing against income inequality, but there are also people advocating for women's rights, people advocating for clean energy and combating global warming. So a whole lot of groups came together under one umbrella to raise awareness for their issues. Zapatistas also leveraged a charismatic spokesman, and so all groups can benefit from having charismatic on-camera spokespeople, and playing up the underdog narrative. It's common in stories across the world, the underdog narrative. Everybody likes a hero. You can think of in the Christian tradition in the Bible of David versus Goliath, but there are those similar stories in all cultures and all languages. So that's my opening. I look forward to the further discussion and your questions a little later on.
Thank you, Colonel. Next up, we'll hand the floor over to Marartu, who's been convening, and we will get her perspective, and Fatima following that, and we will then jump to the discussion portion of it, and we'd love to also get your questions. So if the chat is enabled for folks to submit questions, I'll do my best in facilitating and getting those questions to the panelists so that we can have a wholesome discussion. Marartu?
Thank you, Lemmy, and thank you, Colonel Kaggans. That was a really informative presentation that you shared with us and gave me a lot of things to think about. I was taking some notes. I don't have any remarks prepared, but just generally speaking from my experience, I think that some things, without any official training in this area or without any necessarily professional experience, some of the things that my colleagues and I have learned through trial and error, through research, and implemented, and that we have seen to be beneficial, is, for one, really tailoring our messaging to the specific audience. And so a lot of our work comes through in the social media realm, or just like the online space in general, trying to have more, not necessarily the diplomatic types of connections and conversations, but also just on the smaller scale, and also just in the more public sphere as well. And so one thing that's really apparent and a lesson that we've learned is that the same kind of messaging does not apply to every audience. So if you're speaking to people who really have no, connection to the issue that you're advocating about, presenting it in a way that is not, overwhelming. I think we have a tendency in our community to, because we're so passionate about, the topic, and because it really means a lot to us, we kind of lose sight of the fact that someone else doesn't have that context, background, or connection to the issue. And so instead of getting caught up in our own perspective, taking the perspective of that potential audience member, the person that you want to hear what you're saying and take action on it and actually become an ally to that cause. And thinking of it in terms of more of a marketing perspective and how you can actually persuade that person to, not only listen to what you're saying, but also actually care about it and want to support your cause. So, figuring out how to condense the context necessary into, a more palatable and digestible format is one thing. And then also not just simply stating the truth, but presenting it in a way that inherently demonstrates how that fits into a lot of fallacies and, the disinformation that is out there. Because one major hurdle, especially for any advocacy related to, Oromo issues, is that there is a massive disinformation campaign, massive propaganda campaign that is actively contradicting everything that Oromo communities are advocating for. And so, it's one thing to say these, 50 individuals in this town were killed by state forces, but when you're trying to advocate or raise awareness for this issue, or advocate for something to change to prevent that from happening again, and you have another group that's actually, saying that exact incident was actually perpetrated by the group that you're saying is the victim. And so not just, raising or, trying to advocate for it, but also actively combating the propaganda, it becomes really challenging. And it also kind of adds that psychological component to it. So I would say those are some of the main takeaways that I've experienced, especially in the past couple of years.
Excellent. Thank you, Maro. And so just to clarify, I misspoke by saying submit your questions on chat, and realized that it is a tough task to try to get all the questions. So the best way to do is to use the reactions feature and raise your hands as such when you have questions. And if you have questions, this is meant to be an engaging panel. So please use that feature as much as you can. We definitely don't want to just be talking at you. We want to talk and discuss with you. So if there are questions that are coming up, please use that feature of raising hands to address those. And at the moment, one of our co-panelists is having some connection issues, so she is not able to get on. And while she gets taken care of that, I'd like to just thank both Colonel Kaggins and Marartu for sharing their perspective and experience on this. And also just would like to share a bit of my own perspective and what I have experienced in this realm of advocacy. Starting out, I mentioned that advocacy is multidimensional, and there are various aspects of advocacy that we often don't see. Sometimes advocacy can come in a good old-fashioned demonstration or protest, and we might go and write letters and various campaigns. As Marartu had mentioned, it could be an all-out marketing and advertising scheme. But what often gets missed in advocacy is the narrative, that storytelling piece of how do we make friends in the right places, but also how do we engage with those who are putting out that disinformation and counter those in a way that is diplomatic, but also firm in our principles and values. And when we initially react to something, then we sort of take off that advocate hat, because now we are reacting in how that particular disinformation or particular campaign is impacting us personally on that emotional level. And so having these dimensions, and this could be to both of you, Marartu and Colonel Kaggins, what strategies have you guys used to navigate around disinformation? What were helpful things as you have seen storylines come in, as you've seen various campaigns come and the lack of accepting responsibility come? What is it that have helped you guys navigate around the story to be able to make a sound judgment and decisions on how you were going to respond? I'd like to know that, and then we have our first question. So I'll hand the floor to you guys to answer that, and I will get that question. T-Dot.
On the question of disinformation, the principle that I recommend for all groups and that I've used as much as I can in the government is to speak first. So the mentality that I lead communications teams with is that we seek to dominate the information environment with weaponized truth. So we speak first, and then our adversaries have to react to what we're saying, and we're speaking in a truthful way. So if you're able to preempt disinformation, you've done pretty well for yourself in a war of words and a war of ideas. But sometimes when the adversary gets out ahead, we have to combat that by responding as fast as possible with as many facts as possible in a compelling way. And there could be different scenarios where you're just putting out straightforward information to correct the record, or other times it goes even further where you want to ridicule somebody who is smearing your group. But again, leading out with information first and being very fast, and then communicate across cultures. If you have to communicate and send social media messages, video messages, or good old-fashioned press releases to get the attention of other people, do it in multiple languages to make it as easy for broader international audiences to distill and share what content you are presenting.
Yeah, that's a really excellent piece of advice. And what immediately came to my mind as you brought that up is how many kind of destructive public discussions that we've seen take place, where some media outlet invites, different individuals to speak on events in Ethiopia, for example, from different angles. And you can see in real time how this plays out. And we've seen individuals, speak first and spew, completely fabricated statistics with absolutely no basis or no relationship to what's actually happening on the ground. But once that's out there, once that's stated, it kind of puts the other person, even if they're speaking from a truthful and genuine standpoint, on the defensive. And so I think that's a really important takeaway for all of us, whether it's even in a conversation, or regardless of the venue or the platform, we're all trying to advocate in different avenues. So I really hope that those who are listening to this can take that away, that we don't want to put ourselves in the situation of being on the defense, because not only are you trying to make your case, you're also trying to disprove something that's been put out there, whether it was genuinely put out there, to assert that information or as a distraction. But either way, it's become both in that context. And I think, as you said, if you don't speak first, your next line of defense is to present your facts in a compelling way. And so I think that, again, comes back to tailoring your message and, honing in on the key components that will not only demonstrate what, the information that you have factually, but also trying to present it in a way that is combating the disinformation. And so some of the research that my colleagues and I have done is into different forms of fallacies, so that not only understanding that we know disinformation is disinformation, because we have spoken to people on the ground, we have different sources, and we can verify the information that we know to be true. But when you're presented with that disinformation, how do you communicate to other people that it is in fact disinformation or it's propaganda? And in order to be able to communicate to others, what exactly is being done to distort reality, you have to be able to understand that, so that you can then break it down and respond in a way that speaks to that. So that's also something that I've found to be useful.
Excellent. But both really great insights. We do have a question, and this is such a wonderful platform to really engage in this type of discussion with, because the whole room, what I see is it's organizers and activists and scholars. And as we take questions, just want to remind you all that every bit of effort that is made to being able to share that story, we do this on the daily basis, just in our everyday relationships, making our compelling cases, whether we're going to work or carrying up on and checking on friends and family members. We're advocating, and so as we advocate, we use different strategies to be able to connect and navigate around those issues, and how we are able to put ourselves up. And so I'll go ahead and call on the order in which I see the hands. I am going to give the floor to Dr. Ebisa for your question. And who?
Okay, thank you so much, Lami, and the panelists. I really appreciate it because this is the area where we have little experience on, so we're shooting from the hip when it comes to the advocacy, and it's really great to have you guys on the panel, especially at this time where the situation in the country, even in Horn of Africa, is really in really terrible state of affair. I'd like to pose some direct question, especially to the Colonel. So where do we begin to tell our story, for instance? You know, where do you begin? Do you begin from the history, from your experience, since you've been in this field for quite a while? Do you begin from the history, from the culture, or do you begin from the present crisis and then highlight that? And then to whom do we share this kind of story, to what institution, if you will? Where would it make a greater impact for the general public to tell our stories? And you're right, we are having difficult time telling our stories, probably not addressing it in a way that may get greater attention, but we are beginning to see some leeways, seeing some headways right now. So if you could give us a little insight on that. One of the things I think Maro and you also have highlighted is there's this pre-existing narrative that we are trying to overcome while at the same time telling our story. And one of the things we have observed, especially in this scholarly organization, is that I think what we're seeing is that the narrative or the change that we are seeking in the region, it actually benefits both the United States and the Western countries, and to bring peace and stability to the people. But it is becoming difficult to get this across, to get this fact across to policymakers and the public. So do you think approaching simply facts-based or more persuasive type of approach would benefit us in terms of highlighting this, mutual benefit that we may gain by bringing peace and stability to that country? And of course, as you may know, the Ethiopian mystique, what's been known about Ethiopia to the Western countries, especially and throughout the world, is not what actually is in reality. And in what way can we overcome this historical narrative to bring the true history of Ethiopia and the condition that their people are in? I know it's a mouthful. There are other questions that I've received from other advocates. It basically falls in this line that why hasn't the right narrative haven't worked? Is it lack of media? Is it lack of information? These are some of the questions I'm receiving through my text to forward to you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ebisa. Colonel?
Yep. Thanks for your question. I jotted it down as, where do we begin telling the story? One of yours was, do we start with the history or the current crisis? This is first, I'm a practitioner of public information warfare, and I do it on behalf of the U.S. government. So it's a different position that I'm in than an advocacy group. And usually I'm speaking from a position of strength, even if I'm in a position as being a foreigner in a foreign land. It's just what comes with the US flag and wearing red, white, and blue on my sleeve. But I will offer this to you based on what I know about Kurdish people and my ongoing relationships with the Kurdish community and understanding of recent Kurdish history. I think the best choice, given a choice of do we start with the history or start with the current crisis, is start with the crisis. Human nature and the nature of communications, mass media, and social media really likes crisis. The imagery of crisis stands out. So if you take the 40 million or so Oromo people, I know you'll fact check me, maybe 35 million, 50 million people, that's a large group of people in Ethiopia. But as I've been an American all my life and understanding just this much about Ethiopian history, I broadly see, oh, Ethiopia, that's the nation in the Horn of Africa that never was subjected to colonialism. And so they must be doing well. There was a famine a few years ago back in the 80s that was pretty sad. People raised money, and now there's a civil war. And I hear Tigray, 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 Tigray as the only people who have been victimized in this civil war. So I think going to the current crisis and explaining the civil war as more broadly affecting different groups, including the Oromo people, it will be essential to raise awareness, and that awareness will have to be raised with imagery, cross-cultural, cross-language communication. Why hasn't it worked thus far? I think part of it is just broadly the West or the United States American-centric, Eurocentric, white-centric view of what happens with the brown and black people. It's difficult to understand, and this perception that those people are always at war anyway. Why do we need to care about it? Well, clearly there's human rights is a principle that should transcend all religious groups, all geographic locations, all racial groups, men and women, young and old. And the principles set out in the United Nations, the Geneva Conventions, any other international organization says that violations of human rights are bad. Civilians shouldn't be attacked. Civilians shouldn't be put into famine. Civilians shouldn't have terrorism. Civilians shouldn't be wrongfully imprisoned for political reasons. I don't believe anybody would dispute that in Washington, D.C., or media centers like New York or London, Paris, or Tokyo, or Beijing. But then how do we get people to care about it? That's the big pressing issue of the day. How do we raise awareness to get somebody to take action, to intervene, to provide aid, to do anything to alleviate the suffering of Oromo people, or more broadly, any other groups who are wrongfully subjugated by their governments or other groups. Just to add a little bit on what I said at the outset, I think this is about the stakeholder engagement, and it has to be a sophisticated way. It doesn't always require money, right? Everybody can't be AIPAC and just have all the money to pump into congressional campaigns. Sometimes it can be having the right celebrity influencer be the advocate. Sometimes the proper media figure is the advocate. Sometimes you get a young person like Greta Thunberg, the climate activist. She's not the only climate activist. She's a relatively new young person, but she is able to command a lot of attention because she presents a compelling story. And I would offer to you that youth are important in this, because youth are digital natives. There are people on this line who are half my age, some even younger, who are probably extremely active on TikTok and Instagram. And youth voices can be listened to and can leverage the power of communication in authentic ways, in compelling ways, in short sound bites that can be received by other people. We can see that Gen Z, Generation Z, has been able to get attention in the United States, particularly if you think back to the Parkland High School shooting in Florida, and how those young people not only walked out of their schools, but made demands of the governor of Florida and then marched all the way to Washington, D.C. Now, how much changed with gun violence in the United States? Not much, but did they raise a lot of awareness? Absolutely, they raised a lot of awareness and caused debate all the way into the Oval Office at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. So leveraging youth voices, I think, is definitely important. And I'll pause there. I know there's a lot of hands raised, so we'll try to get through as many questions as we can today. And I appreciate the discussion too. I don't have all the answers, but I'm here as somebody who's lived in this space and has a dispassionate view toward the need to advocate and communicate successfully.
Yeah, we have a lot, so I will alternate to ask some questions. So please be patient with me here as I go through. Next up on my screen is Marta Kumsa, who's got the hands raised.
Oh, Lord. Sorry. No, I was just lowering my hand because there were so many people. I'm
sorry, Miss. Could I interrupt for just a second? I think Fatima have also joined us.
Okay.
She'll get prepared. In the meantime, please proceed with your question. Thank you so much. I just want to make that announcement.
I was just, okay. So I just wanted to ask the question from the other side of the advocacy, when about disinformation, right? When the adversary is purposely sitting there and throwing at you firebombs after firebombs after firebombs of disinformation, you're trying to put out some fire. Before you put out that fire, another one is on you already, another one, and that's what we've been dealing with recently in the last couple of years in terms of Ethiopian government or government operatives throwing at us constantly. Forget preempting and doing it ourselves first. Even we can't even catch up with the number of disinformation that continues to come at us, and it's a very hard thing, and repeating that really becomes the norm, and that norm becomes accepted on the other side, and the people we want to reach have already absorbed all of that, and that has become a fact. How do and to be honest, there is no willingness to reach down to the bottom of things and look at the truth, as you were saying earlier, the truth that we're trying to present, because they have already taken all of these untruths already. They are saturated, more than saturated with the false, with the disinformation already. How do you deal with that? And that's the biggest frustration we've been facing. And I don't even know how to ask this, pose this as a question, but that is what we're dealing with. And I don't know if there's any strategy of moving the immovable from the other side. I don't know if I'm making myself clear, but this is what we've been dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Koué. And I just wanted to add also, Dr. Koué, along with Bontu Galata, published an interesting article on this topic in the Awash Post last year. It was called "The Devastating Impacts of Orwellian Misinformation on Oromos." And I just wanted to point this out in case anyone was not aware of it, because I think it's a very nice comprehensive overview of the actual, providing examples of the types of misinformation and disinformation that are out there, and also the specific ways in which they impact Oromo people.
Thanks for your question, ma'am. On this relentless propaganda that comes to you, a bit on what happens in the Kurdish experience is that, let's take Turkey, for instance. The propaganda and the disinformation it starts even from the state in academic institutions. So students across Turkey are indoctrinated into Turkish state rhetoric that strips away cultural identity of Kurds, and they can't speak in the language in their home, in their schools. If they do, they'll be disciplined, and sometimes even jailed. There was just this past weekend were Nowruz celebrations across Turkey by Kurdish people, and some people flew certain banners and they were put in jail just for flying banners at a celebration. Then there's also the relentless assault from the media that says, well, these people are not as smart, they're criminal, they shouldn't be listened to, they're a bunch of liars. And so it goes deeply into the psyche of culture. So it goes beyond just some government elites and the people who control the media. It gets burrowed all the way into culture and how people are raised. Is there a solution for this? I don't think that there's a solution, quick solution for combating all of this, but some ways that can go beyond just going, press release for press release is, as you're aware, intellectual leadership, which can include speeches, op-eds, outreach to think tanks, but also sometimes culture and art and film and poetry and photography as a way to get other people in the world interested in the topic and the plight of the Oromo, and have them look at the crisis independently and come to their own conclusions, but drawing them in different ways other than standard political talk or in media engagement. But it's a wicked problem without any quick solutions, and I don't know of any historical examples where one group has been able to turn around propaganda in one night. And we see we can take an example from, you talked about how some things are stead by the state and go viral and take off. We just had in Ukraine, maybe a month ago, a situation where it was reported that a Ukrainian fighter pilot had shot down 5 Russian jets. Well, it was completely untrue. And the Ukrainian government didn't knock it down. So it created this mystique and people following Ukraine and thinking that all Ukrainians are heroes and good people. And it just lived in ways and was spread by people who didn't know the facts. And depending on what side you were on in that conflict, was just another example of how untruths or deception or propaganda can change outcomes of what other stakeholders or interested parties believe for warring factions.
I hope those of you who've been raising your hands are not too tired from keeping them up. Please do write your questions down, and we will do our best to get to each one of you. The next up when we take questions will be Workina. And before that, though, I would like to welcome our co-panelist, Fatuma Badaso, who I'd introduced as an active organizer and also activist. She will be giving us or sharing a bit of insights on her experience with countering and shaping narrative and countering disinformation. So when you are ready, hope you are given the privileges of, there we go.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, sorry. First, I would like to apologize. I just had a lot going on and I didn't account for a lot of things. So I'm coming to you from inside a car, which is, my opinion, I'm professional, but it's just the circumstances I'm in. And it looks like a lot has been said before I joined, but I have a feeling it's mostly will echo my own thoughts. And so my experience in the advocacy space has been kind of what I heard the Colonel touch on, and also Martha's quick as a question also reflects my experience in that space. And key to that is positionality. When it comes to Oromo advocacy, we're always advocating from a weaker position. And as Kuya Kumsa pointed out, it's always defensive because there's just so much onslaught of disinformation and propaganda from state medias, governments, and even average citizens, because there has been so much propaganda on the Oromo question. The Oromo issue is within the context of Ethiopia and how Oromos are perceived by the general public, which is typically, the these elites who see the Oromo and the Oromo question as an existential threat to them and their ideals for Ethiopia. So it's always been very defensive, and we're always advocating from a place of weakness, just because back home we weren't able to have institutions that reflect us. We weren't able to build institutions that can articulate our issues or even our existence within that state. And so when you have regime, all powerful regime, state medias and private medias who on a daily basis spew out, anti-Oromo, or what we call Oromophobic propaganda and narratives. And when, even expats and large international media correspondents who, in my opinion, never leave the capital, have been indoctrinated with negative narratives regarding the Oromo, we're basically fighting an uphill battle at every stage. As I think Marartu has also touched on, when we're advocating, we're first and foremost trying to change misconceptions about the Oromo before we even get to the issue in which we're making the asks, right? Even before we get to the asks, we're having to, dispel a lot of false impressions of the Oromo as a people, particularly the Oromo question in the political context. So it's a frustrating thing. Advocacy in general itself is very slow, which can be frustrating. There's no direct or clear path to getting what you're advocating for. So it's a lot worse and exhausting when you're doing it from the position that Oromos have been, forced to, fight from. And so my experience has been that what worked to some extent is building relationships, which is a key component of advocacy in itself, is, starting with just individuals and trying to also address institutions, in which I believe even international institutions, the human rights body internationally has embedded within them people who harbor an Ethiopianist view of Ethiopia's politics, which is antithetical to the Oromo question, which is, what we call a federalist position or self-determination position. And so even trying to build, relationships with these organizations, which to some extent I see progress myself, speaking as me, but there's still so much that we have to dispel first in order to be heard. Because if I say I'm an activist from the Oromo community, I'm already seen as non-objective. Like I am obviously, biased towards the Oromo position, and it's just I'm not given the benefit of the doubt. Like my truth is not necessarily regarded as truth, and those who control a lot of the narrative and frame the narratives on Ethiopia are usually urban raised Ethiopianist groups who have for a long time been privileged enough to build even personal relationships with people in very powerful positions. So automatically, if I approach these organizations and these individuals as an Oromo advocate or as an Oromo activist or speaking on behalf of the Oromo, I'm already seen as biased and a proponent of, the destruction of Ethiopia. That is like, without me even saying more than two sentences, I'm seen as somebody who is a secessionist, because that is the narrative that has been framed for a long time. So, we've been put in a position where we have to dispel those narratives that exist, and at the same time fighting these onslaught of incessant propaganda and misconceptions about the Oromo. So it's been an uphill battle, but I do see also we have been progressing in these last couple of years, but we're still, by virtue of being Oromos within Ethiopia, will fighting an uphill battle, and it can be exhausting. But also, that is the nature of advocacy: is that progress is very slow. There isn't really a clear solution. And you have to build a kind of power that continuously pushes it. And that's, when you're advocating from our position, it's not as easy, but I think there is change in that space from my experience.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Fatima. And we are certainly glad that you can make the adjustments necessary to join us. And it is important to have your voice on this, as well as everyone else that's present on this platform today. I think for me, you've captured that and encapsulated kind of everything that morphs into why advocacy is so important, because it does go to show the need for institutions, particularly for us to cultivate new relationships, bring in the non-traditionally included voices. We are just in the grand scheme of things, a small piece of the greater sustainable solution, and but without participation, without cultivating that next generation of torchbearers, we really can't have what it is that we're hoping to achieve. And so, having heard everything, advocacy is exhausting. It is also as rewarding as it is exhausting. We have seen in the last few years just how big of a stride and leap that we've made into the public space, but it's far from over. I mean, this is just starting, and I hope that this event, this particular platform, can continue to be an anchor for many scholars, advocates, and activists to come. Not just of our own communities or like-minded folks, but bringing on the other disenfranchised and marginalized voices as well, and inviting and having this dialogue. I think that's going to be really critical in our next steps of fundamentally building stronger bonds, but also what we envision to ensure that emerging groups and voices and leadership are there. I am going to call on Workine for the next question, and then if Muhammad Ali can tee up the question after Workine, that would be great. In the interest of time here, please keep your questions brief. We will try to get to everyone as much as we can. I believe we have 4 people in queue.
Thank you so much, Lammi. Thank you, Karno, Marartu, Fatuma, and everyone. My question is for Karno, or if he is not here, it can work for Fatuma. There are tons of information that can easily convey the reality of the Oromo issues. As Marartu tried to make point earlier, It is unfortunate that the national media of Ethiopia is deliberately making all kinds of fictions, not only to hide the truth about Oromos, but also to inhumanize the beautiful culture of the Oromo people. They work so hard to make the Oromos question valueless. For example, the fundamental problem of Ethiopia is the systematic structural marginalization against the Oromo people. And yet the Oromos are the biggest majority in the Horn. I recently looked at the current bills of the US government about the peace, stability, and support towards democracy of the Ethiopia. But although the documents are good for the Oromos as well, the Oromos are rarely mentioned in the document. The US government must have all the reality of the Ethiopian falsehood strategy and the unfairly treated Oromos. How do you think we can get the attention that we deserve, at least from the US government? Where do you think we failed in here? Thank you so much.
Thanks for the question. And although I'm not familiar with the specific documents related to democracy and development from probably the State Department or the budget, I do understand some of these concepts from my experience working in the interagency and working on different initiatives at the White House. One of the areas where oppressed groups or minority groups have been able to make inroads with US government policy and appropriations has been through connection on principles. For instance, around the world, there are Christian groups that are minorities in different places, and they'll raise their hand and say, hey, we're Christians, we need aid from the United States. But the leaders in Washington, the diplomatic leaders who are at the embassy in Addis Ababa, they're going to be influenced by what Fatima was talking about earlier, the elites. So they're interacting with people who are elites, who say that we're the central government, we are the only way, and don't worry about the complaints of these other people. We're the ones here whining and dining. And humans' behavior will be to operate under the influence of their host. And if you have a view that says it's too dangerous to travel into Central and South Ethiopia and get eyes on the ground, and if you are told day in and day out that those voices from the Oromo people, they're all liars and it's just disinformation and they're just complaining, then it's hard to influence the United States government. I know Professor Kumsa has been working on issues of feminism for a long time, dedicated her life to it. And I'll give you an example of how the Kurds have used the plight and the fight of women to galvanize some attention from the world to be able to influence US policy. In North and East Syria and also in this Sinjar region of Iraq, there are women fighters. You can look them up, YPJ fighters, and they wear these iconic scarves and they're fighting against ISIS. Well, now because of their fight, there's been a book called The Daughters of Kobani that was written by one of my colleagues, Gail Samak Limon, that talks about these women who are fighting ISIS. There have been some documentary films, and now there's going to be a feature film. Who's making the feature film? Hillary Clinton and Chelsea Clinton. Now, I don't know how much Hillary Clinton and Chelsea Clinton could ever imagine themselves spending any time in Syria fighting ISIS, but they know a good story, and they're using the woman power feminist angle to raise awareness for the plight of Kurdish people. So my response is to say that sometimes it's riding those other or hitching your wagon to a bigger horse that can carry it into the destination that you want to go to. I'll pause there.
Thank you so much. Is that okay if I ask you a follow-up question?
We'll hold that because Mr. Ali is on. Q, but if you can write that down or send that through the chat, through the direct message, I will make sure to get the follow-up in. Is that okay?
All right, thank you. Thank you so much.
I don't know if we are, I can't hear on my end.
How
Can
about
anyone?
now?
Yeah, much better.
Thank you. My question is directed to the Colonel. I said thank you for sharing your knowledge about the Kurdish suffering. And to me, the Kurdish suffering is very similar to that of the Oromo people in Ethiopia. I'll make it very short. Just 4 or 5 days ago, a woman in labor was burned with the house in which she was giving natural birth. If this kind of things were happened, say in Ukraine, it would have been a huge international issue that cannot, nothing, you know, there had never been a time when the majority, the Oromo are, I can't say the majority, but they are the single largest national group there. And they are, there is a plan for reducing their population, movement of population from other areas to Oromo areas. The urban centers basically turn it into anti-Oromo areas. In the capital, in Addis Ababa, you can't speak in Oromo language just now officially and then walk peacefully. How could we deal with this kind of things? How could we reverse this? And the people have already said the entire Ethiopian government, the media establishment, even those in the diaspora, they focus on one thing, on the Oromo. Their goal is to destroy the regional state of Oromia and then cut the Oromo population into 8 or 10 different areas, making them the minority, essentially, and then their land will be taken over. How could we make this very clear to the international community? Thank you.
Muhammad Ali, thank you for your question. This seems to be the question of the day. How do we make a difference? How do we make somebody care about the pregnant woman who's being burned to death? And why does her life not matter as much as even the threat of the life of a Jewish person in Israel or even a Ukrainian in Kyiv? It's a complex question. I really don't have any quick answers, but I think, as Fatima mentioned, that this advocacy, it takes a long time and it has to be a steady drumbeat. Sometimes it could be the big event of this woman being tragically burned, but it's really just the drumbeat and trying to get as many messages out and building relationships with the stakeholders as much as possible and finding an advocate, sometimes an advocate who's well placed in the State Department or the National Security Council or an international organization can be very helpful to have someone inside the room. I know I spoke to some colleagues who in government who focus on Africa more broadly about the Oromo situation. And as I reached out to them, mostly answer I got back was crickets. Nobody wanted to talk about anything. And that was a surprise to me, as these were some people who I've had a personal relationship with for more than a decade. And they treat, Oromo people like it's some sort of hot issue that they don't want to be involved in. And there's just an apathy from some senior government officials, clearly in the United States, but probably also in other world capitals and with international organizations for the fight. And I think if people did care, they would do something about it. And I'm not sure what will make that difference for you, but all of the people who are on this meeting, I know, care deeply about the issues. And I think there's clearly opportunity for more intellectual leadership that could be as simple as tweets, but it could also go to scholarly writings that I know some of you have done, books and op-eds, and it's just over and over and over again. And perhaps now there's an opportunity to compare and contrast what's happening in Ukraine and why does America care about Ukraine? What about South and Central Ethiopia and the Oromo state, comparing and contrasting the two to try to raise awareness in one of the national papers of the United States or UK.
All right. Yeah, there is a lot of there are a lot of barriers, just to simply put, to be able to get around. But without persistence and perseverance, I think advocacy isn't going to work. So you have to figure out different ways to be able to get the issue out into the public sphere. So for us collectively, for us as advocates, and as we look at the current global state of affairs, we have to consider what does that issue or what does that cause mean to each of us, and how are we impacted by it, and then how are we willing to be able to articulate that in an eloquent fashion. Sometimes it's not about playing the game or being upset at the player or at the system itself. It's learning the game. It's learning how to articulate your position, how to be able to solidify your identity, and then proceed from there on in various forms, whether it's actively engaging in discourse by way of various mediums that are available to us, and also the scholarly work, the work to build institutions, and most importantly, the investing in youth. You have to continue to cultivate the next generation. So my call to action for the Oromo Studies Association and other institutions that are emerging and are well established: put your money where your mouth is and invest in your youth. And looking at the ways and contributions that they can make can become the focal point of our advocacy. Oftentimes we say advocacy doesn't necessarily mean speaking to the halls of power and having those in power all of a sudden, magically fix our problems and make them go away. No, it has to start with investing and laying out a foundation that is going to sustain us in the long run. That slow drum beat that was mentioned. And I will, with that, send it off. I think there was a follow-up question. The follow-up question was, what are some strategies to be able to counter falsehoods, and particularly on the counterproductive messaging? I'm not sure I understand the question, but that's the best way I can frame that. And that was directed towards you, Colonel.
Okay, I'll just have a quick answer, and I think I want to thank you, Limi, again for inviting me, and Maritu for your insights, and Fatima for your insights and the good questions. Just to recap, to answer this last question and recap, I think in order to be effective for advocacy, you have to do a few things. One, as you're in an environment with information, it's not only the information that is against the Oromo people that you have to fight against, it's also everything else. People are paying attention in the United States to basketball. We've had World Cup football, soccer qualifiers that have happened this week, any number of natural disasters and economy and other things that are going on in Ukraine. So there's a lot of competition for information. In order to increase the awareness of what you're doing, I recommend, again, connecting with like-minded organizations with who have a similar interest, leveraging charismatic ambassadors and spokespeople who can talk to media, talk to stakeholders, and raise awareness and really connect with audiences across culture. Communicate in multiple languages to reach different stakeholder groups, and make friends in high places. Friends in high places is essential. Some of those can be done through social networks. Several of you are at academic institutions where you're working with in influential departments. And play up this narrative. We talked a little bit about the narrative. Play up this underdog narrative, and you really have to draw some contrast. Those contrasts will be, as you have lived, attacked vigorously and relentlessly by the state. And I'm not here to pick a side. I represent the United States government in some ways. But if you're ever going up against opposition in the communication space, you have to have this strong narrative and story and a thread that connects and resonates in an emotional way with people around the world to bring them to your side. And essentially, your side just says, stop the abuse, stop the violence, stop the artificial famine, and then treat everybody with dignity and respect. There's nothing wrong with that. And most people around the world connect with those principles of human rights. So I thank you, and I'll continue to follow your story as I continue my professional career. I'll pause there. Bye from Manhattan, New York.
Thank you, Colonel. We'll be in touch.
Yes, thank you very much for joining us. Learned a lot from you.
Thank you. That has been really a wonderful, insightful conversation, really. This is going to be a template that we use to revamp our advocacy, and I appreciate the Colonel and all the panelists, especially Lami Oz, who had made a tremendous difference in our community in opening doors and getting things through the Congress. And I think we're in better shape because he's involved and a lot of people have involved. And so I really want to thank, we'll definitely keep you up to date with our progress. I hope you'll join us in the future program. Thank you to everyone who have joined us. Thank you, Lami and the Colonel, Maratu and Fatuma.
Many thanks to all of you for the opportunity to have some time and space on this platform.
Thank you, and I'll ask the next panelists to get ready to get prepared. Pedro, if you're in the room, please make yourself available. Professor Asafa Jalata, Kadir Said, and Professor Mohammed Hassan. Also, if you could stay behind, as we will be discussing the role of artists in commemoration of No Governance struggle, contribution to Oromo struggle. And so we will make time, we'll get prepared until then. We'll take a quick 1 or 2 minutes until we get the panelists on board. Thank you so much. Okay. Kadir, elamo yo jiraate me stage ran seniti video ketis dubani Professor Asafa Jalata yo jiraate atis nu seni me video ketis dubani elamo yo jiraate Professor Asafa Jalata yo jiraate atis nu seni video ketis Ayo singalate fanna. Okay. Kadrone nyusa Professor Muhammad Hassan atireo jiraate nu seni me Muhammad Professor Muhammad Hassan atireo jiraate nu seni no mayo bo no katabani DSN jiru sanre no katabani DSN jiru sanre and quote Adiro, I think mute you got me. I think I'm getting it for Kata Kabiyajo. You got it. Can you say the I think network to Jala Jali for Kata in Red Fajra.
Finish show.
Finish it no Kuwaiti kumna matun chikabe.
Oh,
Ana gana metasa etanani ovili na tfakate nulaka bundan denye tenoshi du Kuwaiti. Boka jutu. Ifamete senior gite jirti. Finish kanno wenyu kanarate machu dafba ever bade turte no gobana refre kabajishin kabdu sinreni back to one shini or artin shi one shi Oromo agote kapso akamit shi red jette o bokadir senejra kanigum senejra red jette o bokadir senejra kanigum senejra Zumi laman jirta.
Telepon कैसे है?
Zumi laman jirta.
No laman jiran.
Zumi laman jirta.
No laman jiran. Let me check. Let me check.
Wala mo to jira na tfakat. Okay. Ya sa email?
Facebook bakwaiti ya sawatre.
Oh, okay. Kasi ya mo ko nasiriti.
Kas na fakat ya.
Aye, about Kadir Said, artist Kadir Said, invite you go range right or come no say na. I think we'll be to the day.
Kas na fakat.
Kasimiti.
Ya kasanise tu yero heddu bilbilefi.
Aye.
Ya lejra chone argachu daddabe.
Rakon jiru amma ni say na rena bilbilafi. Tafu nuga wanda kana kan kopes ni atu sila siriti najala bekta. Wanda kana ratib bal inan hasa unu rajara mal fi artin Oromo artiston Oromo gumachu gudda wadanit asin nugani. So what is the political implication of their work? What is Oromo art look like in the future? How are they reshaping the narrative of Ethiopia? Kanjaru kanarati is in Professor Asafa Jalata Res Jira, Wahibiyatisan Srit Beku, Professor Muhammad Sanas Juru. So Sumatan Kenna, Kanjiro.
Ayol fat. Akkami warri fagoo fi dhiyoo irra daawwachaa jirtan nagaa isin gaafanne Professor Muhammad Hassan Ali fi akkasumas Professor Asaffaa Jaalataa lachuu hedduu isin galateeffadha. Mata dureen irra haasa'uu deemnu akkuma Dr. Eebbisaa Raggaasaa beeksisetti gumaacha artiin Oromoo qabsoo Oromootii fi gumaachi. Kalee maal fakkaata artiin Oromoo har'a akkamittuu jira hegereen qabsoo Oromootii fi artii Oromoo ammoo walitti dhufeenyi isaa fuulduraa fi akkam tahuu deemaa waan jedhu irra dubbachuu deemna. Kanaan walittu qabatee seenaa nama tokko artistii guddaa Oromoo ka Oromoon akka mallattoo tokkummaatti ilaalu kan inni illee sirbisaatiin tokkummaa jedhee tokkummaa Oromoo lallabaa ture sabboonummaa Oromoo lallabaa ture. Nuwo goobana ija qabsoo Oromootii fi gumaacha artii Oromoon godhan akkamitti ilaallaa waan jedhu irra wal dubbachuu deemna. Asirrattu paanalii sila artistoota irra dabalannee waan muuxannoo isaanii ka jiru isaanii artii fi qabsoon Oromoo maal fakkaati waan qabsoo Oromoo karaa artiitiin gaggeessuu fi carraaqanii fi miidhaa fi dhiibbaa akkamii turatu dhaqqabee jennee sila Ilfina Shiqannootii fi artisti Kadir Said illee gaafachuu fi turre lachuu haala adda addaatii fi nu argamuu hin dandeenye. Amma warri nu asittuu qabnu profeesaroota warra jechuun waan siyaasa Oromoo, qabsoo Oromoo, dadammaqeensa Oromoo karaa siyaasaa sochii sabboonummaa Oromoo karaa artiitiin jiru sirriitti qoratan waan taateef warri kun jechuun karaa muuxannoo isaanii beekumsa warra artistoota kanallee wajjin qabanii fi akkasumas waan walumaa galattuu barataniiti warri sunillee walitti fidanii nu dhiyeessanii ka jalqaba Professor Muhammad Hassaniitiin haa jalqabnuti jechuun Professor Muhammadii ganama kanallee yeroo hedduu waan beeksaniif anillee irra deebisee hin barsiisu hayyuu qabsoon Oromoo keessa nama tokko Professor Seenaati seenaa alalleetti waa hedduu waan maadaa Oromoolee fi waan akkasii kanallee qoratu waan taateef Professor Muhammadii fi akkasumas Asaffaa Jaalatalleen beeksisa waan barbaadan natti hin fakkaatu namuu hin beektanii ganama kanallee beeksisa waan turanii fi yeroollee qusachuu fi garasumattu dabarra Professor Muhammad Hassan Ali dabareen keessanii waan mata duree kan irrattu nuuhoo akkamittuu beektanii nuuhoon gumaacha akkamii gumaachee waan jedhu barreessan sunii fi akkasumas qabsoo Oromootii fi artiin Oromoo walitti dhufeenyi inni qabu kakaleetiif kaardhaatiif fi kaborillee irraa daqiiqaa 10 fudhattanii yoo nu haasoftanii achiin gara Asaffaatu deemnee Professor Asaffaa achiin dubattuu gara gaafiif deebii fa'aa yaada namatti dhaga'utti dabarra. Sagaleen keessan dhagamu.
Yes. Kadiroo hedduu naa galatoome aan Dr. Raggaasaan Eebbesaan waan nuuhoo barreessinaan jee waan xiqqoo takka barreesse sanumaan xiqqoonti jechuu barbaada. Shakkiin hin jirtu wallistoonni Oromoo qooda wasana hin qabne ummata keenya kaasuu, ummata dammaysuu, awareness ummata keenya keessatti uumutti qawwee daran ummata keenya wanta godhanii hedduu nama gammachiisa. Waan isaan godhan contribution isaanii waan gabaabduun barreessee oosaa hopefully oosaa website irratti baha waan obboleessi keenya Muhammad Adamoo fi Dr. Awwal barreessan hedduun quote godhee hedduun galateeffachuu barbaada. Nuuhoon ijoollummarraa kennaa muuziqaa qabaa hedduu jaalata. Sanbira dabree nama dhugumatti special gift walaloo barreessuuf walaloo sirbaa barreessuuf special gift songwriting jechuu. In fact, yoo saan amma taateef tokkoo fi lama taate malee nama sirbu nama ifii walaloo barreeffatee ifii arrange godhee ifii sirbu nuuhoo malee an hin beeku. special gift qabaachuu ture. Biyyatti eegalee booda rakkoon qabatee karaa Jabuutii dhufee 1976 cufarraahuu ta nama gammachiiftu yogguu hojjaa arkatee dura mindaa arkate mindaa duraa ka isaa saniini gitaara bitatee gitaara if barsiisee nama gitaara akka bareedatti rukutuu danda'e dhahuu danda'u ta'e namni sirba isaa arke in the 1980s 1990s yeroo dheeraa namni arke sirbi isaa cuftinuu gitaaraa wajji deema ifiif dhawata jechuu barbaadeeti special skill qaba dura on international scale stage Oromo wallistoonni Oromoo kan if barsiisanii qabsoo uummata keenyaa barsiisan June 27 1977 guyyaa independence Jabuutiin independent taate Faransaayirraa Faransaayittu amata 99 bulchuu ture guyyaa san taraa duraati wallistoonni Oromoo sirbaniitichi sirbuu qofa kan hin tahin eega fixan booda liiderootaa fi uummata Jabuutii baga guyyaa kanaan isin gahe ja'aniiti uummanni keenyaas guyyaa tokko bilisummaa isaanii arkatanii akkuma isin har'a gammaddan kanatti gammanna ja'anii uummata hedduu sarpiraayiz godhanii warra rifachiisanii jira laal dargiin delegation ergite Jabuutitti san keessaa koloneel Axnaafuu Abaate nama Mangistuu Hayilamaaramitti itti aanu kan booda Mangistuun actually February 1978 kan ofirraa kan ajjeese hedduu aaree jedhan rifatee aare maaliif waan biyya keessatti inni dhagahin alatti ijoolleen Oromoo afaanii baafatanii guyyaa bilisummaa uummata keenyaa ja'anii yogguu san dhaga'u sarpiraayiz ta'e noo nama bakka hedduu deemee Jabuutirraa Suudi Arabiyaa dhaqee gaafa Suudi Arabiyaa ture kaaseeta baaseeti erguu ture anilleen dura gaafa san Londaniin ture kaaseeta isaa ka abdii namatti horu ka nama gammachiisu ka biyyaa wajji wal nama qunnamsiisu kaaseeta san harkadhee achirraa inni wanni sirbu irra guddaan isaanii waan jaalalaa takka inni sirbaa irra guddaan wahuma qabsooti wahuma tokkummaati wahuma bilisummaati isaatu sirba resistaansii in fact an san dura walalotti namni resistaansii ni dhageessisa nuhoo dura resistaansii cimaa ka bilisummaa ka alaabaa Oromoo biyya Oromoo ka je'ee sirbe isa dura hin beeku karaa sanitti really hedduu nama ajaa'ibsa nama jabaa ture jechuu barbaadeeti achirraa booda Room dhaqee Roomirraa Kanaadaa dhaqee eega Kanaadaa qubate booda fizikaalii wal arkuu eegallee dur fagootti kan wal beeynu keessaahu yeroo Osaa Conference Torontootti yoggaa 4 walit dhaabee 1988, 89, 90, 91 achitti godhame wallistoonni Oromoo 4 moo 5 yeroo sana achi ture achitti godhuuf attraction bareeda ture really san qofa kan hin tahin guyyaa konfiraansii irra oollee namni konfiraansii keenya beeku hammam takka namni dadhabee wanta taha galgala yogguu isaan nama booharsan yogguu nuhoon Oromiyaa je'ee boohee nama cufa boochisu haala ajaa'ibaan nu keessatti uume jechuu barbaadeeti dhugumatti nuhoon nama giftii walaloo katabu kan lafaa kaasee naasa'u yoo namarraa dubbisee kan hin ta'in 1991 nuhoon Atlanta ture ji'a 5 moo ji'a 6 san keessaa ji'a 7 mana keenya ture galgalaa ganama walgarraa kanin yeroo san bare laal almost jaalala qabaa ni kataba hedduu kataba guyyaa tokko kanin ar'alleen irraanfanne hanqaan jiru waanin irraanfadhu natti hin fakkaattu walaloo isin waamti harmeen jiru guyyaa tokko jaa'aa booda kan akkaan ittiin hin beeku xiqqoo mirqaanee taa'ee walaloo san barreessee walitti qixxeessee gitaaraan taphachuu eegalee nuti faamiliin kiyya nama 4 ijoollee kan hin ta'in ijoolleen xixiqqoo yogguu sani nama 4 taane naa fi warra kiyyaa fi obboleeyyan isii 2 4 taane namni biraa 4 dhufee harka dhawaa nuhoon yogguu booheeti nullee boochise nan amantanii sirba isaa sagalee isaa ammaas yogguu sirbu onnerraa hi sirbu really capture nama godha onnerraa sirbeeti if wallaaltee bakka jirtu fuudhee biyya si geessaa beeyta biyyaa wajji walis nama hidhaa gaafa nu bira ture san walaloo meeqa barreesse iskilii adda addaa kan namni hedduun hin beekne takka tiraaka oofuu ture makaanikaas ture iskilii adda addaa qabaa barkennaa ajaa'iba ammoo san keessaa ta onnee isaa fuutee umrii isaatti dabarse ta sirba wanni inni sirba irra guddaa wahuma Oromooti ta jaalala Oromoo ta biyyaa ta bilisummaa kana ture 1992 yoo kan yaadatan taate January 1992 eega jijjiiramni dargiin kuftee jijjiiramni ta'e booda transitional charter transitional government additi bilisummaa Oromoo yogguu san mootummaa san keessa turte abdii xiqqoo takkaa ture guddollee kan hin ta'in biyya dhaqaniiti nuhoo fi qamari nama 3 moo 4 warri walliftuun achi dhaqanii achirratti nuhoon ummata imimmaaniin fit arra guyyaan ka Oromooti jedhee yogguu inni sirbu ummanni keenya ni beeytanii xiqqoo waan miidhaa cimaa jala turre jecha yogguu takka itti wanti ta'a arra guyyaan ka Oromooti alaabaa Oromiyaa jedhee Finfinnee keessatti yogguu inni sirbu inimaahu san qofaa miti bakka adda addaa deemanii garsiisanii turanii wayyaaneen dafteeti garte jarri kun meeshaa tahanii ummata nu kaasan jedhanii akka bahan pireejara cimaa irra kaahan laal calculation wayyaanee lafaa kaasen jiru 1991 yogguu isaan biyya galan calculation isaanii baalasilxaana wayyaanee ka harka mirgaa mallas irraa hin dhagahe New Yorkitti wal garree calculation isaanii sabboonummaan Oromoo develop godhuuf amata 10 irraa barbaachisaa hanqasittuu waa meeqa godhuu dandeenyaa diinee akkam maanta Abiyyi faan itti jiran kanatti diinee balleessina jedhanii wanta ta'an yeroo gabaabaa keessatti sabboonummaan ummata keenyaa gamana faca'ee wayyaaneen baareydee dura isaan baasanii eega isaan achirraa yaa'an booda adda bilisummaa Oromootu mootummaa wantaa keessaa mootummaa transitional government keessaa baasanii achi booda waan ta'e isin cufaa beekaa irra guddaan namaa gaafasan biyyarraa bahe kunni dhumee kun waa meeqa tahe akkasillee taatee nuhoon abdiin muran 2000 Eertiraa dhaqeeti yogguu san loltuu adda bilisummaa Oromootu ture. Isaan qalbii jajjabeessuuf achi torbaa meeqa isaan keessa ture. Achi really hedduutti gammadanii jaalatanii gabaabdutti maal jechuun barbaada. Nuuhoon biyyarraa bahee qalbiin isaa yoggayyu biyyumarra biyya jirti. Kanaa jecha 2006 karaa Keeniyaa deebi'ee wanni deebi'eef kan inni harka dhugaa beeku Oromiyaatti malaa je'eeti. Achi galee achirraa 2010 biyya galee eega biyya galee booda odoon hin turin 2013 dhukkubsatee dhukkuba badaa isa qabee hedduu miidhamee almost yoggaa 8 miidhaa wasana hin qabne jala ture. Ultimately January 22 2022 umriin isaa addunyaa kanarraa boqote. Ilmaan 6 fi jaartii isaatu irraa hafe. Akka laalcha kiyyatti Nuuhoon he was a special gift ummata keenyaaf. Ammaas akka laalcha kiyyatti onnee ummata keenyaa keessa jiraate je'eetiin nama irraanfatamuu hin qabne onnee ummata keenyaa keessa jiraate je'eetiin amanaa. Tarraa boodaati rabbiin jannataan isa haa qananiisu. Warra isaatii fi fira isaa nu cufaa ka isa beeku warra walaloo isatti gammade cufaahu rabbi nu haa jajjabeessuun ja'a. Akka Nuuhoo dhibba meeqa rabbi nu haa kennu jechuu barbaadeeti. Hedduu naa galatoome Kadiiroo.
Ayyee Profeesar hedduu galatooma sagantaan kennetti fufee jira. Amma immoo kallattumaan gara Profeesar Asaffaa Jaalataa deemnaa. Profeesar dabareen keessanii itti fufa.
Iskiriin ishee gochuun hin danda'a?
Hin danda'amu, hin danda'amu.
Attan jirtu hundi keessan fayyaadha. Har'a guyyaa irraa kana gaa har'a guyyaa goota muuziqaadhaan kan beekame sabboonaa nama guddaa duutu jalaa fudhatee deeme Nuhoo Goobanaa. Hin yaadannas hin kabanyas. Namoota biyya Noord Ameerikaa kana keessatti yeroo baay'eedhaaf onaadhaaf osaa miseensa ta'anii turan namni Nuhoo irraanfatu hin jiru. Maaliif muuziqaan isaa hundi namaa bantee seente akkuma Profeesar Mahammad Akkayer. Baay'ee bareedaa warraaqaa waan Oromoon aspireeshinii Oromoo neeshinii waan Oromoon barbaadu haasaa yeroo hundaa. Dhugaadhumatti innaa dubbanne he was true revolutionary Oromo artist. Baay'ee warraaqaadha. Afaan isaa keessaa sirbi ba'u yeroo inni sirbu akka inni itti sirbu afaan Oromoon isaa akkuma dammaami'a. Isa yeroo dhaggeeffattu dandeessi obsuu hin dandeessu. Rakkina Oromoo karaa dinagdee, rakkina Oromoo karaa hawaasaa, karaa hundumaa irra ga'e rakkina kanatu baay'ee calaqqisee mul'isa. Akka uummata Oromoo yeroo sanatti mootummaa Tigree fi mootummaa OPDO EPRDF jedhu Oromoo irratti kan duula guddaa banee Oromoo fixaa ture OPDOdha. OPDOdha TPLFdha. Rakkina isaan uummata Oromoo irratti geessaa turan. Rakkina nafxanya mootummaa nafxanyaa isaan waamanii namooti baay'een nafxanyaan Amaaruma keessaa dhufatti fakkaata. Nafxanyaan Oromoo nafxanyaatu jira. Tigree nafxanyaatu jira. Namooti mootummaa Itoophiyaa deeggaran hundi isaanii namoota sirna nafxanyaa deeggaranidha. Kanaaf nafxanyoota hundi isaanii Oromoo irratti rakkina isaan hojjetan baay'ee hamaa ture. Kana ibsaa ture Nuhoon. Kanaaf nama nobsisiisu utuu yeroon jiraate muuziqaa isaa kana hunduma isaa keessa deebi'anii xiinxaluu barbaachisa. Gaaf tokko namni yeroo fudhatee waa'ee inni godhe kana hundumaa qoratee kitaabatti akka inni baasu abdiin qaba. Maaliif dubbii cimaadha dubbiin isaa waan inni haasa'u seenaa of keessaa qabaa, sabboonummaa of keessaa qabaa, afaan Oromoo of keessaa qabaa, saayikooloojii Oromoo of keessaa qabaa, waan hundumaa qaba. Kana caalaa amma hundisaa Oromoo hunda ija tokkoon ilaala tokkummaa Oromoo. Oromoota intelektuwaalota Oromoota warra jiran akka isaan dirmatanii harmee isaanii gargaaran si waanti harmeen jedha. Attamitti dagattan jedha. Dhugaadhumatti is a very amazing guy. Nuhoo kanan baranii 1987 yookiis 88 baree research godhaan ture yeroo sanaa graduate student ture. Mana abbaa urjii achi ture nama baay'ee waame interview godhaa ture. Isa achittin argisas achitti argin wajjin naasee. He was very young man at that time. Wajjin argee bare waa'ee muuziqaa isaatillee hin barre. Isa booddee 88 akkuma Professor Muhammad jedhee 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, yeroo bara baay'eedhaaf osaaf onaan konferensii achitti godhatu turan. Keessumaa yeroon osaa pirezidaantii ture 92 to 94. It was very amazing akka inni osaa kana bareechee giseen haasa'u giseen ni sirbu. Muuziqa akkuma gitaaraadha waan sirbu. Warra Afrikaan Ameerikaan buluu jedhu muuziqaan biyya kanatti kan inni sirbu. Maaliif afaan haasa'atu muuziqaadhaan onnidhaan kiraaraan walitti fida. Buluu jedhama biyya kanatti baay'ee beekamaadha. Baay'ee jaallatamaadha. Namichi tokko King jedhama. Biyya kanatti baay'ee kan beekamu. Dhugaadhumatti Nuhooni mootii Oromoo muuziqaa jedhamu. Mootii Oromoo muuziqaa isa warraaqaa jechuu danda'ama. Baay'ee mootii isaati. Har'a silaati namoota Ilfee fi Saayidii Nijis wajjiniin haasofnannee turre isaanillee hin dhumne baay'ee nan gaddi isaan hafuu isaanii. Baay'ee jarri kunis akkuma isaa warra warraaqsa muuziqaa warraaqaa Oromoo bara dheeraadhaaf warra taphatanii wallaansoo Oromoo irratti babba'an warri kunillee. Ilfee gaafa 1977 dha kaaseen beeka. 1977 kun very interesting dha. Akkuma Professor Muhammad jedhe biyya Jibuuti keessatti waan ta'ee fi biyya Oromiyaa keessatti waan ta'e in relation to music interesting event ta'e. Isa Jibuuti keessatti ta'e Professor Muhammad dubbateera. Ani immoo isa biyya keessatti ta'e hin dubbadha. Yeroo sanan arginu Ilfnashiin very young woman turte. She was very revolutionary akkuma Nuhoo kana. Waan akka isheetti sirbitu miidhagina sirba isheetti afaan Oromoo ishee akkuma bareeda. So jarri kun sadan isaaniiyyuu kan yuunikii isaan godhu nafxanyaadhaaf hin bitamne. Nafxanyaa ammaafis nafxanyaa duriifis hin bitamne. Horii argatanii uummata isaanii gananii biraan deemne. Nuhoo kan yuunikii godhu hiriyoottan isaanii baay'een mootummaa nafxanyaa abiitti galan. Nuhoon garuu guyyaa tokko gadi ba'ee waan dur sirbe, waan dur dubbate, waan faallesu tokkollee hin dubbanne. Kanaaf seenaa keessatti yeroo seenaan warraaqtoota Oromoo katabamu kan iddoo tokko guddaa qabatu kan Nuhoote jedhanii yaada. Seenaa Oromoo history, Oromo national history, an integral part of Oromo national history ta'a because it was not simple. Namooti baay'een waan irratti muuxeef xiyyeeffatan qabu. Garuu in whole Oromoo seenaa Oromoo ilaallee akkuma sila Oromoo aartii jennee, Oromoo muuziqaa jennee, afaan Oromoo jennee, goototi Oromoo karaa kana hundumaa dhufaniitu seenaa Oromoo biyyoolessaa akka inni kataba calaqqisu godhu jechuudha. Akkuma sileedhee waggaa 1977tti waan guddaa tokkotu ta'e biyya Finfinnee keessatti. Addi bilisummaa Oromoo underground ture. Yeroo sana OLF Cultural Committee OLF jedhanii komitee aadaa ijaaramee ture. Komiteen aadaa kuni namoota adda addaa biyya Oromiyaa irraa harka lafa jalaan biyya Oromiyaa irraa dhufanii Finfinnee keessa jiraatan barsiistota warra mootummaaf hojjetan soldiers barattoota religious leaders warra keessaa dammaqantu harka lafa jalaan ijaarame komitee kana kan geggeessaa ture luba Guddinaa Tumsaati. Is interestingly waan kun toshanii qopheessanii maal jechuu calqabanii Oromoo dictionary Oromoo katabnaa Oromoon newspaper akka qabaatu literature Oromoo afaan Oromoo guddifna jedhanii yaada kanaan ka'anii cultural show kana experiment gonaanii ka'an biyya Oromiyaa hundumaarraa yoo danda'ame gruuppii kutaa Oromiyaa irraatti akka namni Finfinnee dhufee Oromo cultural show agarsiisan qopheessan. Kun egaa maal fidee biyya Oromiyaa hundumaa keessatti kutaa Oromiyaa hundumaa keessatti Oromoo musical group ijaaranii hunduttuu fiduu hin dandeenye kutaa Oromoo 6 keessaati warri musical group yookiis immoo sirbanii dhufan tokko Baalee, Arsii, Harargee, Shawaa, Ilubbaabor, Wallaggaatti dhufan. Yeroo gaafa sana achiin turanii for the first time seenaa keessatti Oromoon maal akka ta'e argite. Bareedina Oromoo, diversity Oromoo, tokkummaa Oromoo. Gisa isaan isteejiitti ba'anii sirbuu jalqabanii namni kaan ol ka'ee, kaan hin boo'ee, kaan ol haammatee, kaan fiigee isaan bira dhaqee kanan irraanfanne waan tokko nama dargi keessa turetu jira. Nama Nugusee Nagaasaa jedhama. Motolaqaa Nugusee Nagaasaa jedhama. Namni dargi keessa ture fiigee dhaqee bahee mimmaan boo'ee isteejii irratti ba'e. I think gaafa sana shallaayeen barte fakkaata. In ajjeesan booddee nama iddoo guddaa dargi keessatti qabaatee hizbi dirijjit halaa fi national wanneen maqaan afaan Oromootti nama dhibdi. Kanatti alaa fi ture garuu gaaf tokko tunni karaa deemuu makiinaan rukutanii ajjeesan. Ani gammachuun gaafas natti dhaga'ame utuu addana jiraatteef na shiinfaa yaadachiifne yaada orgeettarraa. As keessa Profeesar Kuya Kumsaa jirti. Isheen illee gaafas achi turte. Baay'ee yaadatti. Probably komitee sana keessa jiraachuu dandeessi. Guyyaa sanatti gammachuu guddaan ega Oromoo booji'amte, ega uummata Oromoo booji'amee diina jala galee akka gaafa sanaatti Oromoon gammadee hin beeku. Dhugaa naa dubbanne. Maaliif tokkoffaa sima tokkitti calaqqisee gadi ba'ee lammaffaa Oromoo uummata Oromoo maal ta'uu akka danda'u utuu bilisummaa argate utuu cunqursaa jala hin jiraanne aadaa akkamii akka inni qabu seenaa akkamii akka inni qabu akka inni ol jaallatu akka inni ol duukaa dhaabbatu akka isaan olitti bu'an namni sirbuun hundumtuu tokkummaa Oromoo fi jabina Oromoon ol duukaa dhaabbatee bilisummaa ba'uun akka qabu. Waan tokko hin raaffatin hafe sirba tokko intalli tokko baaleedhaa dhufte sirbite tarkaanfadhu yaa Oromiyaa jetti. It's a very amazing. Baay'ee shookii nama godhe tarkaanfadhu yaa Oromiyaa jetti. Nummoo gaafa sana waraqata Oromiyaa jedhu faa guca dargaggoo kan jedhamu bakkalcha Oromoo kan jedhamu facaafna lafa iddoo sanatti. Tarkaanfadhu Oromiyaa sana gisee dhageenyu soo gammachuu guddaa maqaa Oromiyaa jedhu biyya sana keessatti magaala Finfinnee keessatti galma mootummaa keessatti tarkaanfadhu Oromiyaa jedhamee gaafa sirbamu it's so amazing, fascinating. Yeroo baay'ee naman gaafa intalli sun ajjeesammoo hin jiraatte kan jedhu wanta ta'e hin beeku yeroo baay'ee yaafachaan ture. Achi baaleedhaa dhufte mucayyoon kun. Mootummaan Habashaa inaare sana arguudha aaranii yeroo sanaa kaasanii nama hedduu ajjeesuu qaluu waan kanatti ka'an mootummaan Habashaa kan inni beeku yeroo Oromootti dhufu ajjeesuudhuma hidhuudhuma nama akka Oromootti carraan qabaanne argeen beekan nama isaan ajjeesan immoo nama keessaa bishaat nama beekaa nama waa hojjechuu danda'u barbaadanii ibsaadhaan barbaadanii keessaa fudhanii ajjeesu. Gaafa sanaa kaasee muuziqaan Oromoo akka muuziqaa terroristiitti lakkaa'an shororkeessaatti lakkaa'an maaliif dhugaa Oromoo waan ta'eef waan Oromoon ta'u waanta mul'iseef muuziqaa kan different wanni godhu baay'ee wanni dhabeeta waan baay'ee seenaa afaanii fi aadaa walitti qabeetu bareechee namatti dhiyeessa. Nama sarafullee isa hin beeknellee mataa isaa keessatti dammaqsa muuziqaan. Kanaaf diinnis hin baree Oromoo gootota Oromoo hogganoota Oromoos kana baraniitu Oromoo Cultural Committee ijaaranii Oromoo Cultural agarsiisan. Oromoonis hin baree diinnis hin baree gaafa sanaa kaasee muuziqaan Oromoo taargetii ta'e jechuudha. Haa ta'u iyyuu malee isa gara xinnoo ishee deebifnee yeroo laallee muuziqaan Oromoo kan inni ifa ta'uu calqabe Arfan Qalloo Musical Group kan jedhamu 1966 kan ijaaramedha. It's a very unique sunis achitti wallaansoon Oromoo miila baay'ee qaba gaafas qawwees qaba muuziqaas qaba self-help association qaba miila baay'een qaba utuu jarri kun ol hin beekin karaa Baalees karaa Harargees karaa Finfinnees waan adda addaa ijaaraniitu wallaansoo Oromoo kana walitti fiduu jalqaban. Egaa muuziqaan achi jalqabe dur namni waa'ee Oromoon sirba qabaayyuu namni beeku hin jiru utuu warri ijoolleen Arfan Qalloo kun sirbitee sirbishee biyya Oromootti dhaga'amne ta'e Oromoo muuziqaa qabaachuu isaaf nama beeku hin jiru. Bara dheeraa fudhate duraan muuziqaan nutti hin mi'aawu kan Amaaraa malee waan dhaga'amu hin jiru. Kan Oromoo gaafa dhaga'uu calqabame namni guyyaa har'an ta'in malee adii birraa fa'a ammallee iddoo biraa jira. Yeroo inni wallaansoo Oromoo kana sirba Oromoo kana sirba jaalalaa sirba warraaqsaa sirba baay'ee sirbuu baay'ee nama gammachiisa ture. Nama baay'eetu ture warra akka isaati kuni. Haa ta'u iyyuu malee mootummaan gara booddeettan deebi'a. Bara Tigiree bara mootummaa Tigiree bara OPDO akkuma adda bilisummaa Oromoo biyyatti galeen Oromoo artistooti baay'een dubartoota dhiiratu hin jedhin adda bilisummaa Oromoos artistii giruupii mataa isaatti qaba dhufanii sirbuu calqaban akkuma sanaan 1990 keessa nama baay'ee ajjeese asaassineetti godhe mootummaan Tigiree fi OPDO'n warra akka Himee Yusuf warra Kuulanii Boruu Boonsisoo Caalaa Hordofaa Bareentoo Sabboontuu Bareentoo Ayyaantuu Boranaa warra akkasii kan ajjeese kun xinnooma ishee maqaa isaanii keessaa dha'uun malee nama baay'eedha warra ajjeefame. Kana booddee warri qabamanii lafa isaan buute hin beekne baay'eetu jira. Kaan immoo biyyaa badanii biyya alaa keessa faca'anii akkuma wallaansoon qawwee fi warraansoon polotikaa adeemaa tureen Oromoo revolutionary Oromoo artistiinis wallaansoo karaa hundumaan finiinsaa turan. Wallaansoo bilisummaa keessaati iddoo guddaa kan qabu wallaansoo Oromoo artistiiti jechuudha. Kiraayimii isaan hojjetan national Oromummaan guddachuu yookiin Oromummaan nationalizimiin guddachuu uummata Oromoo kakaasanii akka uummata isaanii rakkina jalaa bahu godhan malee waan biraa waan nama godhan qaban namatti hin tokkoomne waan hin qaban qawwee hin qaban yaaduma isaanii waa'ee uummata Oromoo ibsan kun du'a guddaa isaanirra geessise. Kun egaa waanuma warra sirbu qofaatu hin ta'in warra waa'ee sirbaa katabus namoota baay'ee rakkoo guddaa keessa buusan. Namoota sirbaa turan lama akka gaariitti warri beekaman tokko Usmaayoo Muusaa xiitiidhaan rukutanii qabanii mana hidhaa keessatti tubara baay'ee rakkatu 2600 du'e. Namni biraan immoo kan isaan asaasineetti godhanii lafarraa harkisan Finfinnee keessa eebbisa addunyaati namoonni hunduu beeka. Foonsaa makiinaatti hidhanii reeffa isaa lafarra harkisan. Beektu Oromoon reeffa isaallee kabajan qabu. Reeffa namaallee jara bineensa akkasiin agarreen siistemii mootummaa Abashootaa kan Tigireessa ta'u, kan Amaaraa ta'u, kan OPDO ta'u, mootummaa faashistiiti nama ajjeesuu qofaatu hin ta'in reeffa namaallee lafarra harkisu. Amma mootuu jedhu hundi keessan beektan gubuu calqaban. Namoota baay'ee gubuu calqaban reeffa namaa gubuu. Nama tokko kanan beeku kan seenaa muuziqaa nama baay'eef katabee kan kennaa ture. Abdii Muhammad jedhama yookiis immoo Abdii Qophee jedhama. Waan tokko tun balleessin inni sirba katabuuf torcherii godhanii saafirii godheetu namni kun du'e. Nama kana nam beekanii Finfinnee keessatti yuunivarsiitii wajjin barachaa turre. Waan tokko nama ngoone nama qabbanaa nama waa'ee seenaatti beekamu joornaalistii Oromoo warra sirbaniif sirba katabee kennuuf OPDO ta'uu dinnaan torcherii godhanii jireenyaaf du'aaf jireenya gidduutti hambisanii du'a. Namooti baay'een warri muuziqaas haa ta'u warri poolitikaas tumaniitu torcherii godhanii akka inni du'u godhu. Akka itti ajjeesan Abdii Qophee. Mootummaan naftanyaa haaraan mootummaa Zeniyoo naftanyaa government of Abiy kan akka jedhe waamu isa dur dhossanii fa'aa hojjetan ifatti baasee Oromoo ajjeesuu calqabe. Fakkeenya namni lama fakkeenya lama dhaadhiin galaan kan jedhamu Minilikiin wanta qeeqeef sirna naftanyaa wanta qeeqeef Hacaaluu Hundeessaa immoo beektu dhiyootti jara kana lamaan ajjeesan. Warri jara kana ajjeese hin beekamu jedhu garuu my speculation is harkuma diinaatu harkuma mootummaatu warra securitytu keessa jira. Sababa malee namni fuudhee jara kana asaasineetti godhu hin jiru mootummaa mata ajjeese. Sababi isaa immoo sirna naftanyaa criticize wanta godhaneef. So artistoota keenya ammi tokko hunda isaanii miti. Artistoota dhimma isaanii jireenya isaanii waa hojjetan jiru. Garuu ammi tokko dhimma Oromoo irratti babba'anii waan hojjetaniif du'atu isaan mudate yeroo hundaa. Baay'een isaanii kan nama gaddisiisu iyyuma kee jiraatu. Kanatti itti yaadu qaba Oromoon. Oromoodhaan warra kutatanii revolutionii Oromoo artistiin kan isaan jiraatan beelaaf iyyuma keessa jiraatu. Albama isaanii namni Oromoon irraa hin bitu. Isaanillee akka itti gabaatti baafatan hin beekan. Biyya lafaa irratti hin ilaalle biyya Ameerikaa fa'aa biyya iddoo baay'eetti ilaalle warri sirbitoota muuzishiyaaniin baay'ee jireenya qananii jireenya sooromaa jiraatu garuu kan keenya iyyuma guddaa. Kanaaf namooti baay'een horii argachuuf jedhanii deemanii diinatti galu. Yeroo dhiyoo asitti mootummaa Abbaa Gadaa mootummaa Oromoo jedhanii baay'een isaanii achitti galanii garuu kan warra dubbachaa jiru warra namatti hin galle warra kutatoo warra uummata isaanii bilisa akka barbaadanii. Kana muuziqaa warra akkasii kana irraa bituun dirqama Oromooti. Ijoollota keenya warra Oromoo jaallatan, Oromoof dhaabbatan artistoota Oromoo bira dhaabbachuun dirqama keenya garuu nu kana godhaa hin jiru. Soosaayitiin tokko hawaasi tokko rakkoo isa waan irra hir'atu qeequu barbaachisa. Yoo qeeqame qofaatu irra aanuu danda'a. Yoo callinnoo gowwoomsinee waan gaarii hojjechaa jira nuyi sabboontoota dammaqnee irra jechaa oolle yoo hojiin hojjenne gatiin qabu. Keessumaa ijoollee warra sabboontota ta'anii muuziqaa kana wanni godhan baay'ee gargaaru nurra jira. Isaan uummata Oromoo akka inni of jabeessee lolu akka inni jabaatu godhu. Keessumaa addi bilisummaa Oromoo woboon jaarmaan ofeekos kanarratti bobba'uu qabuun jedhan. Muuziqaan It's a kind of social nuclear power. Yoo kana galvanaayizi goone qaban uummata keenya sarafaa jiru. Namni kan nu bitaa jiruu fi Oromoo miliyoona meeqatu rafaa jira. Hin dammaqne. Namooti baay'ee dammanneerra waan barbaadne kunoo fagoo geenyerra. Soba kun dhuguma mootummaa Abiy wattaadara isaatu baay'ateeti. Dhuguma beekumsa guddaa qabaateeti. Uummata gowwoomsaniitu propagaandaan mataa dhiqanii uummata dammaqin jiru kaasaniitu Oromoo irratti kaasanii akka Oromoon waan barbaadu hin arganne godhu. Amma seena Oromoon waan of gaafachuu qabu rakkoo guddaan Oromoo qabatee jira. Fakkeenya yoo kana na dhaggeeffattan caffee Oromiyaa woboo irratti duulanii namoota ol kaanii akka isaan itti fakkaran woboon waan deemuuf hin beeku woboon ollaalaadha hattuudha sororkeessituudha jedhanii propagaandaa godhanii Oromoof hin dhaadhanii ka'an. Oromoon garuu kanarratti irsaa mari'atu argaa hin jiru. Rakkoo guddaatu Oromoo mudatee jira. Dhugaadhumatti naaf gaafanne sarvaayivaal Oromoo kuweeshinii keessa galee jira. Namooti baay'een waan baay'ee geenyerra iddoo baay'ee geenyerraa jedhu garuu mootummaan yoo nafxanyaa kun baay'ee daanjiresii kan ta'e nami Hacaaluu ajjeesu nami warraaqtoota Oromoo ajjeesu Oromoo balleessuudha biran deebi'u. Kanaaf jaarmotiin Oromoo civic institutions akka ijoolleen keenya karaa muuziqaa warra karaa muuziqaa sabboonummaa guddisan akka isaatti jabaatan gargaaruun nurra jira. Kanaaf yeroo cimaa keessa jirra waan hojjennu hundumtiyyuu yerootti evalueetii ta'e yeroo akka uummataatti akka jaarmaa beektotaatti evalueetii of goone akka duriitti adeemna jennu dhiibne dammaqinaan ilaalchuudhaan rakkoo keenya irratti hojjennu barbaachisa. Fakkooti ammallee namooti baay'ee yaada isaanii jeeqamaa jira. Itoophiyaa kanatu staabilii goonee demokraasii goonee gara nagaatti ceena jedhanii warri yaadan jiru. Baay'ee nama ajaa'iba. Yoo waggaa sadan kanatti waan ta'aa jiru garaa nama hin kunne sirni Itoophiyaa sirni nafxanyaa fayyuu akka hin dandeenye nami namanne gana habashoota wajjin olii gallee waa rakkoo Oromoo hiinna jedhanii warri yaada irra jiraate of gowwoomsuudhaaf kanaaf qoricha nafxanyoota ittiin waraananii ittiin mataa keenya doomsanii akka rakkinaa fi beelaa fi iyyuu nutti akka jiraannu sanu godhu kana keessaa bahuudhaaf kutannee ka'uu qabna. Kanaaf warra akka Nuhoofaa, warra akka Ilfinashfaa, warra akka Kadir Saayidfaa fakkeenyi isaanii kun nama hundumaa bira gahuu qabaa waan dhaggeeffataniif galatoomaan sinin.
Ayyee hedduu isin galateeffadha Profeesar Asaffaa Jaalataatii fi Profeesar Muhammad Hassan. Isin lachuu galatooma waan walitti dhufeenya qabsoo Oromootii fi akkasumas aartiin Oromoo qabu. Artistii Oromoo ka mootora qabsoo Oromoo ta'ee bara dheeraa fi sagalee tokkummaa sabboonummaa Oromoo ta'ee nu ogobanaa nu yaadachiisuu keessaniif illee hedduu isin galateeffachuu barbaada. Namni bira kaas keessa jirullee ka gaafii qabaatee jiraate gaafii gaafachuu danda'a. Anillee mee waan tokko lama dubbadhee waan isin dubbattan kanarrattu waan akka marii gaafii tokko lama laf kaahuu barbaada. Anini dubbii Profeesar Asaffaanii lafa kaahee tokko bara 1960 gara 70 yeroo dhufu sanii sochii muuziqaa afraan qalloo kaasee dubbatee jira. Suniin alatti sochiin sun waan dhalillee kaasee achiin dubbatti sochii gara Baalee ka gara jiddu galeessa biyyallee kaasee dubbatee jira. An akka kiyyatti barri 1960 bara sochiin qabsoo Oromoo ka ammayyaa nu jennu kun dhalachuu yookaan ammoo bibbiqiluu habaqaaluu jalqabe. Sunsumii qabsoo Oromoo sadan yoo ando gongorna sirreestanii kan yeroo sanii tokkin sochii artii ka muuziqaa, ka aadaa, uf beekumsa jechuun self understanding, self consciousness jechuun gara Oromiyaa bahaa Harargeettu dhalate. Sun akka malee barbaachisaa sochii artii kan hundaaf iyyuu sababa akka ta'e ka lammaffaa ammoo barootuma sani 1960moota keessa uf ijaaruu, uf humneessuu, wal ijaaruu, barnoota babal'isuu, barnooti faayidaan isa barbaachisummaa isaa ka maccaa fi tuulamaan jiddu galeessa biyyaatii jalqabee ka sadaffaa ammoo Profeesar Saffalentu kana jedhanii hidhannoo ka jedhu ammallee qabsoo Oromoo keessatti hidhannootu barbaachisaa bu'uura qabsooti ka jedhamu baalettu ka jalqabee sunini bara 1970moota gara abaawootti guddate sunsumii sadan jechuun sochii aadaa ka artii Harargee wal ijaaruu fi barnoota naannoo Shawaa kanattu ka jalqabee fi hidhannoo Baalee ka jalqabee kun sunsumas qabsoo sadaan qabsoo Oromoo ka sabboonummaa Oromoo dhalee akkasittuu nattu fakkaata sunsumii sun keessaa tokko nama artiini kanu jennu kunini warri jechuun artistoota uummata Oromoo dammaqsuun beekamanii uummata Oromoo kakaasuun beekamanii aarsaa ta'uudhaan of dabarsanii kennuu kanaan beekamanii kunini mootummaa birattu hin jaalatamne artistoonni sagalee duwwaadhaan mootummaa falmanii mootummaan ammoo sagalee warra qawwee oole bombii oole waan sodaatee fi artiin qawwee Oromoo waan taateef ijjeesaa ture akka Profeesar Asaffaa inni jedhetti. Amma immoo karaa biraatiin warra mootorii qabsoo Oromoo ta'e kana warra jechuun uummata Oromoo dadammaqsanii uummata kakaasan kana qabsoon Oromoo galmaan bahee jira ammaan booda artiin yoo badhaadhina faarse malee artiin yoo misooma faarse malee artiin yoo mootummaa faarse malee artiin hin barbaachisu waan jedhu tokkottu jira. Artistiin Oromoo kalee misooma jechaa caala tokkummaa Oromoo kaya dammaqa waan jedhu ka uummati dammaqsa immoo shiftiin isaa gara misooma ta'uu qabaa jira. Kunin hagam tokko qabsoo Oromootiif soda waan jedhu boodarrattu akkanaa dubbattanii barbaada. Maal jennaan artistoonni durii noo goobana akkuma Profeesar Muhammad Dhaheettu, Profeesar Asaffanii, Muhammad Qophee yoonni dubbatu walaloon sirba isaanii dhaamsi inni qabu ergaa warra akka malee cimaa ture sirbii hadhaa yoo artistoota tokko lama taate malee haga sunittu dhaamsa haga sunittu cimina walalooti fi yeedalooleen baay'ee hin mul'atu. Kun nam sirbii ammaan tanaa ka faashinii jaldeemanii misooma jaldeemanii kun rakkoo akkamii qaba jechuun qabsoon Oromoo akka malee artii irrattu hirkata. Artiilleen qabsoo irrattu hirkata. Kaadiree 800 umarii tokkottu caalee jedhame illee yeroo tokkotu dubbatee jedhame waan dubbatamutu jira. Artistoota amma kan hiyyummaallee na taatu Dr. Profeesar Asaffaa dubbatu artistii Oromoo sirbi namirraan bituu maaliin jedhanii hiyyummaallee waan jirtuuf mootummaan kanattu fayyadamee artistoota garii bitachuu fi cacarraaquutu jira. Artistoota Oromoo ijaaruu jajjabeessuu akka kaayoof malee garaaf hin bullu godhuu keessatti maal godhuu qabna ka jedhullee akkanaa dubbattanii barbaada gaggabaabse. Kanaan walittuu qabatee sansuma qabsoo Oromoo sadan keessa artiin tokko jedhee jira. Artiin ammoo gama biraatiin artiin meeshaa cunqursaa mootummaan ittiin nama cunqursu keessa waan tokko. Isinii lachuu Profeesoroonni Antonio Gramsci hin beektanii hegemony culture gaafa barreessu kaapitaalistoonni yookaan ammoo sirni cunqursaa meeshaa uummata ittiin dararu miidhu means of violence alatti wanni akka malee guddaa cunqursa san ittiin hojii irra oolfatu tokkini artiidha. Artiin jechuun akka namcha miskiifaatillee jedhanittu akkuma miidiyaa akkuma amantii cunqursaa fi akka ummati aamin jedhee bulu consenti manufacture godha produce godha. Artiin yeroo hedduu artiin jechuun hegemonic culture keessatti dhufe wanni nafxanyaan si gootu wanni mootummaan si godhe waan waaqarra dhufe hiree kan keetii amanii aamin jedhi jalatti bulu hin fincilini hin didini waan jedhudha. Meeshaalee cunqursaa ka uummata irratti diriire keessa tokkini arti jechuudhaan Gramsciilleen akkasittuu barreessu kun amma teooriidhaan jechuun soosiyooloojistoonni akka Karl Marx faatii biyya keessattuu hariiroo uummataa yeroo qoratanii structureota jiran lamaan keessa tokkini afaan Jarmaniitiin inni barreessu. Unterbach, Uberbach jechuun superstructure fi infrastructure waan ni jedhu keessa tokkini artiin jechuun waan gubbaa jira. Ka akka miidiyaa ka akka amantii ummatii mootummaa jalatti akka inni bulu akka meeshaa cunqursaa ta'uu godhu warri cunqursaa itti fayyadamu. Kennama jechuun artiin Oromoo artii diddaatidha. Cunqursa sun diduudhani yoo artiin alagaa ka mootummaa bakka ifa bakka mootummaan dhaadheessu waltajjii guddaa irra lallabu kennammoo akka Fukoon jedhu Michel Foucault dukkana keessa lallabee anilleen as jira sagaleen kiyyin dhagamneen awwaalan malee anilleen hin jira. Wanni isin biyya jettanatti faarstan, wanni isin mootummaa jettanatti faarstan, wanni isin artii jettanatti faarstan waraana kalena cabsitanii sanarratti ijaaruudhaani waraana karaa biraatiin karaa jaalalaatiin karaa artiitiin jaalala biyyaatiin waraana irratti babal'isaa jirtanii ka jedhu jechuun war by other means Foucault ka jedhu barreeffama isa bara 19 lecture isa bara 1976 society must be defended jedhu keessatti waan kan akka malee barreessee jira. Sunittu jira artiin karaa lama jechuudha. Artiin cunqursaa faarsa. Cunqursaan akka itti fufu godha artiin kennammoo ka diddaa ummati didee akka inni fincilee cunqursa jala bilisa bahu san godhanaaf fakkaata. Walumaa galatti kun yaaduma kiyya jechuun waan mata kenna dhufira dubbadhe. Mee profeesoroota isin lachuu dabare naa dubbadha jechuun artiin akka hin buutamne qabsoo irra gara misoomattuu deemna jedhan. Misoomilleen misoomii Itoophiyaa keessatti maqaa misoomatillee misoomillee waraanuun biraatti war by other means Foucault jedhu misoom heegi jennee dubbadha. Oromoof buqqa'uudha, Oromoof du'uudha, biyyirra ka'uudha, miidhamuudha. Warraaf misoom jedhani. Jechuun structure mootummaa gaafa waraana inni nu means of violence ijjeesa gaafa biraa ammoo nagas hin jira nagaan isalleen uummata cabee body politicii cabeen irratti hundaa'e sullee waraanuma jedha Foucault. Akkasiyyuu professor. Jechuun wanni an jechuu barbaade akkamiin waan akkasii kanam artii gara misooma geessina gara maalii geessina ka jiru kan akkamiin dur dhaabbanna. Kana walittu qabatee artistoonni ammoo hiyyummaa qabani rakkoo qabani kanirra kan ka'e gareen isaanii jechuun maatii fidachuuf ijoollee guddifachuu fi gara mootummaa jalalleetti galu tokkollee garra akkamiin waan kan jala ba'uu dandeenya waan jedhu Professor Hassan Muhammad Hassan isin jalqabnuti ammallee.
Na galatoomi san dura yoo daqiiqaa takka naa kennite waa lamaan jechuu barbaade.
Ayyee.
Takka biitti Itoophiyaa ja'aniin tun akkuma reefu ati jettu amata 140 dura yogguu ijaaramtu cabinsa humna ummata Oromoo irratti ijaaramte irra guddaan namaa kanan beeku. Kana cabinsa qofa kan hin tahin identity ummata Oromoo deny godhu namummaa ummata Oromoo cultural asset ummata Oromoo deny godhu irratti waan jaarame. Lolli Minilik eegale babal'achaa timatti fufa. Wayyaaneen badii guddaa takka ka goote kan amma idaa kafalaniif idaa wasana hin qabne ummanni isaanii kafalaniif Oppiidiyoo ijaaruuf. Oppiidiyoon meeshaa wayyaanee turan isaan jalatti kan nama keenya hidhuu ture, ajjeesuu ture, zarafuu ture isaanumaami. Isaaniitu bara ammaan tan mootii ta'e. Jara kanaatu badhaadhina fida. Ummata zarafuutu badhaadhina fida. Zarafii malee akkumaatu akka gaariitti jettetti badhaadhinni bar isaanii fi warra isaan jaaruu barbaadan. Laal irra guddaan nama keenyaan galleef. Abiyyi viidiyoo irra jira. Itoophiyaa nuti barbaannu jaaruuf nama miliyoona lamaa fi miliyoona 3 yoo wareeyne wareeguun ni barbaachise jee bar. Ummata keenya fixu jechuudha. Ummata keenya fixee warri soddaa isaa biyyuma Oromoo keessatti qabeenya horanii quufanii ummata keenya tuffatanii amma namni Oromoo tokko ka Bahardaarit Gondarit biyya Amaaraa keessatti bizinesa qabu ni jira tokko. Eenyu bizinesa doomineet ka godhu Oromiyaa keessatti alaa alatti isaaniimi mootummaa ka qabu har'aan tana isaaniimi. Oppiidiyoon meeshaa isaaniif dalaganii bar. Zamana wayyaaneef dalaguu turanii. Maal jechuu barbaadeeti gabaabsuuf dubbii heddummeessuu barbaadee kan hin ta'in wayya opinion cancer jettiimi faranjiin dhukkuba badaa ummata keenyarra ijaarame isaaniitu ammaan tana waba balleessinaa ummanni cuftunuu lafaa ka'uu qabanii baduu qabanii yoo isaan badan malee badhaadhinni jiraanu kan jedhanii lallaban angama kiyyaan abdiin godha isaan kabadu malee waba miti kabadu OPDO tu badhaadhina fidaa ta Amaaraati sanumaa bar OPDO'n Amaaraati sanumaa cuftunuu warra TPLF jalatti zaraafii ture nama hidhu ta Amaaraa akka OPDO teenyetti ummata isaaniin fin ta Amaaraa maaliif ummanni isaanii qawwee harkaa qaba nutti kajaanii sodaachuu turan ummanni keenya waa takka illee harkaan qabu gaaf wayyaanee jala fixaa turan amma daranuu itti fixaa eegalanii deeman jechuu barbaadeeti gaafii teetitti si dhufuuf artistoonni Oromoo warri sila dur tapha sirba isaanillee jaalannu anammaan tana hedduu isaanii if gurguraniiti meeshaa kan boru ganamatti sheenuu ta'an meeshaa biltsiginnaa ta'an dantaan bitaman dantaa gabaabduu yeroo gabaabduu waan akkasiisanii laal artistoonni Oromoo ka biltsiginnaa kan hin faarsin ummatuma ifii faarsanii karaa dandahaniin mooraala ummata keenyaa jabeessan waan CD isaan baasan waan isaan baasan ummanni keenya bitatee itti gammadee isaanis gargaaruun dirqamuma keenyaahu karaa dandahamu cufaan isaan maddii dhaabbachuun warri mootummaa wajji jiru maallaqa mootummaati dachi ummata keenya dachi irraa kaasanii dachi isaanii kennanii bar akkuma Birhaanuu Naggaafaan dachi ummata keenyaa fudhatanitti isaanis dachi ummata keenyaa fudhatan dachi wayi tolfamtee jirti nama lafarraa kaasaniitiimi kiraayimii wasana hin qabne bar haadhaa fi abbaa ilmaanii wajji manarraa baasanii hiyyoomsanii akka kadhatan godhaniiti dachii sanirratti ijaaratanii qabeenya horanii namni silaa xiqqoo sammuu qabu namni namummaan ittiin dhagahamtu yoo kana arkuu baate nama qaanessa gabaabdutti maal jechuun barbaada seeta laal ummanni keenya ni beekana fakkaata artistoota ka isaan keessa jiraate rakkoo isaanii quuqaa rakkoo isaanii ibsaa aadaa teenya bal'isaa ka deemu gargaaruu maddii dhaabbachuu waan isaan oomishan irraa bituun dirqama warri biltsiginnaa wajji dhaabbate waan feete jettuu duuda duuban deebi'anii har'a qabeenya horanii laal haalli jiru kunis ni jijjiiramaa beektaa bilisa kee there is nothing permanent haalli amma jiru OPDOnis akkuma jiranitti namtichi maraataan abii jedhanii kunis ummata Oromoo fixeetumaan silxaana irra jiraadhaa ummata Oromootiin balleessaa haalli ni jijjiiramaa jabaanis ammaan tana lola cimaa ummata keenya irratti kaasuu barbaadan ummata keenya irratti ummanni keenya karaa dandahuun if defend godhu karaan guddaan tokko kan if defend godhaniin toopikara illee bahee naan hin jiine an fixadhe ummanni keenya waboo maddii dhaabbachuun dirqama karaa dandahan cufaan ifiifis if defend godhu nama dhufee isa balleessuu barbaadu dura dhaabbachuun dirqama isaati ilmi namaa ka ifirratti lol koreeltichi reefu yogguu dubbatu ummata kardis ifirra lolaniiti dallimeeti dhootanamii kan harkatan qabsoo wasana hin qabne keessaa hibar kabaat nothing comes easy ummanni tokko yoo ifirra lole malee ummanni keenya ifirra loluu isaan barbaachisaa guddaan tokko waboo adhaan tana dirree keessa jirtu sana ka isaanii jecha duuna ja'an isaan maddii dhaabbachuu karaa dandahaniin isaan gargaaruun if gargaaruu hegeree ummata keenyaa tolchuun ja'a gaafii teetilleen hin deebisan fakkaattu ammaaf asumarratti hin dhaaba gama kiyyaan obboleessa keenya.
Ayyee taate bareeda deebistanii jedha.
Kadiroo shanitti xumuruun nurra jira dhiifama. Daddafnee gaafiin dhufaas jiru odoo gaggabaabsitanii nu deebistanii jedheetanan galatooma.
Ayyee gabaabsa nu deebisa fixne nuyyoo.
Gaafiin ati gaafatte Kadiroo war for the mind, the control of Oromo mind. Warri bitame Abiy sirbu Oromo mataa Oromo hidhuu barbaadu. Lafa Oromo qabatanii biyya Oromo qabatanii kan akka isaan harkaan baaneef mataa Oromo kontroolii gochuu barbaadu. Mataa Oromo kontroolii gochuuf nama bitanii soba propaganda sobaa uumanii mootummaan naftanyaa maqaa fedhillee kennan beektaa maqaan ayyaanan taatudha namni tokko. Badhaadhina jechuun ziniyoo naftanyaa government jechuudha. Waan inni ta'e waamuu barbaachisa. Badhaadhina kan jedhamu badhaadhina jechuun EPRDF minus TPLF jedhamu. Kun immoo wama dargii duriiti jechuudha. Haile Sillaasee nama jechuudha. As far as Oromo are concerned. Sirna naftanyaatu Oromo irratti of ijaaree maqaa isaa geeddaratee ittiin nama gowwoomsuu barbaada. Kana gochuudhaaf nama amma barbaachisa. Durii kaasee bitamaa ture namni. Durii kaasee gobanaa fa'i bitame bara Haile Sillaasee ministeera ta'anii baalabbaa ta'anii bitamanii bara dargii kaadiree ta'anii Ethiopia sooshaalistii goonanii bitamanii bara kana immoo badhaadhina jedhaniitu horiidhaaf fudhatanii bitaman. Kun maali? Gaaffii guddaa tokko Oromoon deebisuu dadhabee rakkachaa jiru. Jira. Andeeffadhee bara baay'ee ture gandeeffadhee. Gaaffiin tokko aarwii Itoophiyaan jedhaniif gaafachuu qabu Oromoon. Itoophiyaa jechuun maal jechuudha? Yoo Itoophiyaa jechuun lafa Oromoo fudhachuu ta'e, eenyummaa Oromoo haquu ta'e, Oromoo ajjeesuu ta'e, beekaa Oromoo ajjeesuu ta'e, daa'ima Oromoo qaluu ta'e, akkuma sila Profeesar Muhammad jedhe dubartii ulfa mana keessatti gubuu ta'e, nama ajjeesanii karaa irratti deemanii gubuu ta'e, addabaabayitti baasanii paabliik iskuweeriitti nama eksikuutii gochuu ta'e. Dhuguma siistemiin kun Itoophiyaa jedhamu kun sirni naftanyaa Itoophiyaa kun Oromoo iddoo bu'aa. Attamitti Oromoo bu'aa fudhuu danda'a. Namooti baay'een nu gowwoomsaa turan. Demokiraasii ta'eetu gara demokiraasiitti ceenee Oromoo walqixxummaa argataa jechaa turan. Soba kun ta'uu hin danda'u. Namichi tokko Tadila Haayilee jedhama. Haile Sillaasee gorsaa ture. Oromoof Amaarri ol bukkee jiraachuu hin danda'anidha. Tokko baduu qabu jedhe. Kan baduu irra jiru immoo baqee baduu qabu Oromoodha jedhe. Maaliif Oromoon kabaja hin qabu, reeshaal piraayidii hin qabu, ofitti hin boonu, of hin jaallatu, aadaansa sabistaansii hin qabu, uummata teellaatti afaadha baduu qabu jedhe. Waa'een abiyyifaatti jiran kanuma. Baduun qabaa jedheetu biddeenuma guyyaa har'aa nyaachuudhaaf mootummaa Oromooti. Bira dhaabbachuu qabna. Warri kanatti mootummaa Oromoo dura dhaabbate inaaftuudha jedha. Maaliif? Hoggaa arfan kana waan Oromoo irratti ga'aa ilaaltan. Isa kana dura bara baay'ee hoggaa 27 Tigreen hojjetti. Tigreef OPDO'n hojjetantu caalaa jira. Kanaaf Oromoon miila lamaan iddoo lama dhaabbachuu hin danda'u. Yoo Oromoon ani Oromoo ta'een jiraachuu barbaada. Mootummaa mataa kootti qabaadheen ofirraa nama dhabuu barbaada. Lafa koo irratti abbaa ta'uun barbaada. Aadaa koo irratti abbaa ta'uun barbaada yoo jedhe gidduu dhaabbatanii sirbuun hin jiru. Woboo duukaa dhaabbatanii lolatanii bilisa obbaasuudha. Kan kana achi warri gidduu garee fiigu. Damoosa nyaachuu warri dhaqe damoosa isaa nyaatu cal jedhee otoo afaan isaa qabatee taa'ee gaariidha. Nama gowwoomsuu sirbaan nama gowwoomsuudhaan misooma guddinani misooma maaliif jira namni waan nyaatu dhabee leengadde gadi ba'eetu raafuu baala ciree namichi baala nyaadhaa jedhe. Kanaa misoomni nama baala guureetu namichi maraatuun Baala guurela baala kana nyaachaa jiraadhaa. Kana caalaa maaltu jira? Uummati Oromoo gowwoomsuu dhiisuu qaba. Ijoolleen Oromoo gooti Oromoo kutatteetti. Oromoo revolutionary artist Bobo qeerroon warri kutatan hunda qeerroo miti. Qeerroo gadi kaan garaa dhaabbitame. Artistii gadi kaan garaa dhaabbitame. Warri Bobo ta'e sabboontoti dhugaa wal duukaa dhaabbatanii of gowwoomsuu dhiisanii waa'ee Itoophiyaatti rakkachuun sin irra hin jiru. Dura mana ofii qulqulleeffachuun namarra jira. Mana kee qabaatteetu ollaa wajjin dubbachuu dandeessa. Kanaaf mana keenya qabaachuuf mana keenya qulqulleeffachuuf ol duukaa qabuun nurra jira. Artistoota keenya jabeessuun nurra jira. Bira dhaabbachuun nurra jira. Ofitti qabuun nurra jira. Jaallachuun nurra jira. Warra aktota warra diinatti galan immoo achitti dhiisuu wayya.
Ayye Professor
Asaffaa. Waa takkatti da'uu gabaabduu.
Ayye.
Gaafii biraat faan jiru yeroo sin qabu jedhee tan.
No, itti dabalu jechuun dhufna. Daqiiqaa tokko dabalu ayye.
Yeah, an kiyya gabaabduu 1992 Professor Mokra Bulchaa 1992 or 93 artikila tokko language irratti barreessee gama dhuma irratti maal jedhase you can't be an Oromo if you want to be an Ethiopian. Lachuu ta'uu hin dandeessu. Addunyaarra condition biyya kardis hin beeku malee addunyaarra ati Oromoo taatee jiraachuu hin dandeessu. If ta'uu dhiiftee nama biraa taata, Amaara taata yoo Itoophiyaa. Itoophiyaa kabaraa bara aadaa Amaaraatii fi afaan isaaniitii fi cufaafu. Wanni inni gaafa san jee har'aas 100% true. Akkuma laallee garruutti an proud Oromoo taheetiin Itoophiyaa taayoo jette yeroodhaaf harka sii dhawan si sobuuf si diiguuf boodammoo akkuma ummata biraa godhan si godhanii iftaatee jiraachuu ummanni Oromoo akka ummatatti jiraachuu qaba. Ummata balleessuu barbaadanii baduun qabu ummata ifirra loluu barbaachisa. Namni keenya kana dhagahu temporary arra guyyaa tokko nyaannee bulla warri ummata ifii balleessuu barbaadu. Addunyaa kanarratti OPDO malee nama ummata isaanii balleessuu barbaadu takka arkeen beeku. Dhiigaan Oromoo tahan malee isaan Oromummaa waan jedhaniin hin qaban. Hattuu walitti qabamte. Really, ugumatti criminal gangs ka wali qabame emotional ta'uu kiyya kan hin ta'in realituma dubbachuu barbaadeeti ummata balleessina jedhanii namni kamitti lafaa kanaa jecha gaafii reefu ati kaafte Itoophiyaa or Oromoo ummanni keenya Oromoo tahee jiraachuun dirqama isaati. Itoophiyaa jenne du'a malee waa takka illeen arkanne obboleessa kiyya. Itoophiyaa jenne hiyyummaa malee namaa gartahuu malee xiqqaachuu malee tuffatamuu malee Oromoo ummanni keenya ummata Oromooti. Oromoo jedhee fi yaama Oromoo jedhee jiraataa biyya isaa ijaarachuu qaba. Mootummaa isaa dhaabbachuu qaba jechuu barbaadeeti. Dhiifama dubbee dummeesse.
Ayyee iddoo isin galateeffadha namni tokko lama gaafii harka baasanii jiranii gaggabaabsanii akka nu gaafatan yookaan yaada kennatan carraa kennaa fi wanni Professor Muhammad jedhalleen waan akka malee sirriitti Itoophiyaa fi Oromoon karaa aadaatiin hegemonic culture dha. Aadaan tokko cabsee awwaala tokko irratti dhaabbatee akka dagaagu kan filatame. Aadaa jechuun asymmetrical culture jedha Michel Foucault. Zayitii fi bishaanii qaruuraa keessatti waliin naqan walitti makama jedhee gaafata. Aadaa gosa kanaati. Warri aadaa kana ka jechuun cunqurfamee dukkana keessa iyyee aadaa jechuun aduu jalattu baatee hangaate lallabdi suni yoo san cabse yookaan suni waliin hin qixaa'inii wal qixxummaan hin dhuftu maal jennaan aadaa tokko ka cabe tokko irratti tokko dhaabbatee ka jedhu barreeffama isa society must be defended ka jedhu jechuudha. Lecture isa bara 19 college de France achitti kan inni dhiyeesse barreeffama sana akka malee jaalladha yeroo hedduu deebi'ee dubbisa kanaaf yeroo hedduu maqaadha. Mee Professor Asfaa Biyyene harka baasee jira dabaree isinii kennee jira sagaleen keessanii mute tahee jira sagalee bana naa dubbadha.
ashama ani namis dadhabee jira maqaa nama du'ee kaasa yoo kaasan waan guddaaf warra argachuuf warra barachuuf yoo naa hayyamte waa'ee nuhoo haasofnee deemuu duwwaa otoo hin ta'in sirbisaa meaningful truly meaningful without exception sirboonni isaa hundu kanaafi sirba lama fileera daqiiqaa tokko jalqaba duwwaa to put people in the mood akkanaa dhageessanii isin afeera waan dubbadhu qabu waan dubbatameera daqiiqaa tokko caalaan dhageessisu maaliif hundi keessan dhaqxanii dhaga'uu dandeessu but the moment deserves at least his voice hayyamtanii
hayyame jira
isa ittaan ittiin darbaa yoo kun isin mirkaneessa dhaqxanii booda dhaga'uu dandeessu isa lammaffaa dhagaa. Sira umrin tiyyan turu nudir madda jedheera. I really think maqaama bootiin waan fuulduraadhaalee sirbinatti fakkaata. Mee waboo faadirmannu galatoomni obbo Kadiru.
Professor Asaffaa Bayyana hedduu isin galateeffadha yaadannoo cimaa sagalee saba kun dhageessifte. Nami kanaan duba sirbisallee dhaga'anii jechuun yaa gara dhaamsisaa hojiirra oolchullee ittiin deemanii jennee abdannaa amma gara dhumaa deemnee jirra. Dr. Ebbisaa Raggaasaa dabareen kan keeti. Marroo sii kennaa yoo gaafii yookaan yaada qabaate dubbachuu dandeessa. Viidiyoon kan keetillee cufaa yoo banti dansa.
Ayyee galatoomaan wanna baay'een irraa baradhee baay'ee na gammachiisee wannuma xiqqishu jechuu barbaadee turanii ani duraan dursee qabsoo Oromoo kana yoo baradhu kitaaba keessaa miti kan hin baradhee sirboota Oromoo keessaa sirboota afaan Oromoo keessaa kanaafuu gaafa namoon akkanatti sirbu gaafa Zarihuun Wadaajoo fa'aa Finfinnee irratti kottu yoo jedhu baay'eedha achi keessaa siyaasaa akka ijoolleetti achi keessaa barannee achi booda gara kanatti dhufnee jechuudha. Garuu wanni guddaan aartiin Oromoo ammam yoo empaayerittiin sun cabsuudhaaf yaalte ilma ka'aa ilma jabaataa deemaa. Har'a aartiin Oromoo kan isaan iyyuu caalee mul'ataa jira karaa intarneetii karaa yuutuubiidhaan akkaataa inni babbareedu. Dhiyoo kanatti kaleessa natti fakkaate mucayyoo lammii eenyuun seenaa kan jedhamtu sirba haaraa namoodhaaf baastee she's a young qubee generation inni baay'ee nama gammachiisa isin jechuu fi baay'een isin galateeffatanii nama yaadachuudhaa fi seenaa jirus nutti ibsuudhaaf galatoomii kanuma jechuu fedhe.
Ayyee ulfaadhu hedduu isin galateeffadha Dr. Ebbisa, Dr. Professor Asaffaa Jaallata, Professor Muhammad Hassan Ali hedduu galatooma warra asirratti dhuftanii yaada keessan gumaacha keessanii akkasumas beekumsa keessan nu qooddanii galatooma. Sagantaan har'aa kanuma warra nu daawwatan hedduu galateeffannaa gara keetti deebisee jira Dr. Ebbisa Raggaasa gara kiyyaan fidadhe.
Galatooma boruree qophiin keenya itti fufaa boru ganama qabsoo programa babbareeda jira deebiyaati koota nordofaa saa sagalii walakkaarraa akkanatti calqabnaa boruu gaafii guddaa waa'ee Oromoo irratti siyaasa Oromoo irratti waa'ee qeerroo protestii irratti maal akka ta'e gaafiin Oromoo maal ta'uutu irra jira kan jedhu namoota jajjabaa ekspoortoota jajjabaa affeerree jirra. So warri boru nordofaa koota gaafii gaafadhaa carraa jiru boru gaafii gaafachuudhaaf jechuudha. Hedduun isin galateeffadha. Akkanumaan sagantaa irraa xumurra jedhee tanan gadi jiru.
Ayyee taate nagaatti.
Okay, nagaa.